Trump has said a deal is close, only for the two sides to remain far apart.
On Capitol Hill is weakening.
We're getting some new details about the shooting that took place on the corner of 17th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue at about 6 p.m. Eastern time.
We know now that the suspect is Nasir Best, who was transported to George Washington Hospital. As his Secret Service said, he has passed away. The suspect previously approached the White House. There was interaction in the past between the suspect and law enforcement in June of 2025. There was an order for him to stay away from the White House. Last summer, near the White House, an officer in police uniform, full police uniform, was working at a pedestrian access control post at the White House when he observed Best, the suspect, walk into a restricted area by using the exit turnstile lane that was located at the post. And apparently that restricted only police line, do not cross. The suspect was arrested. According to multiple sources, the suspect had no prior arrests at that time. The suspect claimed he was Jesus Christ and he wanted to, quote, get arrested. We know tonight, just after 6 o'clock, President Trump was in the White House. That's when law enforcement sources say Best walked up to that checkpoint with a bag, took a handgun out of that bag, opened fire on Secret Service officers who returned fire, killing Best. Best was rushed to the hospital, died at the hospital.
All right, so we got quite the PSYOP to just cut through, to decipher, decode, and discern, and demystify, and fucking PSYOP the narrative. So, but we have a whole long list of comments here from Mr. Exile, the Knights of Malta Now. Shout out to him. Shout out to Thomas, the Tribe, and of course Mr. Drake. Goy slop is the theme tonight, folks, for lack of a better term. I know that may be offensive to some, but let me know how my sound's coming in if I'm 5x5. But here you can see that this individual by the name of Nasir Best, which of course is an anagram of Risen Beast, as pointed out by Mr. Decoding with Cody, which was a great point. And go figure, of course, that Risen Beast has matching gematria with some very interesting keywords. But here you can see the Jesus Christ code playing out on many levels. Man claiming he was Jesus Christ opens fire at the White House, neutralized by Secret Service. Nasir Best, 21 years old, allegedly believed he was Jesus Christ, also claimed to be the real Osama bin Laden, right? So you literally have you I mean, you can't make this shit up, but they do every day like clockwork, and it's amazing. Okay, scan the perimeter. Well, I'm glad I'm bodacious. I'm glad I'm coming through. I'll have the double Monsanto burger with extra seed oils. All right, sir. We'll get that to you. I'm sure you have DoorDash or one of them food delivery apps you can use. I'm a little busy, as you can see here, but as you can see here, it happened on a date with 74 numerology. It was May 23rd, 2026. 5 plus 23 plus 20 plus 26 equals 74, like Jesus Christ, Masonic, and killing all equals 74. And if I'm not mistaken, doesn't Jesus also equal 74 by itself? I'm pretty sure it does, but I could be mistaken. Let's just fact check this really quick. Right, Jesus also equals 74, as does Jesus Christ. So, as it was pointed out, Masonic and killing. Killing is the sport of the elite, as was pointed out in the Police song, I think it was. But 74, of course, also Jesus, who spoke in parables. 74, he brought the gospel, they say, right? 74. They call him the Messiah, as this guy claimed to be a Messiah of sorts. Messiah 74, but we could get into the 74. We've gone into the 74 code many times, but to get back to the information here, the presentation, the slide here. It also has the date also has a numerology of 54 when you add 5 plus 23 plus 26, like Jesuit order equals 54. And Nasir Best, his supposed name, equals 68, like Donald John Trump equals 68, CIA equals 68. 68 connects to the assassinations of MLK and RFK in 1968, that is. Osama bin Laden, not to be confused with Obama and Biden, who supposedly took out Osama bin Laden. Weird how when you change the S to a B here, and the bin to an and the Laden to a Biden, I mean, it's practically the same thing. Obama and Biden took out Osama bin Laden. Right, sure. He supposedly died at age 54, right, to add to this 54 code. And this incident occurred 21 days after his death anniversary, his alleged death anniversary, that is, of course. It also happened on Saturday, Saturn's Day. Saturn and Jesuit equals 21, like the suspect's age, who was supposedly fatally shot by Secret Service during gunfire exchange. Right. Who's buying this? Should I take a poll? Do you believe this story? Let's read the text here from Mr. Spiritual Shade Room, Ani Asaru. Shout out to him. There's a big collab stream they got planned. I think it's tomorrow or Tuesday rather, with a lot of heavy hitters. Tommy Truthful, Spiritual Shade Room, Ani Asaru, Donut, Ball Don't Lie, Decoding with Cody, and a bunch of others. So I'm definitely going to be there. Maybe do a restream with some commentary. We'll see how it plays out. But yeah, let me read this here. Oh my God. So yeah, on Saturday, 21-year-old Nasir Best was fatally shot during an armed exchange with the Secret Service personnel near the White House grounds. Authorities said Best believed he was Jesus Christ and also identified himself as the real Osama bin Laden, giving the story a strange religious and political charge from the very beginning. Clear Moonchild MK Ultra operation like usual. What are you saying here? Okay. Yes, sauerkraut is great. Yeah, so the date shows the numerological date narrative with the obvious numerology connections and gematria connections here with Jesus Christ, Masonic and killing, all being 74, like the date, numerology, and occult being 74. That plays with the reported messianic claim, the fatal confrontation in the White House setting inside the same 74 sequence. The day also carries 54 numerology. Blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, Obama reference adds another receipt because bin Laden dead at 54, and the incident came 21 days after his death anniversary. Best was 21. Event happened on Saturday, Saturn's Day, like Saturn and Jesuit equals 21. And again, like I pointed out, his name equals the same as Donald John Trump, that big number 68, CIA 68, Then, here you go. Yeah, the number 68 also echoes 1968, the year of the MLK and RFK assassinations, giving the story another presidential and assassination-coded scripting. And then, of course, I'll also point out that 1968, of course, was also the year that 911 became the national emergency dialing code. It's the year that the World Trade Center constructions began, I believe, or was it that it finished? I think it was that it began in 68. George W. Bush graduated Yale Skull and Bones, on and on and on with the 68 code. 2001, A Space Odyssey was released, of course, 2001, right? A Space Odyssey. With the black monoliths, like the Black Monolith Hilton Hotel that still stands to this day, that was there next to the Twin Towers. Best's name also is 40 in Gematria, while the timing was 173 days before the Superior General's birthday, aka the Black Pope, aka Arturo Sosa, formerly Adolfo Nicolas, before he passed and supposedly passed and gave the torch to Mr. Arturo Sosa. If he is even human, who knows? And 173 is the Best's name also was 40 in Gematria, while the timing was 173 days before the Superior General's birthday, and 173 is the 40th prime number. His previous arrest date, July 10th, can be written has 10/7, like shooting equals 107, and Saturday equals 107, with 107 being the 28th prime. The incident also came 28 days after the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting PSYOPaganza. The final marker returns to the date itself, 5/23, matching Donald Trump, which equals 5/23. The rituals are stacking up. Someone pointed out, quote, believe he was Jesus Christ. That's some form of MK Ultra. I think it's a special project called Project Superman. Search Andy Perro for that. Some of these shooters are victims of the government. Yeah. I'm sure that's not a far-fetched theory. And I'm playing devil's advocate even, because I mean it's pretty obvious that that's what's going on. And in this instance, I'm sure that is quite likely the case as well. I like this guy's picture. What is 47? Learn gematria. Anyway, so I'm a little. Let me get back to the. I have some more videos actually, so let me get to that. What is that? What is that? I've never heard that sound. I mean, I live in a posh, like, we live at the top of the hill. It's a 4-story house. I mean, there's 17 bedrooms. So what is that sound? Right. Right. Under investigation, folks. So what you can deduct from that is that, okay, it's not a manufactured Messiah PSYOP. It's totally organic, and they're investigating it. So that's good to know. Man, I gotta say, they look really traumatized, man. I mean, look at those smiles. Jeez. I mean, jeez. Very traumatized. Peace. Jesus bin Laden, that is, also known as, Osama bin Christ, Osama bin Jesus, Jesus bin Laden. There are many variations. Oh, man. Hey, peace and pineal power to the people, damsel and all. Good to see you. Thank you to our great Secret Service and law enforcement for the swift and professional action taken this evening against a gunman near the White House who had a violent history and possible obsession with our country's most cherished structure. The gunman is dead after an exchange of gunfire with Secret Service agents near the White House gates. This event is 1 month removed from the White House Correspondent Dinner shooting and goes to show how important it is for all future presidents to get what will be the most safe and secure space. Is it exactly 1 month after? I don't think it is. I thought it was like 28 days or something. Because there's a connection with the date numerology, of course, from this shooting to the last shooting PSYOP that was the White House Correspondent Dinner. So Exile the Knights of Malta points out that Arturo Sosa actually didn't lie when he said we are all Jesuits, because that's true. We are all Roman hostages. Interesting point there. JR in the house. Arturo Sosa actually, let's see. He didn't lie when he announced the Jesuit end of times in a short-lived YouTube video that was too truthy. Am I cut off? Where? What didn't have audio? This doesn't have audio? Did you guys hear these videos? Let me catch up so that it's totally bodacious audio for a Sunday holiday weekend where you shouldn't expect too much and you won't have unnecessary resentments. Okay. It would make the Grateful Dead very jealous. So you guys heard the videos fine. Oh, the news, no audio. Oh, you mean this right now? No, I have it paused so that you can hear me. I'm talking for a second here. So let me do that really quick. White House reporter is the suckiest job ever. White House reporter is the new trash collector before plastic bags were even invented. Okay, well, let me know if you can hear this video. Well, actually, yeah. So could you hear those last videos? Now I got to do this. You know, I try to not do this on my streams because... Oh, no, you couldn't hear them. So you couldn't hear any of these? Great, great stuff. Great. I don't know why that is, but I guess that's the way it is. Could you hear this before? So you couldn't hear this either. You're kidding me, dude. This whole time you couldn't hear the video? Okay, so that did work. Okay, so that didn't... Wow. Unbelievable. So I'm gonna have to play these videos again, of course, obviously, as usual. Godheart Guardian in the house. I haven't seen him in a while, but him and or her, it's been so long I forgot. But I'm gonna have to play these videos again, so please forgive me. Let me figure this out. Bear with me. Minor technical issues. A little more than minor, but can you hear it now? Can you hear that now? Is that coming through now? Oh, let me screen share here, of course. Was that coming through or not? You guys got to help me out here. Help me with this newbieism. Let me do this really quick too. Yeah, let me know if you can hear that. Is that coming through? Can you hear that? Yes or no? 5x5, yay or nay? This is not what I was hoping would happen here in the beginning of the stream. Can you give me a 1 if you can hear that, please? Drop a 1 in the chat. Please and thank you. If you cannot hear it, drop a 2. Can you guys hear that in the chat? Not the video, but I can hear you. Okay, so what is going on here, man? Please forgive me. Speaker, maybe I have to do this here. Let me try this now. Okay, can you hear that? That test song, StreamYard test song? Or now can you hear the testing speaker song? Or how about now? Can you hear the... Can you hear any of those 3? The first one, the second one, or the third one? This is unbelievable, dude. Unbelievable. Fucking unbelievable, dude. Okay. This is unbelievable, bro. So I don't even know what's going on. Let me just try to stop the screen, reshare. Maybe even reload the browser. I'll be right back. Unbelievable. Oh, 2. You could hear the second one. Oh, shit. Wait. Okay, I don't need to reload then. Is it reloading? Good God. All right, so let me try that again. The second one you could hear. Okay, so then let me know now if you can hear the video then. I'm going to share it. Let's try this one more time. Last time. Hopefully. Can you hear that now? Now is it coming through? Yay or nay? One, if you can hear that, please and thank you. See, if I had, this is why you get two two monitors. This is why you get two monitors. God Our Guardian says, we are in the regime of the Empire of the Dead, a totalitarian death cult too lazy to transcend into eternal life, so they pull everyone down into an inverted parasitic circus of degeneracy. Interesting comment there, and I'd be hard-pressed to disagree there. So, yeah, I wish you guys could, like, do I have any executive moderators or whatever they call it, managing moderators that can give Godhard a wrench there in case he's got any good links? I remember he used to drop some good links, and that's a lot of the reason why I give everyone wrenches here. But as you can see here from this background, I decided to add, unlike this other thumbnail, the previous thumbnail, where I had some other stories I was going to cover, like the Hitler's Youth a short documentary. I'm not going to cover that tonight, but it is interesting. I could get to it later, but nor am I probably going to cover this in the middle right with the news story out of what was it, San Diego, with the active shooter reported at the Islamic Center. What was that, like a week ago, maybe? Of course, shortly before this other thing in the top left, that just happened the night before last. Allegedly happened, of course, right? But and then also this at the bottom right with the WEF brain hacking optics. We might get to that tonight, depending on how long I run. But the reason I changed it to this is because I wanted to kind of cover at some point this recent end of the Colbert Show after 33 years, or sorry, rather the Late Show with Stephen Colbert that was formerly with David Letterman, probably for 20 some odd years. I wouldn't be surprised if it was 22 years with Letterman and 11 years with Colbert, because they love their master numbers 11, 22, 33. Of course, the Late Show running for 33 years, it makes me think of Jimmy Kimmel, the other Late Show guy, right? Jimmy Kimmel, the guy with two M's in both his first and last name, like the Sideways 33, like how he's in the Masonic theater. That's where his show is. It's literally shot in a Masonic theater that, if I'm not mistaken, they may even call a Masonic museum for another double M33. But you can also see Mr. Tom Hanks there in the top right, which with a recent picture of him with the Wilson ball, bringing probably back up the conspiracy researchers into the whole, of course, frazzle drip, stuff that was coming out back then with the gate of the pizza. And yeah, this whole, the Ellen DeGeneres stuff, all that crap. The Hillary with Huma Abedin, the Anthony Weiner laptop, all that stuff. But you can also see Obama with Colbert, because on the same episode that Colbert had on Tom Hanks, he had on Obama. And then, of course, I should have added the picture of Obama with Obama with Tom Hanks, because again, Tom Hanks gave or got the I think it was the Congressional Medal of Honor from Obama at the same time that he was giving it to, if I remember correctly, Ellen DeGeneres, Bill Gates, right? Ellen DeGeneres. Who else? I think it's some random, Robert De Niro, I think, Meryl Streep. They're inconsequential in this regard or whatever, to an extent, but yeah, so probably all chumming it up together behind the scenes, after hours, so to speak, the Hanks and Colberts and Obamas of this world. Anyway, so yeah, and go figure that was episode here. Let me show you guys this. That was episode, if I remember correctly, 113 of that season, right? 113, that deception number again. Like how not dishonest, not honest, not true, and so many other things fraudulent, deceptive, and false. Equal, you know, all these words equal 113 in gematria. But anyway, so the Colbert Show is done, and you know, I did used to enjoy watching back in the day when it was the Colbert Report on Comedy Central. It would run, I think, right after the Daily Show with Jon Stewart, and Colbert just had on Jon Stewart just after he had all these other late night show guys, you know, Jimmy Fallon, John Oliver, Seth Meyers, and Jimmy Kimmel, of course. I'm pretty sure they're all still running. Well, I'm not sure about John Oliver, but I know all the other guys, I'm pretty sure, still all have their show. Of course, Colbert now being quote unquote canceled. Of course, that's the narrative they're going with, that he's canceled due to Trump stuff. Due to, you know, Trump. It's all Trump. Trump did it. Trump got him canceled, just like Trump was the one who got Jimmy Kimmel canceled for his remarks about whatever the fuck it was some months ago. It's all scripted, stage, world stage, theater, Masonic mockery nonsense. For, you know, some would say. I'm not saying that because that would be unsafe, and I don't want to be unsafe here. So, but let's get back to the info. I really want to just show these videos I had queued up, and so let me just get caught back up on the chat and then see if the video is working. Level Plane Productions in the house. Not sure why there's not a wrench there either. It's almost like I could swear you guys had wrenches, but maybe I'm thinking of maybe I'm thinking of Pineal Power Podcast. So my mistake potentially. This was before. So I forgot what 2 even was. I think I did change to that second audio setting, so hopefully it will work. How are you supposed to hear the video when the dude's lips aren't moving? Yeah, and for some reason too, you guys can't see me, right? Wait, let's see. Okay, that's weird. I thought I had my background so you could see me with the background. Mel Gibson and Colonel Chris Wyatt Wankett simultaneously while thinking each other at 2222 military time. Wow. It wouldn't be a Pineal production without the tech issues. It's a part of the bit non-bit at this point. Yeah, I mean, it's years ongoing at this point, right? I deserve it. Like you know, if somebody like Paul Enslaved or Illumitami or, you know, someone came to just rip into me right now, then, you know, well, not Illumitami because he has tech issues still to this day. So I got my number 1 built in, and yes, we heard it. All right. I'm not a managing moderator. I'm the worst moderator ever because I've blocked millions of jerks and won't see them. Wow. Yeah, I don't know if I have anyone blocked. I'm not the type, but never needed to mod God yet on any of Sean's channels. Yeah, that is good. Being blue comes in handy on YouTube because sometimes Big Brother hides me from all the chat if I'm still in business. Fox News and ESPN are talking about the different ET species now. It's ramping up. Yes, indeed. We'll cover that maybe on the next stream, or the one after. But yes, the 4 new races, right? The reptilians, which of course has been a long-standing mainstream thing. You know, David Icke and so many others. It's not even David. Not to give David Icke all the credit. I mean, it was before David Icke that, you know, David Icke repurposes mostly, for the most part, material that's all already out there, like everyone else, like Alex Jones. Like fucking, to be truthful, even, you know, even others that, you know, I do have respect for more so, like, you know, Bill Cooper, and everyone to some extent is repeating, you know, things that they have heard. The question is, are people doing their due diligence more so, like figures like Bill Cooper compared to, you know, jokes, more joke figures on the world stage, like the Alex Jones types. But Fox News and ESPN, yeah. Order of Maul to report to Jesuit archbishops. So yeah, it's all drunk and scripted. Timothy Dillon was the dictator for the last 17 months. Yeah, it would be less disorienting. Yeah, I don't know what's up with my. Well, I want to see if you can hear this though. More importantly, so let me try this again. Tell me if you can hear this now, please.
What is that?
Can you hear that now? Is it working now? Give me a 1 if that is working now, a 2 if it's not. Please and thank you, so that we can finally get into the presentation now that we're 30 minutes into the stream. Two, you can't fucking hear it. This is unbelievable. I'm reloading my browser. I'm reloading the browser. Okay, so I got a 1 and a 1. So you could hear it. Fuck you guys, man. You know what I mean? Fuck you. So it was working. So you're fucking with me. Let's get to it. We're over 30 minutes in. We're gonna get to the fucking presentation finally.
What is that? What is that? What is that? What is that?
All right, I'll stop.
What is that?
Today, but this obviously comes just a couple of weeks after a shooting at White House correspondents.
We also have breaking news out of Washington tonight where shots were reportedly fired outside the White House. Federal leaders say the Secret Service shot and killed one person and wounded a bystander after reports of gunfire at a Secret Service checkpoint outside the White House. They say a 21-year-old man pulled a revolver from a bag and fired as many as 30 shots around 6 o'clock Eastern time. CBS News crews were
Did he really now? 6 o'clock, of course.
there. Take a look.
President Trump promises the prices will go down, but his grip on Republican support on Capitol Hill is weakening.
Is weakening. He's like finishing what he's saying as he's...
Really scary situation that reporters locked down inside the White House briefing room as agents responded. Multiple Secret Service agents opened fire, hitting the suspect who later died at the hospital. President Trump was inside the White House at the time of the shooting, but the Secret Service says he was not impacted. The incident now under investigation.
Look at the White House this morning, where the Secret Service says a man was killed after opening fire on the agency's officer Saturday. No officers were hurt, but a bystander was also shot. Wendy Gillette reports.
An ambulance with its lights and siren on left the area where a man opened fire on Secret Service officers outside the White House Saturday evening, shocking those nearby.
It was scary. I didn't understand what happened.
This family was directed away from the White House just after the shooting.
Like I said before, when I thought the sound was working, they look just awfully traumatized,
Saturday
don't
evening,
they?
shocking those nearby.
It was scary.
They look very traumatized. It reminds me of all the so-called, supposed, alleged, false, what some would say were false flag, PSYOPs. Charlie Kirk. Do I need to start the list of the school bang bangs, the pew pews, and the Columbines, all that, on and on and on.
I didn't understand what happened.
This family was directed away from the White House just after the shooting.
Did you start? Please keep walking. Please keep walking.
The shooting was even more concerning for journalists who were reporting from the north lawn of the White House, including CBS News correspondent Aaron Navarro.
On Capitol Hill?
The Secret Service ordered everyone to rush inside the White House. A person familiar with the investigation tells CBS News the suspected shooter was identified as 21-year-old Nasir Best, and that last July he tried to gain entry into the White House and was arrested, then sent to a psychiatric hospital for mental health issues. Court records show he told Secret Service officers he was Jesus Christ and wanted to be arrested. In this incident, a Secret Service spokesman says the gunman approached a checkpoint around 6 p.m. Saturday, pulled a weapon from his bag, and started shooting. The officers returned fire, striking the suspect who died at a nearby hospital. A bystander was also hit by gunfire. The Secret Service says none of its officers were injured. President Trump was inside the White House during the shooting. On social media, he thanked the Secret Service and police for their swift actions.
And sources tell CBS News as many as 20 shots were fired. This was the third incident of gunfire near President Trump in the last month.
Massive events are happening.
One more time. How many? I just gotta, one more time.
Look at the White House this morning, where this was the third incident of gunfire near President Trump in the last month.
Third in the last month. So can somebody please fill me in on what the other one was between the White House Correspondents' Dinner and this one? There was a third one? I'm forgetting. So somebody, if somebody knows, please help me out.
Massive events are happening as always, as shots were just recently fired at the White House. So here we go yet again and again. It's all by design every single time. Every single time this stuff happens with Trump, it is all by design.
That President Trump has said a deal is close, only for the two sides to remain far apart.
So that was one video clip that you just watched of a reporter, getting to safety, ducking down, getting to safety, getting out of the way after hearing those gunshots. And honestly, the acting is very cringe. In my honest opinion, this is all yet another PSYOP, just like the White House Correspondents' Dinner, just like the thing that happened to him in Butler, PA, and the list goes on. These are all distractions. These are all PSYOPs. You are watching a movie. You are watching a WWE script. This is what you are watching constantly when it comes to anything surrounding politics and anything surrounding Donald Trump. It is all a show because the world is a stage.
Republican support on Capitol Hill is weakening.
Yeah, I'm aware of the shooting at the White House, the alleged shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. She said 3, though, so that would be 1 and 2. What was the third one? Is the one that is what I'm trying to figure out.
And that was another clip that you just watched, another angle of the gunshots that were fired. I mean, come on. Do you see how bad the acting is? And again, this is all by design. This is all a massive distraction. This is all more chaos because these people thrive on order out of chaos. And here even Kash Patel said, FBI is on the scene and supporting Secret Service responding to shots fired near White House grounds. It is plain as day what is happening here. It is plain as day that this is another distraction because these people love their distractions. These people love their chaos. And here's yet even another clip of these quote unquote shots. So again, it is PSYOP season. These people love their distractions. These people love their PSYOPs. Every single time. It never fails with these people. These people are puppets on the world stage, and they will stop at nothing to push certain agendas and certain things every single time. And again, this is no different. And I can only imagine what else is going to come out of this one. And it really seems to me as if all of these things are predicted programming for something major in the near future to come. Maybe something actually happening to Trump himself. Now, I'm not saying that's going to happen, but you have to admit, it really seems as if they continue to do these things as a way to condition people for what is to come.
We have you by phone. Can you break this down for us?
Well, Tommy, this is what always happens when we have something like this. I always start to check in on the security situation at the White House, but this is what happened around 6 o'clock this evening. I'm told that a gunman came up near the White House on the west side, what is described to me as Gate 17. This is kind of near 14th Street on the west side of the White House, and came up and brandished some sort of a pistol. We don't know what type of pistol it was, but he then fired toward the White House 3 times. And the United States Secret Service, they returned fire. We don't know how many shots that they got off, and they apparently took the gunman down. Now, sometime in this gunfire exchange, a civilian on the street was struck by this gunfire, and we do not know the condition of that person right now. But the important thing to know is that the gunman who came up with the pistol and was taken down by the Secret Service, and we don't know his condition right now, but he never got inside the perimeter of the White House. And this is according to a senior administration official with direct knowledge of what went down at the White House this afternoon. This was right around 6 o'clock Eastern time.
And it was a male suspect that had a pistol and fired at least 3 shots on the outer perimeter of the White House. And Secret Service took the suspect down. Trump is safe, and the gunman never got inside the White House perimeter. So there you have it. And of course, the number 3, we all know how they love certain numbers every single time. And of course, you know, the number 3, because they especially love the number 33. And look at this, 2.
Thank you for reminding me of what that was. Right. It was the ritual on May 4th, right? May the 4th be with you, as a lisper would say.
People were struck by gunfire outside the White House, a suspect and a possible bystander, and taken to the hospital. The suspect is in critical condition while the second person is in serious condition. And U.S. Secret Service agents were reportedly fired upon and returned fire near 17th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue. No agents were injured. So there you have it. There's more stuff coming out about this, but honestly, this is really another PSYOP. This is really another distraction. These people are going to stop at nothing with all of these massive distractions, with all of these massive PSYOPs.
White House press briefing room. That's obviously a good sign, right, Jeffrey?
That would be a good sign. That means that the initial threat that they believe is either incapacitated or no longer present or has been detained.
Yeah, so obviously we're still waiting to hear exactly what happened from White House officials. Obviously, our correspondent on the ground said he had heard what sounded like at least 30 gunshots. Again, not confirmed from any sort of official sourcing today whether or not it was actually gunfire. But we have Senator James Lankford weighing in, praying for the president's safety as he waits to hear more about what happened. Our News Nation national correspondent and White House correspondent Kelly Meyer just into our newsroom. FBI is on scene and supporting Secret Service, responding to shots fired near White House grounds. We will update the public as we're able to. So right there is our first official.
Well, we're starting to get what may be a richer picture here, but what we are told is this is a 21-year-old individual. He has been identified to law enforcement. He's not been identified by law enforcement, so we're not going to be putting that identification out. But he was walking on 17th Street, across the street. It appears he may have been crossing the street towards one of the security checkpoints when we are told, and again, this is all preliminary information, I want to underline that, we're told he reached into a bag, and we've seen a bag when we look at those crime scene photos, like a messenger bag. He reached into a bag, pulled out the gun, and opened fire in the direction of this security checkpoint staffed by Secret Service officers who responded immediately and returned fire. And that is what we are given as an update as to what they're putting together based on interviewing the people looking at the videos and so on. So that is a little more detail than we had before. And just the fact that.
Oh, sorry. So I was muted there. Yeah, what I was saying, my apologies. I wish I wasn't muted there, but was I could see, basically I could see that coming out next, right? That they're going to say that this guy, this Jesus bin Laden character, Osama bin Christ, was storming the grounds to take out the aliens, you know, in the White House. He had word that there were aliens in the White House. He was going to take them out. If not with this guy, that's what's going to happen with the next guy who does it when it happens, because I'm sure it'll happen. So we are all goy slop. That's an interesting view.
He has now been identified by law enforcement. They know who he is. He's apparently 21 years old.
Okay, yeah, and that is, you're right, a bit more detailed than we had obviously previously had. Okay, stand by. We will check.
Again, I'm not falling for any of this, and I know pretty much everyone else out there who watches my channel and other channels like mine, I know you are not either. It is definitely another staged event, in my honest opinion. What do you all think about this? Please like, comment, and share.
Welcome back.
So, yeah, too much tape and too much being shown as evidence in this clip. Flags and colors are interesting. So, yeah, this might be a little bit long. Let me see here. Yeah.
True Seeker. One of the top stories, make it the top story of Saturday, May 23rd, 2026, is a man who claimed to be the real Jesus Christ and also the real Osama bin Laden getting into a shootout with the Secret Service at the White House before being fatally killed. And reportedly last June, he blocked the White House entrance with a vehicle, which got him hospitalized in a psychiatric ward, and then he was released. Had another incident at the White House in July, trying to get into the White House, which caused him to be arrested. And now here we are, almost a year later, and this story happens. Now, what's really interesting is if you go back to my old blog, freetofindtruth.blogspot.com, I have probably at least 20 posts about how the media was foreshadowing a Donald Trump assassination story on May 23rd. And I was writing about this in 2016 and into 2017. They were giving all these clues for a Donald Trump assassination story on May 23rd. I'm scratching my head. I'm going, is this what this was all about a long time ago? If you haven't been following me, I mean, I've been talking about all the clues of Trump assassinations that come for over a decade. And, you know, the day RFK Jr. filed his paperwork to run for president back on April 5th, 2023, I said that day there were going to be assassination attempts on the campaign trail. We all know what happened to the Kennedy family. And again, the 2024 election was on the anniversary of the Jesuits trying to shoot King James. But yeah, let's start here with this story, the day it's happened, and the fact that the man claimed to be Jesus Christ. For longer than I've been talking about the Trump assassination thing, I've been talking about Jesus Christ rituals in 74. And today, May 23rd, 2026, is the date with 74 numerology. 5 plus 23 plus 20 plus 26 is 74 for 5, 23, 2026, the date, May 23rd, 2026. If you're new here, this practice code numbers and words. Super simple, 4-day ciphers. They're all based on the alphabetic order. You can read my books. I teach how to do this in my books for people who need an explanation of why the cabal does this, why our news is contrived this way every day, because understand it's such a ritual. All this stuff is contrived ritual, and they might use real people with psychotic problems and stories like this to instigate the headlines, but understand this is ritual. This did not happen today by accident. This is the work of our government, our news media, the cabal. But notice, Jesus Christ has the connection to 74. And in the most simple cipher, the ABC 1, 2, 3 cipher, the most simple cipher there is Jesus, Messiah, parables, gospel, cross. They're all 74. Okay, Jesus, the Messiah in Christianity, he speaks in parables, the story of Jesus, the gospel. Notice the word killing is also 74. A lot of killing in connection to this number. This man's killed today, reportedly trying to kill the president. Masonic is 7.
You see how they do this shit? How they do this to the videos? Like they do this all the fucking time, man. It's amazing. It's incredible. I don't have my headphones plugged in right now, so give me a second. Yeah, it's amazing how they do this shit. It's Satan's little PSYOPs season, indeed. Transhuman lizard, Thrump is trans. Yeah, who knows? It's amazing how they do this shit. It was working in the beginning, so there's a good information here too. But we covered most of it. So you know, shout out to Number Games for the thumbnail there. Jesus shoots at Secret Service. But so some other optics I was going to get into. Of course, is it going to let me play them, or are all the videos going to look like this? You know, thanks, Big Tech, Google, and YouTube. Appreciate it. But I was going to get into the Pentagon releasing more declassified, quote unquote, UFO files, including intelligence officers' accounts of orbs. Of course, the news of the Director of National Intelligence resigning. Dozens of men supposedly arrested in an Ohio human trafficking sting, along with an Orlando pastor busted in an undercover child sexting, supposedly. And I just realized I just had a bunch of buzzwords there that I should have tried not to say or said differently, but what are you going to do? We're already extremely shadow banned here. So McDonald's manager facing felony charges after doing this to customers' food. Basically, she shoves some fries in her mouth and spits them back out. Pretty great stuff. Anyone still eating McDonald's? Man, I would say I pray for you, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you're worth praying for. I'm just kidding. I pray for you. I don't really pray that much, but or maybe I do, just not in the conventional sense, conservative sense. So, Tales from the Crypt. I've been watching a lot of Tales from the Crypt. It's so throwback and nostalgic. I know it's kind of off topic, but man, it's very dark. Well, the intro and outro are way darker even than the show with this character here, but it's a pretty dark show though. Anyway, I'm off topic here. So let me see if
Welcome back, Truth Seeker.
Yeah, still not working. Still not working. I wanted to also kind of browse the IG for other news of this character, Nasir Best. Let's see if he's got an Instagram, actually, for that matter. Let's see if Nasir Best has got a, aka Risen Beast has a Instagram. It's not letting me search it. What is happening here? Interesting. It doesn't let you search it. I'll do Nasir Best. And then I'll just add the T in here. All right. So let me see if there's any. Oh, here we go. See, I want to watch this one because why are they hiding this one here? Go figure. It's got 11.3K views or likes. I got to see this one. What? This has nothing to do with it. What is this? Too bad. I'm trying to see if I recognize any of these channels, so I'm not just playing someone's random video, like, this chick here. Let me see. Oh, well, there's the one I just played, of course. Shout out to Ani once again. This looks low-key like an SNL skit. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. What is that? Like, what is that? Like, what? And you know what's funny is I think they said the official report, it was 3 shots. Does that sound like 3 shots to you guys? I mean, oh man. Here we go. Real or staged? Sounds like fireworks, right? What do we got coming up, folks? We got July 4th, the 250th anniversary of the country, right? 250th anniversary of the Illuminati was just on the 1st of May, of course, on Illuminati Day. But sounds like fireworks. I wonder if it was.
Fucking potato.
Wow. Sorry, I just realized I wasn't playing it all this time. Is that what's going on? This whole time I wasn't sharing the screen. Oh man. Was I not sharing the screen that whole fucking time? So what was I sharing? Good grief. Good grief. Let me try that again.
I'm sure you already heard what happened at the White House yesterday. Suspect Nasir Best, 21 years old, was trying his best to take out Trump at the White House, allegedly. Do you really expect me to believe that shit? There was plenty of media present at the White House that just so happened to be there.
Okay, so I was sharing it. So, all right, whatever. I'm having some weird tech issues tonight. So, is there another Lego rap track again? The White House in the background? She has the survival skill of a hot dog. So yeah, I kind of want to look into this guy a little further. Trying to think what the best here. Let me see if he has any let me see if he has any social media. There we go, Facebook. No picture. Oh, well, that is not him. That is a woman. Let's try to just search abroad. Let's go by people here. So it doesn't look like he's got a Facebook. It looks like Jesus bin Laden doesn't have a Facebook that I can see, but he's younger, so he would probably more likely have an Instagram, which is why I was trying to see if I could find an Instagram page of his. And let me try this here. How do you... You know what? Let me just... I'm going to scan ONiC's story and see if he posted any more about this story here.
Trump has said a deal.
All right, we already watched that.
Put lemon.
Was today years old.
The movie.
I am. Guys, and check this out right here. This is Macri Keeley's.
That's crazy. Oh, this is the stream coming up tomorrow night.
I am so blessed and I'm so honored to be the host of what will be the greatest collaboration of all time. You guys, year to date, world to date, whatever you want to call it. Look at this. We have Tommy Truthful, okay? We have Rambo, aka the Truth Codes. We got Decoding with Cody. We have Myron Davis, aka He Got Game. And he's going to be bringing his game on Monday. We got Golden Age Deception. He's going to be feeding off of Myron for sure. I mean that in a good way. Adam the Illusion, Know Thyself podcast. Shout out to you, Daniel. I can't wait to see you, brother. Donut's coming. Myself, Ani Asaru, the Spiritual Shade Room 1. You guys, I'm telling you, this is going to be the collab of all collabs.
So yeah, that's going to be pretty dope to watch. Here, I'm going to get out of Instagram really quick because, I mean, that story. Because it didn't look like he was covering it much more. But let me see if anyone commented here that there's another channel that I follow. No, not really. Oh, damn. What's going on here? There we go. Yeah, I don't recognize anybody here. But you know what I could do? I could go to mutuals here. I'm sure Maverick probably touched on it. Or maybe not. Maybe he didn't touch on it. I'm just gonna scan different mutuals and see if anyone else covered this, because I'm sure I'll find someone. Tommy Truthful, Truth Mafia. Let me see. Maybe it's this one that's hidden. Or wait, let me see. Oh no, this was Charlie Kirk nonsense. All right, so he didn't cover it. So next. I don't think Donut covered it. Let me see. I'm just trying to stay on topic, with this character, this Jesus bin Laden and Obama bin. I keep doing that. Obama bin Christ character. Oh, so Proud Mason here. Don and the G. All right, I'm out of this. Try this again. One more attempt. Oh, like Golden Age Deception probably would have posted about this. Let me see. Where's he at? Where's he at? Let's see what Golden Age is talking about. No, maybe not. Just sports and all right, never mind. I'll try like this. Maybe coincidence? Yo-Y did. Nope, fucking sports, man. The fucking sports gambling, man, is just it's not my thing, man. You know, I'm not into it. Then again, I get it. You know, money. I get it. I get it. I'm kind of just scanning now to see, kind of wasting time here, killing time. So my apologies that I didn't have it prepared, but I kind of did that last video that got disrupted there by YouTube, seemingly. Maybe Rabbit Season said something. Oh, of course, this one's blocked. I mean, does this happen to you guys? Like, you try to watch something and you get this? You get this. What is this, man? Fucking ridiculous. All right. You know what? You know what? Let me see what we got over here. Shout out to Skydome Atlantis, Demon Hunter. Let me see if he... Nope. I had a whole list, a whole bunch of stuff queued up, but this was kind of for a different time. But considering it's in the thumbnail, I guess I could play some of these, you know, because let me see, we're already like almost an hour in. So let me remind myself what we have here to present. So yeah, the Tom Hanks stuff, the end of the Late Show after 33 years, Colbert having Obama and Tom Hanks on the same episode, which was episode 113 of that season. Of course, 113, that deception code. At the bottom right, I also, you got your WEF, brain hacking optics. Bottom left, Mr. Decoding with Cody had a great stream connecting the end of the last episode of The Boys on Amazon Prime, I'm pretty sure, which I haven't watched any of. I've seen the trailers for the show, and I've seen Shaking My Head Productions include in some of his videos. So I'm fairly aware of what the show's about and whatnot, and the characters and stuff, and some of the background and the symbolism, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, so this Homelander character, clearly in alluding to the Department of Homeland Security. Keep in mind that the Department of Homeland Security came about after Blind 11, and arguably because of Blind 11. So this Homelander character clearly in alluding also to him being Trump. So many things to look into there with that show. It just ending days ago. I think it was on 5/20. Here we are on 5/25. Here on the East Coast, at least. But without further ado, we're going to get into that because I pretty much covered this Jesus bin Laden character, this Osama bin Christ character. We'll watch one more video about this, and that
again. I'm about to play the video, but another gunman opened fires at Secret Service agents.
Allegedly. Oh, that's funny. Someone dropped the Marilyn Monroe comment, which is reminding me that Marilyn Monroe's 100th anniversary of her birth, her 100th birthday, I'm pretty sure is what it is coming up here in a few days. So maybe we'll do a stream on that. All the MK Ultra, you know, sex kitten monarch programming optics, you know, surrounded around her and her whole life story. And I'm not sharing the screen like a newbie again, of course. I'm trying to catch up with the chat, reading some of y'all's comments as well. The first and only time I ever responded to a YouTube comment when I was first. Okay. What year was the White House built? I forget. Capitol Dome. LOL. So it is a total of 33 shots fired. Yeah, probably 5x5. Yeah, JT follows JC's got some interesting content. Yeah, he might have posted on it. Good point, sir. Let me try that. think I'm following him. Yeah. I guess not. I guess he didn't post on it. But he has another channel. Try his other channel. I should have already had it queued up. So that's on me. That's on me. I get it. It looks like he hasn't covered it either. It's all good. For some reason, I'm like kind of blanking on other people that I could look at. Again, Decoding with Cody had a great video on YouTube about it. It is kind of long format though, so I wasn't going to get into that too much. However, I will go to his. Didn't I already have it up? I think I already have it up. Let me see here. Yeah, his stream today. The homeland is not secure. White House, Trump, and more. He touched on a lot of great points, and you know what? I might as well scan the comments because I'm sure there's a lot here in regards to this ritual. So of course, people having other comments, but something about home. I've seen some good comments, I think, from this guy. Something about home, homeland, Home Alone, Anaheim. I'm not sure what the connection is. Maybe Home Alone was shot in Anaheim? I'm not sure. Trump stays home instead of attending son's wedding. Casablanca, U of Penn. Okay, yeah, no. Never mind. I'm not following this comment here. So ex-Secretary of Homeland Security Janet Napolitano was Jesuit educated at Santa Clara. Ex-CIA Director and Secretary of Defense Leon Panetta, Jesuit educated at Santa Clara. Gavin Newsom, Jesuit educated at Santa Clara, mentioned he might run for president 2029. I heard about that. Go figure, right? The guy who probably was what the movie American Psycho was based off of, because you see how the similarities there. It's uncanny. But Trump the Jesuit expected to leave 2029, which is the 100-year anniversary of Great Depression. In 2013, Janet Napolitano said the next cyber attack isn't a matter of if, but when. That is true. That is a very true statement. She did say that. What you going to do when the grid goes down, folks? V stands for victory, or Vini Vidi Vici. We came, we saw, we conquered. Hence victorious. Twin Towers. Yeah, okay. I'm going to skip a little bit here. So this upcoming, decoding our reality. All right, so let's see. So this upcoming October 25th will be 287 months, or the 225th composite after the founding date of Homeland Security. It's also the 51st birthday of the actor who played Homelander. The lady before on, or sorry, the day before on October 24th is the date I've written down for a possible date of Trump getting taken out. Okay. All right. I think if there's nothing more, well, I could play a part of his stream that was very interesting in particular. If I could find it, I have to kind of skim through it before we move on to some other optics. But the Oklahoma City bombing occurred 225 days after Kristi Noem's birthday, who Mullen replaced. Yeah, so there was a theme of this 225 code in the stream that seemed to repeat. And as this person's bringing up some interesting optics with the OKC bombing, having some 225 connections, also connecting to Kristi Noem, who of course just left supposedly the Department of Homeland Security right after this Homelander PSYOP, which of course, like we just brought up, was connected to the End of the Boys, main character named Homelander. So who is... Oh, right. Mullen replaced Kristi Noem. So there's some connections here with the 21233 code. Interesting. Anyway, I'm getting into the numbers here, so forgive me if I'm losing some of y'all. So Jurassic points out that Crow is like Crown. I'm not sure how that correlates to You got some. Never mind. I'm not even going to go there. So from the new moon in Taurus on May 17th that just passed to June 11th is 25 days. Taurus, the bull, is associated with Iyar, or the second month on the Hebrew calendar. That would mean June 11th is the second month and the 25th day. Interesting. So correlating with that, 9/11 code, 11/6, 6/11, 9/11, 116, 119, 911, on and on and on. I kind of just repeated myself there a couple times, but let me see if I can skim through this a little bit to some of the points he hit on that were really good. So Homelander, real name John, right? Like Donald John Trump, right? Is the central antagonist of Amazon Prime satirical superhero series The Boys, masterfully portrayed by New Zealand actor Anthony Starr. He's a dark, psychopathic subversion of classic archetypes like Superman and Captain America. While the public views him as a wholesome, patriotic, and God-fearing protector, he's actually a deeply unstable narcissist with a severe God complex, raised in a cold-vout international laboratory without a real family. And there's some connections here with the new Department of Homeland Security head of Department of Homeland Security, rather, this Mark Wayne Mullen guy. I've never heard the name Mark Wayne altogether like that. Interesting. Kind of reminds me of Mark Wayne, right? Or John Wayne, rather. Anyway, let me see what he's talking about here.
So the symbolism of the actor who plays the Homelander is Star. His name is Star, okay? Stars and Stripes. But the Dog Star Sirius is very intricately woven into America's history. All right? And I just want you guys to see how Homelander equals 95 and 49 like Sirius. 90 in the show. The Homelander.
I'm just going to kind of skim through this a little bit to try to get through the good points.
Security is begging for his life, and he's about to get mauled by a crowbar. And this is interesting because Corona, crowbar is very symbolic, I believe.
So United States Department of Homeland Security equals 225, just to add to that 225 code. As you can see, he's bringing up some date numerology significance and connections to the 225 code in relation to Homelander and this show, rather, The Boys, and its series finale just airing on May 20th, 5 days ago. And the DHS operations and the news, of course, of Kristi Noem leaving and replaced with this Mark Wayne Mullen guy, et cetera, et cetera. So.
But he's getting mauled in front of a picture of Abraham Lincoln, okay? And he's in the White House, and he's going to get mauled on a desk, on the White House desk, in front of the Stars and Stripes. So this is so symbolic. But let's just look at how undeniably crazy the numbers are here, okay? So this last episode, in 25, this is the whole reason. A few days ago. This is the day, leaving 225 days in the year. And I want you guys to just understand, the reason they chose this day as the last episode is all because of the number 225. This is the whole reason, okay? 225. Days 2003. If you go,
damn it, my bad.
Full title of the Department of Homeland Security equal the United States Department of Homeland Security sums to 225. But look at this. The DHS began operations on March 1st, 2003. If you go from the anniversary of the beginning of operations of the DHS, the last episode of The Boys, where Homelander gets killed, it aired 2 months, 2 weeks, and 5 days after the beginning of the operations of the DHS. Wow. So not only did it air on the 225 days in the year, it aired 2 months, 2 weeks, and 5 days after the DHS began operations. And look at how, I want you guys to calculate the odds of this.
So since we're watching one of Cody's videos and Fire Drake brought up the bees, I wanted to point out, Cody, I think also covered the interesting timing, of course, of Muse's new song Hexagons on World Bee Day the other day. Of course, World Bee, you think of the honeycomb, the hexagon. Muse is a very symbolically in tune band. And of course, their record label, I'm sure, plays a very big part in the symbolism and the music video, optics and production that goes into their stuff. I guarantee that they're not the sole benefactor, the sole contributor to their material and their content, of course, their music videos, etc., and their album art, on and on. But so yeah, some weird connections there with the World Bee Day, hexagons coming out by Muse, and some hive mind optics with Beyonce and being Queen Bee, right, and some other stuff with what seems to be organic, in my opinion. But we'll get into that later, maybe.
Look at how old the actor Anthony Starr, who played Homelander, look at how old he was on the last episode when he gets killed. 50 years, 6 months, and 25 days old. If you take that as a number, 50,625, it's the 225th square number. Guys, can I get some mind blowns in the chat? This is undeniable. The number I told you that this is all scripted around, based off of the gematria of the Department of Homeland Security, equals 225. 2 months, 2 weeks, and 5 days after the anniversary of its operations. On the
Indeed, Lex. Indeed.
day leaving 225 days in the year. And the actor was 50 years, 6 months and 25 days. That's that number, 50,625, is 225 times 225. Think about the improbable odds of that. And the next slide I'm about ready to show you, I found, okay, so let me just lay out how I found this myself. I discovered all this together, guys, and I made a slide out of it, okay? But I didn't know, what I'm about ready to show you on the next slide, I had no idea about this when I made this slide here. And just wait till I show you how old this guy was on the beginning of the operation of the Department of Homeland Security. Just wait until you see it. But I want you guys to just remember, it's all about the 225. Are you guys ready? Here we go. Yeah, please hit the like button, guys. This is undeniable information. This is undeniable information. We're not making extreme, we're not grasping for straws here. We're making a connection that's clearly there. Homeland Security, Homelander. We're just taking the day of the year, the episode released, 225 days in the year, okay? And the actor was 225 square old. But look how old he was on the day the department began, the Homeland Security began operations. And again, I did not know this when I made this slide here. On the day that the Department of Homeland Security began operations, March 1st, 2003, the actor Anthony Starr, who plays Homelander, was exactly 1,427 weeks old. Guys, that is the 225th prime number. Are you coding? Guys, this is how you know it's undeniable. I found all of this in this slide first. And then I thought, hey, let me check how old Anthony Starr was on the day they began operations. And Mark Wayne Mullen is the new recent Secretary of Homeland Security. Look at his birthday, guys. This show premiered on July 26, 2019, many years before Mark Wayne Mullen would take over as the Secretary of Homeland Security agency.
So here's here's the scene of Homelander supposedly dying in the series finale. And if he's based on Trump and here he is dying, I mean, are we looking at, I mean, I definitely can see Trump being the next, JFK, Lincoln, PSYOP. So yeah, I definitely can see it coming, man. It would and will be very interesting to see. So
okay,
likely.
It's not hard. It's not rocket science. It's simple. And the fact that it was exactly 27 weeks and no extra days, right? This show security. But is it just a coincidence that the show about Homelander debuted on 7/26/2019, which is the birthday of the new and current Secretary of Homeland Security? Is that a coincidence?
I surmise that it's not.
We don't even need any date durations. It was his 42nd birthday. This show premiered of the year. The current director, or the current head of the Homeland, was 298 lunar phases on September 11th. And from his birthday, and the very first.
So, the dark occult and the occult in general, not just the dark occult, know that the importance of the moon and astrology in general is paramount to all these world events. So keep that in mind with 9/11 and these connections here.
Episode of The Boys to the last episode was 298 days.
And again, Homeland Security, of course, kept coming about after and because of 9/11, right? So keep that in mind.
I'm telling you guys, something big is eventually going to come. I don't know when.
You know what? Something big is always coming. It's always happening all the time. Rituals and revelation all the time.
Yale University, where Skull and Bones 322 is, Yale University equals 205.
Like the Boys series finale, 20/5.
Like Knights Templar, which connects with the Skull and Bones. But you see that, guys? The Homelander was 322 days after his birthday on 9/11. The Homeland was created because of 9/11. That's a symbolic for that, but yeah.
So there you go. Just confirming what I'm saying there. Some Obama optics.
You guys see it there? It says all about, and then it says V. Let me find a more clear picture here. Guys, this is so big. The Department of Homeland Security was consolidated with 22 agencies. In the show, Vought American Consolidated is the bad guy that creates the V serum. They're literally telling you. Now, let me show you how big the V is here, okay?
Not to be associated in this instance, I don't think, with the show The V, or V rather, it's just V. But that also maybe tie in because that is also about alien invasion optics, and stuff. So all these agendas kind of clashing together at this time, this PSYOPocalypse 2026 event. So yeah, World Cup coming up on June 11th, that big date that Jurassic always tells everyone to look out for, especially if you're in Washington State. Get out of Washington State on 6/11 or, the days leading up to, because it's going to get hit by, he's been saying this for years, and it may come to pass one day, time will tell. If it never does come to pass, at least in our lifetimes, then it's not to say it never will, but could argue that in a way that was wasted energy that could have been put elsewhere, which is why I don't like to, harp on one topic all the time. I kind of try to delve into all the events that are unfolding on the world stage, but at the same time, I realize the realistic probability, I won't even say possibility, but probability and obvious seeming reality that they're scripting, these conspiracy-laden PSYOPs all the time to distract. And it's sometimes I just don't stream for weeks at a time sometimes because I just see all this stuff as distraction, and I try my best to not get sucked into it, but it's kind of hard not to when you're on these synthetic grounds that they've paved for us, these 4x4 wall houses that they've put us into, that all seem to be shaped like boxes, right? Some of them have pyramid roofs, but some of them, many of them are just squares. Luckily, I got the pyramid roof here, but still a square home. Anyway, let's continue. So you can see that 116, 611, 911, 119 code playing out here with the connection to the World Cup, to the boys, Department of Homeland Security. Let's continue.
And remember, the Department of Homeland Security was consolidated by merging 22 separate agencies. This is so big, guys. So big. And remember, Obama with the V's, like the VIRUS, right? Like the VACCINE. Lots of words with V's that aren't so good. But VOT in international was also, again, it was a merging. It was a consolidation, okay? V for Vendetta, someone says in the chat. Yeah, it probably connects to V for Vendetta as well. Maggie McCombs says Sam's Gotta Go was published on 10/10/2023, 2 years and 225 days before yesterday. Wow. So we got another 225 lining up with yesterday, which was 225. But guys, remember, we started out this whole decode talking about the number 225. How does the letter V, can anyone in the chat, how the letter V, tell me how the letter V connects to the number 225. Let's see if anyone has their thinking cap on today. How does the letter V connect to the number 225? I'll wait for a little bit and just take a pause. Could be. Connects to the number 225. Remember, 225 is the number that's coded all over Homelander. The actor who played Homelander was 225 square old on the day leaving 225 days in the year on the last episode, which was also 2 months, 2 weeks, and 5 days after the DHS anniversary. And the United States Department of Homeland Security equals 225. Exactly. You guys got it. The letter V is 225, guys. You guys see how perfect this is? The letter V is 22 letter of the alphabet. And when you run the alphabet in reverse, it's the 5th letter of the alphabet. And it's also the 5th Roman numeral. V is the 5 Roman numeral. So in reality, the number 225 is about the V. So everything they did with the 225 and the Homeland Security all went back to the V, which is all about what this whole show is about, the V. The V.
Well, see, that's perfect, right? Because as I brought up, the show V, there you go, equals 225. And the show is all about, this alien invasion coming, which is probably, seems to be coming any day, any week, any month now. 2026, it seems like 27 maybe. And you got this guy on the news with what seems like a mask, and it seems like they're trying to push this like in your face because they're trying to make it obvious, right? So they're trying to get people to say like, oh, or think that, these people maybe, I even kind of had the thought, like what if this dude, they're just putting these, they live, right? Like Rocky was pointing out, they live, right? Just like in the movie, like you got these literal, these people wearing skin masks, wearing skin suits, these fucking reptiles and mantids or whatever the hell's going on. So yeah, Blue Beam PSYOP coming, I would say any day, any week, any month, this year, next year. It seems like it's coming soon.
Okay.
Because they're really ramping it up, this whole alien shit. And again, they've been riding it for years now. The Miami Mall aliens, what was that, a couple years ago already? Let's continue though.
It's crazy too, right? That not only is V the 5th Roman numeral, that when you run the alphabet in reverse, it's the 5th letter. Okay. So it's like a double conclusion there. So yeah, that's we're not even done because I just told you this all seems to kind of be connecting to June 11th and all the people from all over the world coming with all their viruses into the United States. Guys, the invasion of the V, the invasion of the viruses, the Ebola stuff that's breaking out, the hantavirus that's breaking out, and now all this travel is going to happen, and all these people are going to come to the United States on June 11th. But look at this. This blows my mind what I'm about to show you next. So remember, the whole Homeland Security thing was created because of 9/11. On 6/11/2026, the 9/11 incident will be 24 years, 9 months, and 0 days old.
And go figure, we're 1 hour and 19 minutes into the stream. So how about that shit?
Guys.
For the organic side.
The entire show of The Boys lasted 2490 days. Are you guys seeing this? What are the odds of that? The whole show lasted 2490 days exactly. And on June 11th, when all these people are going to come invade the homeland, it's going to be 24 years, 9 months, and 0 days after 9/11, which was the reason that the Department of Homeland Security was created in the first place. So that is very interesting, okay? And again, shout out to Jurassic, who's always looked at June 11th. And indeed, June 11th is a very important day on the calendar. Indeed. What do you guys think about that? The 2490? Is that not, of all numbers?
All right, I got to feed my cat, so I'm going to let this play out a little bit. I'm not going to skip through for a little bit here.
It's just, for me,
I'll be right
that's
back.
pretty mind-blowing. That's almost as mind-blowing as the 225s, in my opinion. But yeah, and it's going to we got a few more slides left here. Look at how old Donald Trump was on the release of the last episode, which I just connected, right? He was 29,196 days. Look how old the president during 9/11 will be on the World Cup starting. 29,196 days. A difference of 22 days. The V. Do you guys get it? The V is the 22nd letter. The two presidents are born 22 days apart. That means Bush will be the same age Trump was on the boys on the World Cup. Are you kidding me? Again, if let's just go back to the calculator. We take George W. Bush's Trump's birthday, and we take George W. Bush. You'll see it's 22 days apart, guys. So why do you think it's all about the V, the 22? Yeah, visa. You need a visa to go into countries, right? That's interesting. So I mean, there's 22 Hebrew letters. Yeah, exactly. That's a good one. 22 spaces on the tree of life. That's a huge number in Kabbalah. 22. And it's a master number, right? It's a master number 22. 22 chapters in Revelation. Yeah, shout out to West Skeptical in the chat. 22 chapters in Revelation. Wow, crazy, man. 22 chapters in Revelation. 22 Hebrew letters. It's all about V. That's what Obama was hinting at. You see, Obama in the classroom. It's all about V. And again, the V is the 2, 2, and the 5, which is the big number here. And let's not forget, our vice president, to go with the skull and bones and the Yale stuff, our vice president was a graduate of Yale, okay, which equals 205, okay? And again, Homelander actor was 322 days after his birthday for 9/11. One more slide, just brings it all together. Look at this. So skull and bones president, George W. Bush, number 322. Anthony Starr, who plays Homelander, was 322 days after his birthday on 9/11 during the presidency of George W. Bush. Look at the gematria of the real name of Homelander, Anthony Starr. Anthony Starr equals 982, like President Donald Trump, and like skull and bones ritual. I mean, what? Again, in a cipher that's very hard to get matches, the guy who plays Homelander, who gets killed on the White House desk, equals President Donald Trump. Equals skull and bones ritual, and he was 322 days after his birthday on 9/11 during George W. Bush. I mean, this is profound, really. And when you're messing around with that Jewish Latin cipher, it's not a joke, man. So who's Homelander? I mean, Donald Trump is being used to connect to Homelander, of course. But Donald Trump is often compared with Mr. Mustache Man. And let me show you how this sick joke goes back to the N-words, who were led by Mr. Mustache Man. Cody Rhodes. Why have I been talking about Cody Rhodes? Let me just hit on this really fast. Cody Rhodes is Homelander. Look, people call him Homelander. Look at this. Cody Rhodes in the WWE is compared to Homelander. All these people want Cody Rhodes to turn into Homelander, all these WWE fans. And here I've been talking about Cody Rhodes, my last 3 decodes. And just look, guys. See the resemblance? The blonde hair, the suit that he wears, the cape. And Cody Rhodes is Donald Trump. Remember how Cody Rhodes got an ear wound in the ring, just like Donald Trump? So yeah, that's a good point to mention that Cody Rhodes is Homelander, okay? Again, not that I'm saying it, it's the WWE fans that say it. It's not, look at all the articles about it. Cody Rhodes addresses comparisons to Homelander. You see? This is a real connect. It's not just me pulling something out of my butt here. Cody Rhodes is about ready to face a German Austrian on the last day of this month, right? In Italy. Now, remember, I told you I was going to show, remember, Trump comes from a German family. Now, I'm going to make an assumption here, and I'm going to say, yeah, Cody Rhodes' father died on June 11th, the American dream. I don't know why I forgot that. Cody Rhodes' dad died on June 11th, guys. I just made the connect to June 11th. Right? I just made that connect. Cody Rhodes' father, the American dream, died on that day. And, but is there something you guys can remember in history with Mr. Mustache Man and the blonde hair and the blue eyes? Blonde hair, blue eyes, right? Remind you of Mr. Mustache Man. You guys are mentioning 214. What's up with the 214? Oh, 214 is Valentine's Day, yeah. That's the next Super Bowl next year. Okay, so let me show you how this is kind of sickly connected to Mr. Mustache Man. And I'm calling him Mr. Mustache Man because I don't want to use his name. But I decided, because I know German, and I'm in the process of learning German, I'm not great yet, but I know enough German to know that the word for Heimat is homeland. But let me just go to the translator, and I'll show you guys what I mean. English to German. But actually, before I make that, let's go to the actual story. Let's go to the actual story in the show. Based on the earlier discussion, the boy's compound V is a fictional chemical serum that serves as the source of the superhuman abilities in the universe. It was invented by the N-word geneticist Frederick Volt. Guys, in the show, it even connects back to Mr. Mustache Man and his regime. So this is, again, not pulling anything out of thin air here. Okay? The show literally tells you about this theme. Literally tells you the theme, okay? Now, I went, and I already knew what this translated to, but I'm going to show you what the word Homelander equals in German. Look at this. It always goes back to German, guys. I'm telling you, there's a hidden code in German. And I've already proven this before, but I'm going to prove it again. Look at the translation of Homelander in German. It's Heimatlander. Heimatlander, okay? We're going to take this over to the calculator, and we're going to type it in. And look, you guys were just talking about 214. I didn't even realize that. But Heimatlander equals 56 and 110 and 10 and 303. And pay attention to these 3 ciphers, guys. 110, 56, and 303. Okay? 110, 56,303. Look at this. Look at that, guys. Look at what Heimatlander in German equals in 3 ciphers. You guys see that? The Heimatlander is talking about the homeland of Germany. Germany is the homeland of Donald Trump. I'm telling you, it all goes back to Germany, folks, or the Roman influence on Germany too. Like, it doesn't all go back to Germany, but there's a huge code always connecting the Germans with this, okay? Heimatlander equals Mr. Mustache Man in 3 ciphers, including in Latin. This is improbable, okay? It also equals president. And look, but remember, it tells you in the show it connects to the M's and Mustache Man, okay? Now look at this. How old was Donald Trump when Homelander was born? Heimatland, which equals Mustache Man, right? How old was Trump on the day that Anthony Starr, Homelander, was born? He was 29 years, like Trump equals 29, and 133 days old. Guys, look. Homelander was born 133 days after Trump. Government 133, President 133, White House 133, and the all-important one, what else equals 133? Look at that, guys. You guys see it? You guys see it. The homeland equals 133. Homelander was born 133 days after Trump, who's the president, which equals 133. He dies in the White House, which equals 133. It's part of the government, which equals 133. And the homeland, this word, equals 133. Skeptical says Trump equals 133 in alphanumeric. Wow, okay. Crazy. Now, Shakira, let me just show you how this is also interesting. Shakira just released a World Cup song called Die Die. Yeah, guys, the song is literally pronounced Die Die. And the video shows her on top of a Nike statue. You guys see Shakira on top of the Nike statue? And man, this woman never ages, does she? Seriously, like she hasn't aged. It looks like she hasn't aged a bit, man. They must be giving her some sort of serum. But yeah, she's on a Nike statue in the decode. That statue is called the El Angel. Guys, it's called the El Angel. So let me just bring it up. The El Angel statue in Mexico. It's called the Angel of Independence, but it's also called the El Angel. And this reminds me of all the L stuff. Elvis, we talked about June 11th and Elvis, like what Jurassic has always talked about. And yeah, the L. So yeah, I mean, definitely something going on with that. And the song is called Die Die, which that's how you pronounce it. That's not, it doesn't mean to die in Spanish, but it does equal 28 in multiple ciphers. But I'm not going to get into that. Maybe I'll have to do a different decode focusing on that. Oh, I forgot. Hantavirus equals 133. Wow. Yeah. I mean, like I said, guys, the invasion of all the people coming in on June 11th for the World Cup. I just wonder if they're not going to try something again, man. Thank you, Coffee Girl. Appreciate you plugging the channel. William's video was about L. William. What, you talking about William Sullivan, your friend? Oh, you're talking about that video that you were talking about with the Homeland Insecurity. Wow, that's crazy. That was 2 years ago. Oh. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's weird, man. Yeah, I get what you mean now, Dr. Savage. Cody, the ship that had the MV Hondius landed in Netherlands just today. Just landed in Netherlands today. Yeah, the United States is about to turn 250 years old, which kind of goes with all the two. It's kind of like the date of the last episode of The Boys. It was on 20/5. It's the same digits. I mean, it's interesting. But yeah, just making this connection again. Another perfect connection. Now remember, in the Bible, Revelation 13:3, like 133 is the beast. Right? If we go to the Bible and we go to Revelation 13:3, it's all about the head wound. And I saw as one of the heads, as it were, wounded to death, and his deadly wound was healed, and all the world wondered. Guys, in the show, Homelander gets a head wound. You guys get it? He's born 133 days after Trump, the president, which equals 133. And in Revelation 13:3, the beast gets the head wound. And in the show, Homelander gets the head wound. Okay? So he's born 133 days after Trump. Also, what was I going to say now? Now I just lost my train of thought. Yeah, but we talked about Vought Industries, connection with the Mustache Man. We talked about all that, so we can close that. Let me go to my notes. I have a few other things I want to touch on here, and then we'll start wrapping it up. Okay, so The Boys ended 23 years and 80 days after the DHS began operation. Okay, so let's just take a look at that. DHS began operation to the end of The Boys was 23 years and 80 days. So 2380 is the 40th prime number or pentagonal number. Guys, the Pentagon, The Boys ended 40 pentagonal number after the Homeland Security was started. Why is that important? Because how many episodes did The Boys have? What was that episode? That episode was the number 40th episode. So the 40th episode of the show was the last episode, and from the Homeland Security being started to the 40th episode was the 40th pentagonal number, okay? And in gematria, 40 is the gematria of USA, emergency. Remember the guy who kills Homelander is Butcher. The guy who becomes president in the show, the actor, his name is Jim Beaver, which also equals 40. But let's just focus on these things, because there's something big here. This is a perfect segue. As I was doing this video last night about the incident in Homelander in the White House, there was a news story about another attack at the White House yesterday. Are you kidding me? But look at the guy's name. And I want to give a shout out to somebody in one of my comments. Guys, do you guys know what the anagram of the new shooter at the White House was yesterday? Can any of you guys, let's put your thinking caps on. What is the anagram of Nazir Best? Actually, I already gave it away. The anagram of Nazir Best, the shooter at the White House yesterday, is Risen Beast. Look at this. The anagram of Nazir Best, the shooter, is Risen Beast. So shout out to whoever that was in my comments. I can't remember who it was now, and I'm sorry I didn't get your name. But he told me that the anagram of the shooter is Risen Beast. Are you kidding me? And he said he was Jesus, guys. This shooter said he was Jesus. Look, Nazir Best claimed he was Jesus Christ. And he claimed he was Osama as well. So he claimed he was Osama and Jesus Christ. And then his name equals Risen Beast. Siren Beast, yeah. But look how it equals Jesus Bride. So the phrase Risen Beast also equals Jesus Bride. That's interesting. It also equals Catholicism. I mean, Risen Beast equals Catholicism, okay? If you spell it right. I always struggle with that word. But you see how Catholicism equals 112 and 68? Like Risen Beast? So yeah, I mean, it does go back to the Catholic Church again. Catholicism 112 and 68. Risen Beast 112, 68. Nazir Best 112, 68. Yeah, like I said, I just wanted to cover this story since it was just new in the... He said he was Jesus Christ. His name is an anagram of Risen Beast. He also said he was Osama. I mean, what a ritual, man. This happened on May 23rd. It would have been even more perfect if it happened on 5/22. It happened on May 23rd, which is the 143rd day of the year. I've been talking a lot about 143 recently. Anyway, what else? Oh, back to my notes. We got a few more notes. Oh, just a quick Elvis connection for Jurassic. And again, thanks for Jurassic for all his incredible research on June 11th and Elvis. Elvis was 24890 days on the beginning of the Department of Homeland Security, and the boys ended 24 years, 8 months, and 9 days after 9/11. I mean, that's really interesting. And let's not forget that Elvis also equals 22. So Elvis has that 22, like water. We talked about this 22. But yeah, Elvis was 24890 days on the Department of Homeland Security start, and the boys ended 24 years, 8 months, and 9 days after 9/11. I mean, that's pretty interesting. That's the same number, man. Also, I talked about serious and emergency. Again, let's just talk about the emergency aspect. Are they going to pull another false? Actually, let's use a cipher that I don't really like to use because people probably will say I'm just using all kinds of ciphers. But let's just use, this is the modern K cipher. Now, this is a cipher that Rambo brought to my attention. It's designed to make the G the 33rd letter, okay? The G, like the Freemason G, is the 33rd letter. Starts with the number 27, goes to 13, and then counts up again, okay? Anyway, this is called the K cipher. The key cipher comes from the old Rosicrucian Francis Bacon, okay? But emergency in this cipher equals 225. Huh. But look what else equals 225. Homelander. So that big 225 that we started the decode talking about, in this cipher, Homelander equals emergency. And again, that's not even in the same cipher. Homelander equals emergency in multiple ciphers. You guys see that? Oh, look at that. Shakira, Die. Her song equals 95, like Homelander. Interesting. The statue that she's on in the video is the Angel of Independence, which equals 95, like President Donald Trump. And of course, the 50 is important because there's 50 states and emergency equals 50. Yeah, I won't get any more into that, but these are not solid connections. These are just kind of brainstorming, but definitely interesting, okay? And, okay, so the current director or secretary of the Homeland Security was born 1 year, 275 days. That's Mark Mullen. If you go from his birth to the birth of Homelander and Anthony Starr, it's 1275. 1275 is the 50th triangular number. So Homelander born the 50th triangular number days after the current head of the Homeland Security, right? And again, Homelander equals 50, like emergency. Okay, so another interesting connection. And this is also Jesus Christ, guys. Jesus Christ in Latin equals 1275. So that's also interesting because we just had a shooter who said he was Jesus Christ. Also, the span of days between Mark Wayne Mullen and Anthony Starr is 641. This is the destroyer number. This is Apollyon. Okay, how many times have we talked about this? Raise your hand in the chat if you guys remember how many times we talked about Apollyon and the number 641 in the last month. But you're telling me that between the current head, between Mark Wayne Mullen and Anthony Starr, Homelander, is Apollyon. 641 days. Right? And why is that Apollyon? Because that's Apollyon's number. Apollyon is 641. That's the destroyer, right? Emergency, destruction. Okay? And notice that Apollyon equals 110. Did we not just cover the 110s earlier? Also with the Mr. Mustache Man and President and... But 641 is also a special number because it's the 116th prime number, which takes you right back to June 11th. Huh. So even that has a code for June 11th. 641, the 116th prime number. I already showed how this connects to June 11th. You guys got to go back and watch that, but that just kind of goes with it. Oh, one last thing I want to touch on. We talked a lot about the number 225 in this decode, okay? And 225 is actually an interesting number because 225 is 15 times 15. And Trump is the 47th president, and the number 47 is the 15th prime. So the number 225 goes back to 15, and the number 47 goes back to 15. So something with the 15s. I don't know if anyone in the chat has any ideas on that, but definitely something about the 15, okay? Even if you go from the first episode of The Boys to the last episode of The Boys, it's apparently the 15th spherical number, which I don't really even know what that is. But there's a type of number called a spherical number, and the boys lasted 2 for 90 days, which is the 15th spherical number. Oh yeah, Jurassic always says that 15 is the crown. Yeah, 15 is the O, guys. 15 is the O. It's the portal. It's the crown, like Jurassic always talks about. And this number is the spherical number, like the circle. Oh my gosh, American Pie, guys. Wow, American Pie. That just came to me.
And of course, I'll just point out that, you know, it was just the 250th anniversary of the Illuminati on 1/5, the 1st of May, right? So just connecting that 2-5 code and the, what was it? The 225 code to, or sorry, yeah, the 225 code, the 25 code to the 1/5, and Illuminati 250th anniversary. And of course, the 250th anniversary of the country coming up here on July 4th. So let's continue.
So this show lasted a circular number, like a full circle moment. Wow. And 15, again, 0 or O is the 15th letter, right? Look. So it's all about the crown, the O. That 15, it all goes back to the 15. Because again, the 225 goes back to 15, the 47 president goes back to 15. The amount of days for the show goes back to the 15. I'm trying to think of other things that, equal 15. So I'll have to think about more about that later. Water in the flood rose 15 cubits. Kobe equals 15. Yeah, thank you, Sojourn, for, we don't talk about other people in this chat no matter how we feel. We keep it polite in this chat. So let's not talk bad about anyone, including other creators like Jurassic, okay? Please, if you feel that way, just keep it to yourself. I understand. I mean, people want to share what they feel, but you don't need to be saying that in the chat. It's distracting, and I don't like that. Let's keep our minds on the info for now. Yeah, you're free to go if you want. You don't want to be here. I'm not making you stay here. Anyway, talking about thank you everyone who's in this time. What's up? I do appreciate it. Does anyone have any additions before we end this? But hopefully I'll check it. I always forget that. I'm sorry, guys, that I forget. Elvis is often referred to the Homelander equals 95 and 32. The Boys equals 95 and 32. Oh, sorry, Homelander equals 95. America equals 32. So it goes back to Sirius again. The Boys. Elvis is connected to Sirius too. With the dog. He ain't nothing but a hound dog. Steady Water says, here we go. Now that amounts to nothing. Yeah, if I was going to address these comments, a lot of people saying that what we're doing here amounts to numbers. Their opinion. And they, you know, some people don't. Here. Okay, there's a bunch of too, okay? Welcome back, dear friends. Recently, I have been reflecting on the path of this channel and the overall journey we have been on over the last 4 years. Some not even being able to eat a meal. Others suffering from God's love and grace. And that's what I really hope that I can do. Truly. Tomorrow night, shout out to Jurassic. Make sure you guys go check out his live stream after I'm finished. He's live right now. Tomorrow night, I believe it's at 10:30 Eastern. We have a super stream. I'm going to be streaming it on my channel, okay? But also go subscribe to Ball Don't Lie. He's the one that put all this together. My buddy AJ over at Ball Don't Lie. He got together all these great decoders in one stream, guys. Look at this. Tommy Truthful, The Truth Codes, me, He Got Game, Golden Age Deception, The Illusion, Know Thyself Podcast, Ball Don't Lie, Donut, who else? The Spiritual Shade Room. So we have a whole bunch of people going to be live together tomorrow night. So please don't forget to tune in for that. And with that being said, thank you guys. Have a great rest of your day. And I will see you guys tomorrow night on this stream. Take care. God bless.
Can't wait for me to say that, okay? Can you hear me?
Not very good. Not very good. Maybe we should increase my volume. Yeah, better now. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I just chose that episode because it was really loud.
All right, my bad. So yeah, shout out to Third World Podcast there. But shout out to Decoding with Cody. Yeah, that's a big show that's coming up. That looks like it's gonna be really good. So I wanted to let him plug that. Oh wow, the rain just started coming down heavy here. But yeah, maybe I'll hop on over there. But first, I kind of wanted to. All right, here. I'll leave it up to you guys. I'll leave it up to the dozen of y'all here. What do you think? Should I continue with the content, or should I try to hop on over there and have some conversations over there? Because what I was gonna get into now was, I mean, again, there's not really much here to cover with the Colbert stuff. Like I said, even though I included it in the thumbnail and changed the prior thumbnail, but you know, I brought up the 113. How it was episode 113 of the season. I'm pretty sure that he has both. That Colbert has both Tom Hanks and Obama on. Obama, of course, the one to give the what I think was the Congressional Medal of Honor there to Tom Hanks back when Obama was in office, alongside, you know, all the greats, right? Ball Gates, Ellen DeGeneres, and some others. Some other very questionable figures, and then some others who are kind of, you know, just whatever, you know, some actors and stuff. But all big people, you know. But yeah, so what I wanted to get into, let me check my tabs here. Yeah, I think we covered most of this. So yeah, drop a 1 if you want me to get into some of these optics here with a couple news stories, and also yeah. So that would be 1. Drop a 1 if you want me to get into that, the news stories. Drop a 2 if you want me to get into some of these other topics here, videos here rather. Why is this not working out here? Hold on. I'm trying to enlarge it. Trying to expand the. How do I do this? Oh, that's as big as it goes. Yeah, some you know, WEF, Minority Report 2.0, Fourth Industrial Revolution, transhumanism, BlackRock, surveillance state. Some of this stuff over here. Beast system stuff, a lot of videos from Demon Hunter, Skydome, Atlantis, and yeah. Well, here's the Tom Hanks one that I was mentioning before. Shout out to Reality Revolt. So yeah, some weird optics there, bringing us back to the days of when people were looking into those frazzle drip and the pizza with the gate topics. But here you can see an ad, these ads popping up, billboards popping up in NYC in San Francisco about stop hiring humans. So this is where we're at, folks. Well, I'm not. I'm on South Florida, but I'm sure there are some somewhere in Miami, probably. Maybe not this specific company, but artisans won't complain about work-life balance. The era of AI employees is here. Artisan.co. You just look at this person sitting right next to. Oh man, that's just a fitting. Wow. Yikes. Yeah. Oh, there you go. Bayfront Park. Isn't that Miami? Yes, it is. There's the Freedom Tower on the left. So that's just an hour away from here. There you go. That was the pineal powered premonition there. Look at that. Bayfront Park. Go figure. Miami. And I haven't even watched this video. I swear to God. And I don't usually say that. It's kind of like a taboo thing. Shout out to Skydome.
Sounds
Atlantis.
like science fiction. It's not.
Yeah, I know. I was gonna do a poll, and then I just 1, 2, 3. All right, just fuck it. I'm just gonna do what I do. And yeah, what do you think of that name, by the way? Palm Beach Pizza File. I kind of came up with that. I haven't seen anyone use that, but let's get into it. I'm off the
We
rails.
can't even tongue-in-cheek joke about it being like science fiction because it's so deadly serious. And I'm going to give you a slideshow here of several Time magazine covers, starting, the date is on the left, starting in 1971. And just kind of think, where were you when these covers appeared? I mean, isn't Time magazine always in the grocery store line?
Shout out to, I think that's Patrick Wood, right? Yeah. Did some great collaborations recently with Courtney Turner. Worth watching.
Well, in 1971, this cover touted the new genetics, man into Superman. Never heard a discussion back then. I don't know what I was doing in 1971. I clearly wasn't paying attention. How about 1977? The DNA Führer, tinkering with life. How about 1984? Shaping life in the lab, the boom in genetic engineering. That guy's an interesting guy, isn't it? That's the guy. He's like an evil scientist or something. How about 1994? It's 2 years after the Rio Convention. Genetics, the future is now. New breakthroughs that can cure diseases and save lives, but how much should nature be engineered? Anybody see any of these along the way? I know, don't be ashamed if you didn't raise your hand. I didn't. 1999, special issue, The Future of Medicine. And a little subtitle down there, How Genetic Engineering Will Change Us in the Next Century. See, there was no under the cover whispering about this. They flat out said it, but nobody was paying attention. How about 2015, the gene machine? What the CRISPR experiments mean for humanity. This was after, of course, CRISPR technology was invented. That's a snippet clip. Way to change genetic code. 2015. And then here's another magazine, Scientific American, that came out with a cover, Progress and Controversy, Genetic Engineering. And the reason I put this in was point 1.2 down in the middle of the white spot. The RNA revolution, just so you could get it. I want to make the connection here. That when you talk about the RNA revolution, people argue with me, well, that's not DNA. Bull. They don't know what they're talking about. It isn't DNA truly, but it's an intricate part of the system of how the body functions. So we have, of course, 1.3, an on-off switch for genes.
You engineered your species to extinction. You let machines think for you, speak for you, dream for you. You outsourced memory, instinct, and desire until not a single thought was your own. Then you buried your flesh in metal. You opened your skulls to seal circuits inside and rewrote your genome to purge the animal within. You replaced your bones with alloys and traded tissue for code. But with every upgrade, something was lost. The tremble of breath, the rhythm of blood, the ache of being. Yet you kept carving away, too busy chasing perfection to notice what had been erased. Soon no cells remained to rot, and no spirit was left to stray. This time you did not perish in fire or war. You became ghosts inside your own machines, with nothing left to bury, and no bloodline to recall. Only the residue of a species overwritten by its own design.
All right. Interesting. So Netanyahu visiting 3D meat printing factory. I also had here 3D meat printing factory stakeholder. Get it? Stakeholder. Yeah, let's see what people had to say here. Yeah, iron mixed with clay. Daniel 2:43. As you saw iron mixed with ceramic clay, they will mingle with the seed of men, but they will not adhere to one another, just as iron does not mix with clay, miry clay. I think it's worded somewhere else. The Bible even says they will seek death and they will not find it, and long to die, but death will flee from them. Terminator is real. Spiritual warfare. All right, so Watt's World is live. I never really get to catch him. Very rarely do I get to catch him in time. And look at that. He's on episode 47 for a perfect organic synchronicity there. Love that. Apparently David Wilcock is David Icke's son, allegedly. Who else is over there? Oh, okay. Yeah. Usually the same panel over there at he's got some regulars there over at Clint Eastwood's channel. But, you know, some of these videos I kind of wanted to upload like as videos, you know, because they're very hard hitting and short and sweet and to the point. But so drop a one if you guys want me to continue covering some of these optics here. As you can see by the title, you will own nothing and be happy. So they say anyway. A new vaccine that dissolves into your skin. Hacking humans. Minority Report 2.0. Surveillance state. BlackRock. Some of these videos here. Some not all of these, but many of them. Or if you would like me to get into more of the recent news with Pentagon releasing more declassified UFO files and these sex trafficking optics, or drop a 3 if you want me to merge panels with well, let's see what Wild World's up to. Let's see if
Yeah, she thought she was a witch too. How could you be a
oh,
Catholic?
so he's already got a pretty full panel. So yeah, I'd be more likely to go over here to Clint Eastwood's channel. So drop a 3 if you want me to hop over here to Clint Eastwood's channel.
Who knows?
I did not know that. Wow.
Yeah, he just had another daughter pop up out of the woodwork a couple years ago doing a DNA test.
I did not.
Just because it's more the
Well,
vibe, I think.
Disclosure Day. I mean, everybody's talking about it. Yeah.
whole alien thing is weird.
Oh, then he definitely knows David Wilcox, dude. They run Ancient Aliens together.
Yeah, and with Spielberg's new movie called Pro and going about it. Yeah.
I'm gonna let this play out a minute because I want to hear what they're talking about. So
Your argument.
Well, I'm procreation, obviously. On what? On what?
Fill in the blank.
Yeah, fill in the blank. There was a local band in Sylvan Lake called Fill in the Blanks. Yeah, they were pretty popular. Yeah.
Stop with
So what's the relation between David Wilcox and Graham Hancock? Yeah, explain
I
that.
bet they have some sort of intersection in some of their activities. I don't know if I've ever heard any of them work. They have attended some of the same conferences.
Yeah.
Well, as I've brought up, they both have the cock in their name, right? And the foreword on David Wilcox's book, Sourcefield Investigations, is literally by Graham Hancock. They were very closely connected and worked together. And so is it just a coincidence that they both have the cock at the end of their name when we know that these secret society mystery school types are very much into the phallic worship and veneration? But let's continue.
Totally.
I don't think that's too much of the ancient history stuff, though. You're a Blue Agent type of guy.
And Michael Bajan, Lincoln Lee, and the rest of them. Yeah.
Yeah, I suspect Graham Hancock is a ancient alien cargo cultist of some capacity.
Yeah.
It's definitely possible. He was on that ancient alien show, wasn't he?
Oh, was he? That makes sense.
Yeah,
I'd
totally.
be surprised. Yeah, freaking whole alien thing is weird.
Oh, then he definitely knows David Wilcox, dude. They run Ancient Aliens together.
Yeah, and with Spielberg's new movie called Disclosure Day, I mean, everybody's talking about it. Yeah.
That was kind of the reason why I was like, despite all of Wilcox's issues, and he had IRS issues, he invested in some Ponzi schemes for $2 million.
Wow,
He
did not
actually committed
know
suicide at the time. Oh yeah, he was in all sorts of financial constraints, and trying to sell his house, couldn't sell his house, that kind of thing. But he committed suicide apparently at the time when all the shit he's been talking about for decades is starting to come into some sort of popularity.
Allegedly.
Yeah, he's probably going to be vindicated, right?
Yeah.
I mean, probably in some of the stuff he talked about. I think he was a Looney Tune. Don't get me wrong, because he's the channeling sessions and the raw material RA, the ancient Egyptian god Ra.
Yeah.
Which some argue is a CIA created PSYOP. So who knows?
And what do you think of the Gobekli Gobekli? What?
Gobekli Tepe, I think is what he's talking about.
Whatever it's called.
Gobekli Tepe?
Yeah. What do you think about that?
I mean, in regards to it's largely been ignored, like a lot of stuff of ancient history.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was laughing at somebody's comment. They're like, please forgive my ignorance, but Bill Cooper, that Wilcox was Ike's son? Question mark. That doesn't make sense. No offense.
David Icke and David Wilcox are definitely in the same ilk.
Yeah, totally.
They came from the same womb.
They're from the same blue avian, sir.
Yeah.
You guys are all going to feel silly when those blue avians land.
Donald Trump's going to rip off his mask and he's like, oh shit, he's a blue avian the entire time.
David Wilcox and Epstein will come with him like me if blue avians
Right.
So yeah, drop a 3 if you want me to join this panel. Drop a 1 if you want me to continue with the with those videos I pointed out, or drop a 2 for those more like the current events with the news. So those are your 3 options. If you don't say anything, then I'm just going to continue doing what I'm doing.
According to the movie Mars Attacks, all you gotta do is play that yodeling song.
Because this is my stream, my channel. All right, it's mines. It's mines. Y'all had nothing to do with it. No, I'm just kidding. This is again, it's Shadow Band Syndicate. As much as it may be Shaun of Source, then I just kind of control the levers. But Shadow Band Syndicate is a big community, and I would say community, non-community, because it's not necessarily as organized as it may seem by uttering the word community. But
well, we know that's historically accurate, so we should all learn that song.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that movie in so long, dude. That was a weird one.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, that's a good movie.
Yeah, I haven't
Jack
seen it.
Nicholson was the president or something, right?
Oh, fuck, Jack Nicholson, the asshole. The consummate asshole. Totally consummate.
do you think that David Will Cock maybe and David Dyke, Jesus, sorry, Ike could possibly both be you know what? I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to go there.
So he might be more of the whole ass. He's got like half a dozen kids, dude. Who knows?
I did not know that. Wow.
Yeah, he just had another daughter pop out of the woodwork a couple years ago doing a DNA test and discovering Jack Nicholson was her father.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
That's interesting.
He and Brando were two blue avian birds with a feather flocking together, dude.
Wow.
They
Yeah,
shared the same
Marlon
driveway, and they clearly were both sex cultists.
Yeah.
Marlon Brando.
Yeah, they had the same. They shared the same driveway, like off of Mulholland Drive. When Brando died,
Mulholland Drive.
Nicholson bought the home.
Of course,
Yeah.
Mulholland Drive. Yeah, of course.
When
Have you ever
Brando
seen
died,
the,
Nicholson
you've seen
bought
the
the house
David,
and destroyed it because there was never deaths in that home.
yeah, you've seen the David Lynch movie Mulholland Drive. Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
It's good.
Yeah.
I don't think their property was very far from Aldous Huxley's property, right there near the mouth of Laurel Canyon in Mulholland.
Oh wow.
Oh, that's interesting.
That's where Aldous Huxley lived.
I did not know that. Oh wow.
Yep.
Or
I think I've
maybe
been there years. I think it was like two properties down. Because Nicholson, keep going, Nicholson and Brando weren't far from the mouth of the canyon, off of Mulholland.
Well, maybe it's mentioned in Dave McGowan's book, but I totally forgot about it.
That's a good. I haven't gone back and read that in a while. That's a good point. That's probably why I first picked up on it.
Yeah. Weirdly, his daughter, I forget her name, but she's carried on the tradition of Dave McGowan, and she's
Well, I just say
republished.
David Wilcox's daughter. She's carrying on the blue avian tradition.
I did not know that. Wow.
Oh, yeah.
I definitely read Center for Informed America all the time, man. David McGowan's website still. He's got all his blog posts and stuff on there too.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, his daughter is keeping his legacy alive for now. Yeah.
There are no UFOs, just U.S. secrets, huh?
Yeah, I was doing some digging on that thing.
Oh shit, you found it.
Yeah, I already had this picture of a news article, but I gotta find a better one. But yeah,
That's one creepy looking dude, man. Zoom in on that dude's mug, dude. What is going on there, man? He's part of the goblin, I think. Dude, he's at least 3/4 goblin.
Well,
He's real.
he looks like Aleister Crowley in his better days.
Well,
Okay.
he was mentioned.
That's probably
Lynn
like that.
character. I
He's
think
got
this
like
Lynn
a fucking
character.
demon now.
This Lynn character he was mentioned in this book, in that book that we were reading.
That's his name, Bill Lynn. I don't think I've heard his name. He's 55 years old, dude. Get the fuck out of here, dude. That's the most busted ass 55 I've ever seen. He looks part goblin.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, there's that.
Well,
Pelton.
he looked like an orc from Lord of the Rings. Yeah.
Right, he does kind of for sure. Yeah, dude. So you found that part, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Supposed to be some sort of compass, huh?
Yeah, I couldn't find one like it on the web.
Yeah, you showed this the other day. Yeah.
I don't remember.
It's a new Schwabenland approved compass. Is that what we're looking at?
This is, I think it's the Antarctica Nazi expedition, 3839.
Right.
They just sent some.
So wait, I think I was looking at that map wrong. Can you go back? So so that's the land. The ocean's on the bottom. I see. I was thinking that was the. I see. I was wondering what that line was about. Okay, so
Yeah, let's look at that backwards.
this dotted line is like. Yeah, well, I mean, usually the maps are colored differently like that, but that's what I'm saying. So they established a boundary of the number of settlements. Looks like according to that map.
Yeah.
I wonder where that relates to the U.S. Observatory down there. I wonder if it's in the same. I wonder if it's in the same location.
We got 3 coast spots. I'm pretty sure usually they dock right here, at this tip point that's closest to Chile or whatever, or South America.
Argentina.
Yeah.
Buenos Aires.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna
Muley Hoffman Herbig.
Yeah, I found some various stuff about it.
Project Fluger Kreisel Schreibers. Ah, okay, that makes sense.
Kaiser Schreiber.
Yeah, dude.
Water.
German words like
real
like
language.
Jackal Rock means to me, right?
Yeah, that's totally
Oh,
what
Christ.
W.A. Harperson wrote in his Project Saucer quadrology. Yeah, totally.
I thought this was pretty interesting. It's hard to see.
Yeah, it looks like Bob Lazar's sport model.
You don't have to have AI.
That's exactly like what he describes as a sport model looking like that, dude.
Huh.
With the layers and everything on the side cut.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So via Operation Paperclip, the Americans co-opted this technology. Yeah, and nobody.
I look at Operation Paperclip as the Nazis co-opting their own technology in the forms of U.S. and USSR.
Yeah.
To a degree, yeah.
They co-opted us.
Yeah, they co-opted us.
That's what it seems like.
It does. That's what I'm saying for sure, man. I have no idea how to read Russian. I guess I could translate a lot of shit, but I often wonder how the trajectory of all the Nazi scientists over there are and what they're at today, because we kind of know how they still are very much in influential roles with the American government today. I often wonder if that's the same for the Russian government.
I took a Russian class. I know a little bit of Russian, just like Privyat, Kagala, Kakti, Azabu.
Way more than I do, dude. Way more than I do. Right.
Vodka. Bears on unicycles and vodka.
It seems like every book I read, they document the USSR Nazi Project Paperclip Muppets were communicating with ones in America. Neil Lavenda, Joseph Farrell, Annie Jacobson lady, they all cite the same things. These groups.
Yeah, totally. Annie Jacobson is a good resource. Yeah.
I was going to say Annie Jacobson was a Jew. I was like, whoa, Harry, put on your hood, dude. What's up?
Well, you know,
I don't think she is. Jacob's saying that's Scottish the way she spells it.
yeah.
If it's J.
And never mind.
Someone
Out
might
of,
be an
out of my 700 books on Judaism, 90% were written by Jews. So.
Right. Don't mind that.
Yeah.
We'll burn those later. Don't worry about it here. We'll get taken care of. So do y'all think that map's legit then, Clint? Like, do you think they had those settlements down there?
Yes, they did. I think
Oh, yeah.
they did. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think there's weird shit going on.
I think there's a lot of weird shit going on down there, dude. I don't disagree for sure.
I mean, it's off limits to go in the middle. It's illegal.
Right.
You can't go there.
Well,
They say it's because it's dangerous.
Well, it's right after the National Security Act of 1947.
And
they locked
under
it down
the
that- in the
international treaties, yeah. They don't allow you to go there. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so what's the consensus? You guys want me to hop over? I'm caught up to the live stream. So drop a 3 if you want me to hop over here to the panel. Drop a 2 for current events. These are your stories. I actually don't have too many queued up, so that would be short. I mean, although I could continue because I do have some other videos in another tab, but or yeah, drop a 1 for more of this stuff over here with the, like I had brought up before. Five companies feeding you insects. Secret language grocery stores don't want you to know. Netanyahu visits 3D mint printing factory and some other stuff here. WEF, new vaccine, hacking humans, and such. Those are your 3 options. Drop a 3, a 2, or a 1. A 1, a 2, or a 3. I'm serious, y'all. Drop a 1, a 2, or a fucking 3. Do you want me to hop on the panel? Drop a 3. Do you want me to cover these optics here, beginning with these videos here that you see on the screen? Drop a 1 if you want the... Am I doing this right? And drop a 2 if you want the news. I'm trying to stick to the same. Yeah, it's funny. It's funny. It's hilarious. It's fucking hilarious. I'm just gonna go this route. But I mean, like, if you guys, this is a choose your own adventure, right? This is where we're at right now. This is where I'm at. See, we got a 1, we got a 2, and we got a 3. So we got, this is where we're at, folks. This is what I'm dealing with. I got 100 people watching this somehow right now. Oh, wait, no, is it? Oh, that's a 10. Sorry, that's a 10. 10 people. I saw an extra 0. What are we doing here? This is the indecisive hour of the night. It's 2:28 in the a.m. And I haven't even eaten the veggie burrito in the fucking toaster oven. It's just sitting there. It's on warm. It's being held at 175 degrees. Shout out to toaster ovens. They're great. Great invention. Microwaves suck balls. Don't use them, haven't for over a decade. But toaster ovens, I'm fully convinced, are just the future, and we're living it now. So I don't want to be the only one choosing. Right. Well, you got a 1 and a 2 and a 3 from Drake. So technically, if you just pick any one number, then, it'll be, you would actually be the better one in that case, because you actually picked one. So in a sense, I actually want the chat to decide, to choose your own adventure moment of the stream and the night. So I'm leaving it up to y'all to choose the direction. So choose wisely. I need at least 2 other people to choose though. So it's got to be you and at least one other person. So. In the meantime, I'm just going to continue listening to what they're talking about. So there's that, because that's where we're at, as a matter of fact. Don't smoke crack.
Diagrams.
So did they have UFO sightings in Nazi Germany in the 30s and early 40s?
Yes, they did. They were called the Foo Fighters. Foo Fighters.
And what's funny? I just, I actually just missed Foo Fighters. I was at a giant supposedly the biggest rock fucking, you know what? I'm giving it away. I wanted you guys to guess. Okay. All right. Here, this is what we'll do right now. This is a 4th option. And I'm going with the 4th plan D right now. But this is just temporary. This is just for the next minute. We're going to do a poll for anyone who watched my short video, Where Am I? There's like only 30 something views on that stream. But for anyone who watched that and figured out where I was in that video, Where Am I? I want to know if you know why I was there. First, let me know if you know where I was. Drop where I was in the chat. What city I was in. And then let me know if you know why I was there. If you figured that out, because I kind of left it up in the air. I don't think I actually ever mentioned it. Well, I did mention though that I was at a festival, and that I was running late. And that, yeah. So let me know. That's what we'll do. That's Plan D right now. So let me know.
Little Creek or something.
No, Foo Fighters. They called them the Foo Fighters.
And I'll cash app you. I'll cash app you 10 cents if you figure it out.
Yeah, totally.
Is that where the term? I thought the term Foo Fighters came from.
I don't even have a cash app.
During the war, though. I'm like saying, like, they're developing these things, right? Like, was there sightings of these kind of aircraft in Germany?
Yeah, apparently. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think the term Foo Fighters is more like 44, 45.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe you're right. Yeah, sorry. I'd have to double check on my research.
I would wonder. I would like to know if there's any major incidents or crashes in Germany during like the 30s when they were. What did they come to power? The Nazis officially in the Reichstag fire was at 33.
Yeah.
So it seems like there'd be, at least towards the late 30s, maybe even into the early 40s, there'd be some crashes or mass sightings. Yeah. Germany's not that big of a place.
No.
This UFO's got a turret on the bottom.
I saw that, dude. I was wondering if it was upside down. That was in the water. That's pretty wild to have a turret on the bottom like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a size comparison.
Person on top.
Yes, it looks like a one-person craft.
I don't doubt it, dude. Look at all the stuff we call modern engineering is basically all developed by the Nazis in the 30s, whether it's the modern combustible automobile engine or the air conditioning and washers and dryers and refrigeration.
Yeah, and one thing they've never talked about is anti-aircraft or anti-gravity stuff.
It kind of works into the way that they could have cordoned off all that information around that time. They're taking control of all these things.
Yeah.
In a global Nazi franchise, not just America or Russia or Germany.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of these.
These are a lot of pictures. I haven't seen most of these before.
Oh, really? I was trying to have the AI clean them up, but that's in a different folder.
They definitely all have the same appearance, though.
Yeah, a lot of them are fakes.
This one I thought was interesting because it has 3 landing things, just like the description of I think it was a police officer, a sheriff, or something in New Mexico. He said that the craft had 3 prong legs, and that it like sat in the ground, and that makes you wonder if these people were. It's weird how that book was saying that one lady was hypnotized and that she claimed there was Nazis in the UFO.
Oh, Betty and Barney Hill, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what if she was right, dude?
Yeah, that's what's weird.
I also what I find interesting about their sighting or their alleged abduction situation by probably Nazis is that these folks, despite saying they're encountering aliens and being taken aboard a spacecraft, their details they describe on board of these spacecrafts are contemporary to the technology we have at that time. So like Betty and Barney Hill describe like a lot of knobs and shit.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Well, there's one of the planes in the background for. Yeah.
The Betty and Barney Hill situation has been totally discredited.
Ding, ding, ding. Motherfucker figured it out. Oh, shit. He figured it out. Damn, Sam. So, yeah. Did anyone else? I doubt anyone else here went to it. But, yeah. Your boys went to fucking Rockville, dude, for the first time. Supposedly the biggest rock music festival in the country. And it was fucking crazy. And you know what what I realized is, I think it was just before. Was it just before or just after I went that Trump was at NASCAR at Daytona, Speedway, NASCAR Speedway, whatever the fuck it's called, with the Beast. He was riding around in the Beast, his car that he calls the Beast because he's the fucking Beast of Revelation. But yeah, did anyone else go? I doubt anyone else. There's only 10 people here, but did anyone else want to go or watch any videos from it? Because it was fucking awesome. And the best part of it was that I didn't even have to get a ticket. Woo! And I went 3 out of 4 days. Unfortunately, I mean, I chose to not go the other day. But man, I quote unquote manifested, as they say, as the New Agers will say. I manifested my way in all 3 days. And it was only on the last day, because I didn't go day 2. It was only on day 4 that I actually got a wristband from somebody that had already left. And I didn't even need it because I walked right in a fucking front gate. I mean, maybe they saw it on me. But I had like a pashmina thing that I kind of had like as a like that was like draped over my wrists or whatever. But I just walked right in, man, and there was a security too there. I just walked right in. Whereas the other times there was a little bit more stealth and sleuth, if you will, is maybe a better word, and finesse is an appropriate word, involved in dodging the several $100 fee for those tickets, but I promised 10 cents. All right, it is the thing. I don't have a Cash App, and the last time I tried to make one, it was like I was trying to go around the putting in the credentials aspect of it, you know, putting in the Social Security and all that. I was trying to make what I think is called a sponsored account that would be linked to someone else's account, and it's like a sponsored, sponsored account, something like that, where basically I'd be linked to someone else. When, you know, in reality, you know, they can probably just see who that I own, that would be owning the Cash App anyway. They'd probably be able to figure that out pretty easily. But anyway, I'm off the rails here. You know, we did have a 3 in the chat, which was, I'm pretty sure, for this panel merger. So does anyone else want to see that happen? The panel merger? It's kind of going to be. I got to remember how to do that. It's been a while since I got to remember how to do that. It's been a while since I did a panel merger. While streaming. I mean, that's what a panel merger is. Merging 2 panels. Well, this isn't even a panel. That's just me. I never even dropped the link, did I? I should probably do that. Just in case anyone does want to do the thing. Why doesn't it let you drag and drop? It's kind of annoying, actually. It's fucking annoying. Let me see. What is this? What is this here? Hold on a second. Here, let me play this in the meantime while I'm doing something in the background.
Oh, I think they may have been subjected to an actual Nazi sort of, you know, PSYOP situation.
Yeah, that's what I think.
PSYOPs. All
I
you
don't
get
think
is
they're aliens from Zeta
PSYOPs.
Pupae, dude.
No, of course not. Of course
Nazi.
not.
That's what John Judge did a lot of work on this topic, arguing that these UFOs were unidentified fascist observatories.
But, yeah, freaking.
Oh, sorry, that's my daughter.
Oh, you can see that's on there on that saucer.
Yeah, I saw that, yeah, dude.
It's
And the Nazi
bizarre.
party was very compartmentalized, you know, very extremely compartmentalized.
Hold on. Did he just say the Nazi party was very compartmentalized? Interesting.
Yeah, Dennis Cuddy believed that they had ran off and created a 4th industrial right, and that they were
Yeah,
taking
that's what what's his name? Jim Mars talked about. Yeah.
Yep. The Rise of the Fourth Reich, man, it makes a lot of sense too. I read that book and I was like, holy shit, this stuff makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, totally.
Well, he cites how the financial logistics of it work, and that's the thing that intrigued me the most.
Yeah.
Martin Bormann setting up all these corporations.
Yeah.
Follow the money. Totally.
There was a construction company and a pharmaceutical company in Brazil. What was I looking for here? Let's see. Yeah, there was also a Chase Manhattan Bank, which was obvious.
Obvious. Yeah.
Where's the picture? This was a if you put one of the pictures of the UFOs in the graph, you can say what's that term? Forensically unblur or some shit. It'll unblur the pictures. This is one of the UFO pictures unblurred.
And that certainly looks like an Earthborn, you know, propulsion system with the fire and stuff, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here's that one zoomed in. Or
Yeah, definitely not advanced alien.
No, that's what I'm saying. None of these things ever look advanced to me, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just looks like aluminum, maybe steel.
Yeah, well, yeah, I say something. It looks like some sort of, well, based on the size and the shape, it looks like waste factor.
Yeah, because it can only hold one person.
Right. I need a cigarette.
At least some of them.
I need a cigarette.
Well, that one of the guys standing on top of it, man, he's damn near there's no way he can stand up inside of it by the looks of things.
Yeah, it seems as though they're pretty small machines. Well, at least
He's got the alien mask off.
Some of them are windows. You familiar with that, Dorothy? Is that video called something late or something? This old lady takes these.
I don't know that name. No, Dorothy is that, huh?
Yeah, IZATT. She takes these cameras and like sees these weird like I don't know how to describe it. It's like something moving real fast. You can only see the tracer of it.
The one
like
some beings of light.
Yeah, but some of the pictures it shows craft just like those Nazi crafts with windows. You can see in them and see people standing in them.
That's wild, dude.
Pretty spooky.
I've never heard this lady's name before. 1974, Vancouver, Canada, huh?
Yeah, like I think those crafts have some kind of coding.
Ago.
Perhaps that lady had some kind of strong psychic thing or something. I don't know how she was taking those pictures, but like that, I think she inadvertently took pictures of some of those Nazi crafts at some point. Because I think that those crafts seem to follow supernatural activity. I mean,
that's kind of what Peter Levenda argues.
Yeah, and even Jacques Vallée admits that John Keel describes it more succinctly. Yeah.
Well, I guess I have seen some of these pictures before looking at these pictures of these lights. I haven't seen the one you're describing. I've seen like the weird dashes of lights and stuff.
Yeah, those are pretty common, even in like if you had family portraits or something.
I was gonna say that just is all exposure. I thought, yeah.
Well, I think it's like spiritual stuff being recorded because it's
CE5, dude. CE5 type stuff, Close Encounters 5. That's what Stephen Greer and gang do, those meditation sessions in the middle of the desert, try to contact these lights that come visit them. It's kind of similar to the fellas down there in North Carolina doing the same stuff.
Well, yeah, like okay, so that Dorothy Is It lady in the videos, it's only certain frames of the video that have the lights, and that this is relevant because like one of my friends was trying to buy a house in the city, and he didn't have time to look at all these houses for a long time, so he had like one of those cameras that goes like click 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 click, and you can just walk through a house and take all the pictures of the house instantly. And fucking he was showing me these houses, and that one of the basements that like every 3 to 5 pictures, this like smoke was like in the pictures wrapping around stuff, and like this like thick smoke that was like, and it was weird. It was a digital camera, and like I've seen other pictures like that too where. Some thick smoke of some kind of ghost shit.
I just followed, bro.
Really spooky shit. I think the lights do the same thing.
Actually, that happened to me in Gettysburg, dude. I had like a couple of my dudes years back were Gettysburg. Just getting hammered and watching, seeing something, just getting wasted, looking at some of the sites. You know what I mean? Nothing like going to visit the Civil War battlefield and just getting wasted. But yeah, this is back in like disposable camera days. You know, this was we were teenagers. So and there's like we were taking pictures and shit there. And I was taking a picture of my friends, and he had like a smoky thing around him, dude. It was creepy as fuck. It was yeah, like this like a I wouldn't call it a disembodied blue waving spirit of David Wilcox, but it looked like more of a fog than like a smoke.
Yeah, that speaks of a spiritual aspect that people frequently discount. Yeah.
That was just about like that was in the vicinity of those big rocks we were talking about the Gettysburg down.
Oh wow.
Yeah. It was probably about like I don't know, it was right down the road from there because we'd stopped at the next location. We were taking our photographs and just getting we were smoking, drinking, doing some shrooms, probably the trifecta.
Oh yeah.
Trifecta.
Yeah, I've seen the ghost smoke while tripping before. It's pretty spooky.
You guys ever heard like the veil?
Yes. Yes.
Do you think the veil that protects us from like ghosts or whatever that separates us from ghosts? Do you think that separates us from these interdimensional beings that are aliens too?
Only if you're a Christian, but otherwise the veil is pierced. Yeah, totally.
Yo, Pierce the Veil. No, I'm just kidding. I think I missed their set too. I wasn't even trying to catch it at Rockville. But you know, man, I wish I had some DMT. I'm not even gonna lie to you, man. I haven't been into the psychedelics for quite a long time, but in fact, I don't even think I took anything at Rockville, man. You know, like I had at home like a microdose of L and like a tiny microdose of shrooms, and I'm just like, you know what? I just like let him bring it. It's like, hey, whatever. It wouldn't have made much of a difference anyway. But I wish I had some DMT, man. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I don't even think I've ever had 5-MeO, to my knowledge. But you know what would be really convenient, man, is I would love to get a DMT cart. Man, I had a DMT cart one time, a vape cart at a Okeechobee Music and Arts Festival, and holy crap, brothers and sisters. Man, that was amazing. Yeah, no drugs at a music festival. That's illegal. Yeah, I mean, it probably is at some festivals. Let's continue. I'm gonna panel merge.
My veil, Harry.
We're gonna merge panels.
Assault, brother. That's assault, brother.
Yeah. Like one time,
Oh snap! Oh snap!
Tripping, and like the real.
All right, we're gonna talk.
Started like it's like the walls were like
we're gonna definitely
oozing or something. You could see like some kind of drips coming off the walls, and like
drip.
the it was I think it was ectoplasm, and it was fucking.
Yeah, totally satanic.
Well, I think there's an ether element to our university that was eradicated from science, right? Ether stuff.
Yeah,
the
ethereal.
Yeah,
it was ethereal. It was like the booty ash of India that the supposed gurus can make appear.
Yeah, you know, India.
I thought the booty ash came from Zeta Pupai.
Yeah, you know, India's totally full of shit. Yeah.
Well, they say that the
India the nation, India the person, or are you something? Is there a specific?
Oh, I'm talking about Hinduism.
You mean to tell me, sir, the Bhagavad Gita is bullshit?
Yeah, totally full of shit. No. Okay, let me qualify that. They represent certain issues that are true, but it's staged in bullshit. Yeah.
Isn't it older than the Bible?
The fucking Bible's bullshit.
No,
It's
it
full of
isn't.
shit, dude.
No, it isn't older than the Bible.
I thought it was supposed to be older than the Bible.
No, it isn't.
Some of the texts are. The fucking Bible is filled with lessons that nobody needs, like the 10 Commandments, thou shalt not kill. Oh my fucking God, thank you so much.
I was actually killed when I read that, dude, so I'm glad I was there.
You got killed since you read that?
Yeah. And should you not kill?
Well, no, what else? Like fucking Christians like pick and choose which sins are sinful. Like they'll be like, homosexuals going to hell. I'm like, okay, nowhere in the Bible doesn't say being gay is worse than not paying your taxes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly, dude.
Are you serious? Like, are you serious?
Yeah.
Come on.
I think like the 10 Commandments says thou shalt not murder. So if it's self-defense, then it's like
self-defense is totally allowed. Yeah.
Totally terrible stories. David is a terrible anti-hero. Jesus comes down, kicks the door, and says, I'm God, you have to worship me. The fucking Bible ends in a catastrophe. It's just fucking terrible book that led many people astray, caused crusades, caused westernization.
Oh, you think it caused crusades? Come on.
I think Rome sanctioned all three of the major religions the Roman Empire did.
Yeah, the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire.
All their books were the other religion, the other major religion.
Yeah,
the Roman Empire sanctioned crusades.
Yeah, it is, dude.
I will say one good thing about Christians. When I was homeless, Christian charity is the biggest charity. Nobody helps out.
I don't see a lot of Muslim charities.
Yeah. Or Hindu charities.
Yeah, and I love you, brother. Yeah.
Thanks, I love you too. I really mean that, Harry. I probably love you more than you love me. I take a bullet for you.
I would
He's
take
your
a
service
bullet for
agent,
you
Aaron.
too. Totally.
He's
Totally.
your bodyguard, like Kevin Costner to your Whitney Houston.
Okay. Okay. Let's not get too carried away. Yeah.
Yeah, they got okay with making that movie.
Yeah.
Ridiculous movie.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. Yeah. I hate Kevin Costner.
Well, Whitney Houston wasn't really a fine upstanding citizen.
Yeah, I hate Whitney
But
Houston too.
that poor lady, she was hooked on crack.
Oh, dude, so much of it.
See what that was it, Bobby Brown? I think.
Yeah, they were into the wrong people, dude. They rented their house in Atlanta from Michael Thebus, the kind of the kingpin of porn. He was friends with Mitch Warbell III. He was the boss to Wayne Williams, the alleged Atlanta child killer. Mitch Warbell III was Mitch the Fifth, dude. He infamously pled the Fifth anytime he went to court. They called him Mitch the Fifth. You know, he was this OSS, CIA paramilitary dude. He was training the anti-Castro Cubans in the Florida Everglades. He's done it all. Mitch the Fifth, dude. Mitch Warbell.
Yeah. Wow. I don't know anything about these people.
Oh, he's amazing. He got questioned in the whole JFK situation for sure.
Really? Wow.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, his sidekick Gary Patrick Hemming was he intentionally got picked up during the House Select Committee on Assassination, so he didn't get off. He later said.
Wow.
He served as a technical advisor to Oliver Stone's JFK, and he was friends with Lee Harvey Oswald Marines.
Wow. Yeah. What do you think of Oliver Stone's JFK? Do you think it was adequate? Or?
I mean, I think he was trying to be a commie for sure. Just because there was a lot of shenanigans that were afoot there, and it wasn't Lee Harvey Oswald, right? Like, doesn't mean like he's making it for sincere like.
Yeah, and his son Sean Stone. What do you think of him? Of Sean?
Oh, I don't. He's I've always thought he's been up to something. Conspiracy culture.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, totally.
Well, he launched his conspiracy culture career on Jesse Ventura's conspiracy theory show back in like 2009.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh yeah,
he was one of the sidekicks, one of the co-stars of that show.
Okay, I never watched that show, so yeah.
You didn't miss
I came across him years back. Dave McGowan was on his old Buzzsaw show on YouTube.
Okay.
That's how I discovered Sean Stone.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I've got Sean Stone's book, and it's okay. Blah blah blah. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I was a bit surprised to hear that he was a Mason. I didn't know that on his recent interview with Tucker Carlson.
Last name Stone.
Yeah. Dude, he was making some wild claims. He said that the demon Azazel called him on his cell phone, and then his grandmother died 2 days later, and then Tucker pressed him on. And he goes, "How do you know? You can just know these things when it's a demon." I'm like, "That's not an answer, Sean Stone. That's not an answer at all."
Yeah, that's what pissed me off about who is it?
Don't hit the aliens or demons too.
Ron Paul. Ron Paul is connected with the secret society too. Yeah.
Oh, that doesn't surprise me.
Well, I know his family is.
Sean Stone was like, he's like, "Oh yeah, when I was becoming a master Mason, he's like, it became a real spiritual moment in my life." This is what he was saying to Tucker Carlson. He said, that he started getting all these phone calls from 666 numbers and shit like that. I'm like, what is this dude talking about right now, dude?
Yeah.
You don't believe his story?
I don't believe his story. I think he's full of shit.
Look, I got a story for you that involves the 666. Fucking
was it Azazel calling you on the cell phone? Because if so, I wonder what kind of minutes they get. What kind of
no, it just makes me kind of believe him a little bit, and you can tell me, But when I lived in DC, like after I got arrested in Texas, I came home to DC and I stopped being homeless. But I was getting a pension, my disability check from the VA, and I was sending it to my ex-wife. And I decided to take it back and start taking it. But I told my mom, because that's who I was living with in DC, I was like, I'm about to get the mark of the beast. Like, I just have this feeling I'm going to be like, and she's like, well, just stop being crazy and whatever. And when I went and got my bank account, the last 3 digits on my checking and my savings were 666. Yeah, I know that's like a schizophrenia thing that you're like, oh, well, that's just a coincidence. And like, you're having like a delusion, but I'm telling you, like for someone, when a coincidence like that happens, it's like weird, like for me, I was like, man, that's a sign. Maybe that money's evil. I don't know.
Right.
Totally.
The Mason degrees are 3 degrees with 6x each. 666.
I actually have that checkbook still that ends with 666. I know you guys believe me, but I can go get it later.
I definitely believe you, and that's far more believable than Azazel calling you on your cell phone, dude. Yeah, what kind of cell phone plans they have in hell? But
maybe it was someone possessed by a demon or like a CIA dude trying to fuck with him.
it could,
I'm
that's
saying
certainly
I believe
possible.
that maybe somebody was calling him.
Yeah, that's certainly
Wow.
possible. I don't think it was. I don't think it was a demon. I mean, it could have been, I suppose. But the another interpretation of your story there, Spark, is that you knew these events were going to happen subconsciously because your subconscious mind traverses time and space while you're sleeping. This is a concept known as serialism. It's where Carl Jung got his concept of synchronicity, which would be the way you described it. It would often be described as synchronicity. What I'm saying is you may have made that comment based upon knowledge in your subconscious that had already been attained through, previous essentially precognitive style like dream states.
Wow.
Well, I believe kind of like in something like that. Go ahead, Harry.
No, I agree with JJ's assessment.
I believe that our brains run on electricity and, we release electromagnetic energy and that we can program our energy, but it's like a telephone, kind of like you have to have a certain number and your energy can match your own energy and electricity can jump forward and backwards. So I believe like you can kind of pick up signals from the future, but it would be from like yourself, like what you're saying.
That's exactly right. So the guy who wrote that book and developed the term seriality, J.W. Dunn, a British aerospace engineer from World War I, he said that's exactly what you just described, Spark, is how he broke it down. He says that he said it was like kind of like the telephone game. He didn't say it was like that, but it's kind of like the telephone game where some of the details between the dream state and your conscious state get murky and kind of mixed up. So like the telephone game, you pass on to the next person, it gets kind of the message gets skewed a couple steps down the line. Well, in that same regard, he said he kept having these.
All right, y'all. I'm backstage.
But it turned out it was right.
So,
but it was only 430 people died in this weird natural gas disaster that attacked this small, one side of this small island.
y'all are gonna have to let me know if I come in when he adds me
I
on
also
panel.
see in the chat somebody wrote 666 carbon, which is 1/4 hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen elements needed for life, bio. That's actually really clever, and I think that pertains to what we're saying.
Precognitive dreams about all these people dying, 4,300 people dying on this island down off of South America, which I can't think of the name. Look up. But it turned out it was right. But it was only 430 people died in this weird natural gas disaster that attacked this small, one side of this small island.
Yeah, I also see in the chat somebody wrote 666 carbon, which is 1/4 hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen elements needed for life, bio. That's actually really clever, and I think that pertains to what we're saying because let's say you're using electricity to jump forward, and you go as far as you can, okay, and you're running out of energy, right? Well, you might interpret something like in the Bible when it says, "I saw a beast with 6 eyes." Who knows what he was seeing? Maybe he wasn't getting a vision. Maybe he was seeing something he didn't even interpret.
I'll debate with that because I think the Bible is scripture.
But with 666, I believe this. Have you ever seen the shape of a 6 is like a circle going inward? Now picture 3 of those going in, going in, going in.
Yeah.
That's like the Fibonacci sequence. So they say the beast be the mark of a man, like the Fibonacci sequence of a man.
Okay. I get where you're going to. Yeah, totally. Yeah.
And not just that, but they say that they'll use the mark of the beast to try to disprove God and stuff like that. But God has the Fibonacci sequence and everything already. It exists in math and biology, and space, and it's like God's
nature.
You know what the Greek word for beast or animal is, right?
What?
Zodion.
Blue avian.
That was close. Zodion. Okay, so what is your zodiac sign? It's a mark of a beast.
Oh, fuck off with the zodiac.
Fuck off. It's fucking it's legit, too legit to quit.
No, it isn't legit.
I ain't got no zodiac sign.
No, the zodiac is a total.
Y'all were
The
talking
zodiac
about.
is a total fabrication.
You were talking about
What
Sean
means a
Stone,
fabrication?
and I was
Hey,
y'all were talking about. Were you bringing that up because you were talking about Sean Stone, and I was wondering what were you bringing?
If
were you
we
bringing that
submit
up because-
ourselves to the zodiac, we're totally fucked.
What's
Totally
the spell? It's like the the Arabs believe that the 12 zodiacs were the 12 genies, the fire
Yeah,
spirits.
yeah. And do you believe in that?
I thought it was quadrants of the night sky, dude.
Well, it's astronomy, but think about it like it's like
what? Why were they assigned those names astronomically? You know.
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
we're
There is a certain true aspect to it, but it's been bastardized throughout the years in astrology as opposed to astronomy. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. It's like if you were to believe something that wasn't real, it'd be profane. And
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
so it's like I think that they were talking about a mark of a beast as in a mark of the zodiac, and that the person was because so if you believe if you don't believe in fate, then you can't believe in the zodiac because
All right,
the
I was just
zodiac
making
is
sure.
like fate. If to believe in the zodiac,
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, I was just making sure.
This devolves to free will. Like, how much do you believe in free will
yeah,
as opposed to fate?
Free
Yeah.
Wilcock,
yeah. If we
dude.
have free will,
Almost none,
Free
Harry.
Wilcock,
Almost
bro.
none.
I say Free Wilcock from the deep underground military base in Denver
Okay.
that they got him.
Yeah,
in.
dude. Free Wilcock is right.
I
That's
say
for
Free
sure.
Wilcock from the deep underground military base in Denver that they got him.
Dude,
in,
I'm
dude.
telling
Free
you, man.
Wilcock.
Those United Nations sons of bitches kidnapped David Wilcock.
Dude, I'm
Yeah,
telling you, man.
I was thinking David Wilcock,
He's with
David
Xi
Ike. I mean,
Jinping.
if they had a man baby, it
Yeah,
would be
I was
David
thinking David
Wilcock
Wilcock
or David Ike. I mean,
Yeah.
if they had a man baby, it
Yeah,
would be
yeah, that's
David
the ultimate
Cock or David
dichotomy
Ike.
between free will and fate or destiny
David
or
Ike
whatever
plus
you
David
want to call
Wilcock equals David Ike
Yeah.
Cock.
Wilcock.
I think free will is very
Ike plus
limited.
David Wilcock equals David
it. Yeah,
Ike
I
Cock.
think it is too. I agree with you
Free will is
totally.
what?
It
What'd you
has
say?
parameters.
Yeah, totally. And I think because I believe in sovereign God,
Older Bones in the
because I
house.
believe in the sovereign God,
David Zickacock.
he
Older Bones in the
affects our
house.
free will in certain degrees that we're not aware of.
I
Yeah.
believe the Holy Spirit can come into you and work through you and through your will.
Yes.
This one
Yes,
guy in the
I
state
do.
of Washington, he definitely had a couple demons in him, dude. He got arrested banging a horse. And the reason he got arrested is because there's a camera inside the stable of that horse in the barn.
Oh my goodness.
So what's he goes to jail, gets out of jail, walks like 12 miles directly from jail to back to that horse, like years later, dude. He already got arrested. He spent like 18 months or something like that in jail. Gets out, walks directly back to that horse, bangs that horse again.
Really?
Goes
He
right
needs
back
some
to
mental
jail, dude.
issues.
Is
He
my
needs to put
sound
some,
better now?
Fuck, you're killing me.
Here, I can adjust it for you.
Was it bad before? Because I'm restreaming, so on my end they're saying my echo's
Restreaming.
but
You're killing me, JJ.
I just
Well,
to
you don't have permission to restream.
You've
shit.
been
Well,
denied.
that's why you don't have the fucking restream. Well, wait, do you have the free version of StreamYard or not?
Yeah, I have the free version. I just switch emails all the time. Use my old lady's emails.
Yeah. No, I know the trick. I mean, if you just have unlimited emails, or even just like 5, it's more than enough. Unless you stream like every day, all day. But what was I gonna say? Yeah, is my sound all right though? Was I okay before? Or am I better now?
Yeah, your sound is great.
Yeah, so you
Totally.
guys were touching on Sean Stone, just to backtrack, to rewind like a couple minutes. But why were you bringing that up? Because of his recent interview or something on Tucker? Or I didn't catch.
No,
Yeah.
no,
the devil called him.
I just happened
cell
to
phone.
have his
Never.
book and look read it. Yeah.
Well, hey man, look, I got Wilcock's book. All right, so we're both.
Yeah, I've got a
Which
well.
one? Synchronicity Key?
No, I got Sourcefield Investigations, but it's funny about Synchronicity Key because I found I don't know if you caught any of my Wilcock streams, but like I found some crazy stuff both before the stream and some like during the stream that I just like came to realize by kind of just playing around with the words and numbers. But his other book, Ascension Mysteries, I think it's called. It literally It literally
That's the one I
equals-
haven't read. That's the one I haven't read.
Yeah, I've only read Source Field Investigations. I might have like gleaned a little bit of a synchronicity key at some point years ago, like on online PDF or something. But yeah, there's a lot of great info in Source Field Investigations, you know. But you could obviously argue the fact that like the majority of it, like the stuff by, you know, the majority of people, you know, whether it's David Icke or even Bill Cooper, who I have a lot more respect for than, you know, most of these people on the in the truthiverse, quote unquote. But
for sure,
I think I share that in common with Mr. Clint. But I think
what's your name again there, Pineal, sir? You got a channel, you do David Wilcock content? You're talking my language now.
Didn't you hop on my didn't you come over and hop on my panel, or was that not you? Am I confusing
dude,
you?
I don't think so.
On Pineal Power podcast? No? Like
No,
it
it definitely wasn't me.
Okay, my bad. So I'm confusing you with another dude I met on Clint's panel when I came on, like.
Okay, yeah, I'm the disembodied blue Avian spirit of David Wilcox, aka
Right.
JJ Vance.
Right. Shout out to the disembodied blue avian spirit of David Wilcox. Well, that's a great,
The character like to play on Clint's stream.
Well, it's all clickbait. We're it's a clickbait program.
I just want to give proper notice to the Blue Avians, dude. I mean, with David Wilcock gone, who else is going to talk Blue Avians?
I mean, down here, you can see your dick.
Oh no!
Yeah, what was that? We almost got porn bomb there.
Harry's going shirtless because it's hot.
Yeah, put a shirt on, Harry.
We're in
Why
the
it's
public, Harry.
it's so fucking hot in my apartment. Like, yeah.
Sorry.
So wait a minute. So you can't.
It's not hot in Canada. What the fuck?
This is wild.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Is there not a way to Clint, have you ever panel merged while streaming? Like, have you ever hopped on a panel while doing a stream? Yeah.
What's panel merging?
It's when
I
you're
don't
doing
know.
a live stream. Like, I'm doing a live stream, and then I hopped over here on a panel, and I'm still streaming. So, like, my audience is watching also. So we have.
Nice.
Yeah, but I'm wondering if, because I thought that if you go full screen, you can show the chat. Like, I could show Clint's chat on my stream, but it's not letting me. I think maybe they disabled that feature of StreamYard or some shit, but.
We're living in idiocracy. You know.
I'll let you know, Sparks. I've been shadow banned on Clint's chat, so none of them, I can't post anything. So
sorry.
Well, that's perfectly
Yeah,
fitting
so-
because I'm currently streaming on Shadowban Syndicate, which is the name of the channel, but it's at Shawn of Source, but it's a secondary channel. But yeah, the reason I wanted to know about the Sean Stone stuff though is because Sean Stone, I'm pretty sure is Sasha Stone's brother, who I'm just remembering now because Sean Stone is Oliver Stone's son. That obviously means that fucking Sasha Stone's also Oliver Stone's son, which I totally forgot. If that is true that they're brothers, and Sasha Stone has some interesting connections, man, because he seems to be in pictures with fucking Ciro Orsini, who's, if I'm not mistaken, literally a direct. I forget if he's a nephew of or whatever of Pepe Orsini, the Gray Pope. But there's some weird shit going on there, man. With and it kind of reminds me of that whole thing that came out back in 2020, I think it was, or around that time, maybe a year or two after, with that documentary 5G Apocalypse, with that guy Mark, the fuck was his name? Mark Steele, you know, with the weird accent. Who seemed to have like Duper's Delight a lot, you know, when he would talk on the stuff. I don't know if you guys watched that documentary back then, but
No, I never seen it. No.
yeah, 5G Apocalypse. It was
But I've got Sean Stone's book and I read it and I thought it was MEH. It was okay, but he didn't deal with enough proper topics. Yeah.
They're all grifters.
Yeah, well, I saw.
He's
saw a
probably
little
a
bit of-
grifter. He's probably a grifter because his father wrote a bunch of books on conspiracies and shit like that, and tried to make money off them after the JFK movie. Yeah.
Well, according to his Wikipedia, he converted to Shia Islam in 2012.
Oh shit. Well, that
I think you meant Shia. Yeah.
Indeed, dude.
Oh, Shia.
Yo,
Oh,
that's
Shia. Yeah.
Oh man,
totally.
why did you want me to take down the thumbnail, by the way, in the beginning? Was it because of the Jesus Christ, like with the gun thing?
Yeah.
What?
Okay, I didn't know if it was that or if it was the.
You got a lot of questions here.
Or I didn't know if it was that or the Tom Hanks with the holding up the Wilson ball one, or.
Oh yeah, Tom Hanks holding up the Wilson ball. That's key.
Well, wait.
Totally.
Did you know why I had that thumbnail though? Like what the relevance was?
No.
Not the Tom Hanks. Not the. I mean, with the guy with the Jesus with the gun with the machete. I mean, the machine gun, saying I'm Jesus. Like you didn't hear the news with the guy at the White House who thought he was Jesus and Osama.
Okay.
He literally thought he was Jesus bin Laden, Osama bin Christ. But
So he was another secular humanist.
I mean, dude. I mean, he was 21. They're saying this guy was 21, bro. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, all these crazy people are all secular humanists.
Yeah, I'm just not buying it. It seems to all be synced up with. It seems to all be
secular
synced up with
humanism seems to be mind control program. That they're using mind control through the secular humanism. It's like the first step of the mind control is for the initiate to believe that their God helps lock in the thought form of the occult control. I mean, like Alice Bailey and all these other people talk about it.
Totally.
I mean, it just makes you wonder how many. Because I mean, to think that there aren't any like organic, like that none of these things, you know, whether it's James Holmes and fucking Aurora Batman shooting, or this guy at the fucking White House. I mean, to think that they're all ops, you know, is obviously, you know, but obviously you could say the majority. But I mean, it makes you wonder who's actually been an honest, an actual like. You know, Ted Kaczynski, like who of all these characters who's actually been a real grassroots, legitimate, you know what I mean, homegrown.
None of them.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go zero.
That's the problem. That's the problem nowadays. Like, who is actually a real person? Like,
I mean, so you think Ted Kaczynski was MK or?
We were just talking about that last night.
Projected MK Ultra
He was totally MK Ultra. Totally.
We also know that they didn't have any evidence against him. Really, they just simply served a warrant on his house, on his small cabin.
Yeah, and I agreed with much. I agreed with.
Well, they didn't
much.
even charge him for anything for days, dude. They just held him without any charges, and then they had a 3-week or 4-week extradition to California. Why they sent him to California? It made no sense. There was no legal jurisdiction in California for the case.
I understand that.
You can stick your head up Jolly and West's ass and find a butcher. But
then they brought in a federal defense attorney, federal public defender, and she's brought in from everything from Ted Kaczynski, Eric Rudolph, Jared Lee Loeffner, the Sarnev brothers in Boston bombing. She's always brought in to sweep things up.
Yeah, but it is to a certain degree, wasn't he controlled opposition? Yeah.
Who's that?
I mean, he was involved in some shit. That's what I'm saying, dude. And Ted Kaczynski's brother was seemingly, if anyone was, implicated in anything, it was probably his brother who was allegedly the source to the FBI.
Yeah.
His brother lived in that cabin too. He wasn't disconnected from his family. There's a lot of shit about the Kaczynski narrative that was sold publicly. And again, it's weird how 2 of his alleged victims there intersect with the Epstein situation.
Oh my goodness. Wow. I didn't know that.
Yeah, that one Yale University professor was all up in the Epstein documents, and he got shipped a Unabomber package, I think in '93. I'll give you his name.
That's fucked up.
Wow. Totally. Yeah. But I agreed with most of what Kaczynski said.
David Galinter? David Galinter?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, I still think he was controlled opposition and he was MK Ultra. Yeah, totally.
Well, I think an easy indicator there's a lot more circumstances to a lot of these high profile narratives is when they still have censored the documents, any of the records.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to just say, it's easy to just throw it out as, throw the baby out with the bathwater. PSYOP, on the next, and kind of just not kind of take into account the obvious nuance that's almost always
for sure.
But yeah, it makes me think of James Holmes, he was a genius, dude, a fucking genius. Have you ever watched James Holmes talk on like neuroscience and shit, man? I mean,
oh yeah,
yeah, it's just like, what in the world? And then of course, the Dark Knight Rises connection with how they were pointing at the map and the part in Dark Knight Rises where you can clearly see Aurora and you can clearly see New Haven, which is where Shady hoax happened.
Well, what's even stranger is the prop guy who put that map in the movie was from Sandy Hook, and he died a mysterious death.
Who is that?
Oh, that's weird.
The guy who
the guy who was the prop master for the Batman film. He was actually from Sandy Hook, Connecticut.
Right.
And about a year after that,
I haven't looked at all these connections.
Yeah, it's not called.
Well, it gets even weirder. A year after that,
it's called New Haven.
The daughter of a UN official jumps a 2-lane median highway there in Connecticut. Grass median highway, 2 lanes on each side, hits him head on. He dies.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Like stuff on my laptop's been fucking wiped, and also as well as I couldn't even find the picture last time I tried to find it. But I remember back when I was doing the research into the shady hoax, I clearly found that if you do an aerial view on Google Earth, at least you could at a time. You know what? I don't know if I actually tried to go on Google Earth and do it this way manually, but I tried to look up the picture like on Google Images. But maybe on Google Earth it would be better. But you can clearly see the Visconti family crest, one of the black nobility families, the Visconti family crest on the grounds there at the school.
Yeah, totally.
And of course they kept stressing this thing with Adam Lanza, 112 pounds, and you kept seeing this recurring theme with the 112 around that. But
yeah, totally.
But yeah, this thing with this guy at the White House seems to be connected all to like, the show The Boys on Amazon Prime just had its season finale a few days ago, and the main character, I haven't really watched the show, but from what I gather, that main character Homelander is based on Trump, just like Biff is Trump, just like fucking Donnie Darko's Trump, and so many
Donnie Darko. Oh, I love that.
That's why I call him Darko Trump. He's Darko Trump. Darko cult Trump. Dark MAGA. But yeah, it's connected like this ending of The Boys on Amazon Prime, and how Homelander, the main superhero, is based on Trump, and how Homelander is a lot like Homeland Security. You had the head of the Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, just left and was replaced by Mark Wayne Mullen. What kind of name is Mark Wayne, by the way? Like, I've never heard that name, Mark Wayne. Well, altogether, Mark Wayne, no hyphen. But
That's a Muppet name, sir. He comes from a long line of Muppets.
Yeah, he's
Mark Wayne. His dad's Bruce Wayne.
Yeah, and John Wayne's his grandpa. Yeah, John Wayne's his grandpa, but Bruce Wayne's his dad, and yeah. Holy shit, man. But yeah, it seems all connected to that. This guy's saying he's Jesus and Osama, and so
Well, that's all the secular humanists lose their mind. They turn into psychopaths.
Yeah, listen to Clint on this. He's got a really good point.
There's all sorts of it's like they use it to amplify neurological disorders, and that they play on these people's insanities, and then they turn them into wackos. And
he's right. They all think they're God.
Yeah, totally.
That's like the first thing that happens. They start thinking they're God.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
And then, yeah, I think you're right. They play on their insanities.
Yeah, that's what all these occult orders do. It seems like OTO and stuff.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I just stumbled on a video. I didn't really watch any of it, but some supposed ex-OTO member was speaking on a podcast. I'm trying to remember the name of the channel.
I'd be careful with people that
Yeah.
say they're ex
Oh
or
yeah.
anything.
Ex anything, dude. You know what I mean?
I had Mark
Ex-CIA,
Tessier
John
profile on me.
Kiriakou, or yeah.
I had Mark
I believe
Tessier
me if they say they're an X-Men. They're an X-Men. I believe that.
No, it's the ex-CIA. it's the ex-CIA guys. I'd say more than anyone else. Well, I guess just as much as yeah.
Totally sus. Yeah,
It's like
totally.
John Kiriakou or fucking Andrew Bustamante or Sean fucking what's his name with the big ass channel.
Andrew Bustamante used to be out there hunting ghosts about 10 years ago. You can find videos of him doing ghost hunts.
Yes.
CIA guy.
Yeah, well now he's got
you're never ex-CIA. You're always CIA.
Yeah, well, he
Always.
officially has got his own show now, his own cable show. I'm pretty sure it's on either. I've watched a couple of conspiracies and cover-ups. It's on it's another like Secrets Declassified with David Duchovny or fucking the one with William Shatner or the one with Dan Aykroyd or the one with fucking all these guys are getting shows now, man. It's crazy, but to give David Duchovny the spot was obviously extremely fitting, giving obviously the X-Files. But
yeah, totally. Yeah, it's sad.
But they're all like, they're all kind of mostly are like repeats of the same kind of. They're like the same exact show with a lot of the same guests talking on, and other ex-CIA guys. And
to keep people compartmentalized in their thoughts. Have them look one way while they're doing something with the other hand.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen Event 201 mentioned a single time on any of these shows.
Yeah.
I haven't seen any of the other simulation exercises mentioned when they're talking about germ warfare and stuff. No, they're talking about like Tuskegee experiments from like, how about what's going on right now? That's clear as day that we can all fucking see, dude. Like, great. Like, let's talk about the shit from the 50s. I mean, like, give me a fucking break, dude. It's a joke, man. It's laughable.
When I put that link in the chat, dude, from that prop master from the Truman Show and the Batman film.
Oh yeah.
Lived in San Diego and died of a mysterious head-on crash in April of 2012.
Oh yeah, I'll put that in the chat for you.
Sean Atwood. You know what's funny? That's actually not even the Sean that's not even the Sean that I was thinking of. But yeah, that's another one. Sean Atwood for sure. I got a picture somewhere of him in a dressed up as a fairy boy, in a tutu. I do like some of the stuff that he puts out a lot. But yeah, I think he was the one that had the ex-OTO member on, but that wasn't even the Sean that I was talking about. That was ex-CIA. That's got a giant channel. Sean Ryan with a W, unlike Sean Atwood with a U. He spells it like I spell, Sean.
Yeah, that's a terrible spelling. I prefer the SEAN.
What? How does that make sense? That's Cian, man. How does Cian make sense? But
yeah, I liked when Sean Ryan had on Charlie Kirk's head of security to try to make all that whole situation look normal, and he made it look way weirder.
Way weird.
Oh, dude, they didn't do themselves any justice trying to explain it away, dude. They just made it look more anomalous.
Whoa, gee. Whoa.
Yeah. Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
What were you gonna say?
I was gonna ask if any of you guys watched the movie Ticks.
Ticks.
It's got Seth Green in it. It's got Seth Green.
I used to watch the cartoon.
Oh man.
Is it about how they're just dropping boxes of ticks all over North America?
These ticks in the movie they're like monster ticks, bro. They're like they're literally like super ticks, and well, at least at parts of the movie where it gets like as it gets further along in the movie. In the beginning, they start off small, and then I guess I don't know that I haven't watched the movie, but I was watching I think it was Skydome Atlantis. I don't know if you know his channel, but he was covering some of the obvious connections with what we're seeing now with the tick stuff. But
Yeah, yeah. Apparently, they're dropping ticks all over North America that are infecting people, so that they're allergic to beef. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, that's not a lie. That's true.
alpha gal syndrome is a real whether or not it's what they're categorizing it as and whatever,
Yeah.
another story. But
Well, yeah, well, I was to make a joke about TikTok, but yeah. Well, so it's crazy because all these 5-second videos of stuff where people are having these mental tics, and then they
Oh my
pass
goodness.
on their mental tics through the people viewing the videos of the mental tics, and this is all folie à deux. It's a known psychiatric disorder where the people all imitate each other.
It's called folly ado.
Yeah,
Folly ado.
yeah.
And what does it consist of?
Yeah, the Joker
They-
too. Folly ado.
they
Yeah.
imitate psychological disorders of things that they see. They don't actually have the psychological disorder. They're only psychological disorders. They're imitating psychological disorders.
Dude, that's funny because my daughter met these kids on Discord and they were telling her that they had split personality disorder, and then they tried to convince my daughter that she did too. And I was like, you can't have these friends anymore, you know?
Yeah, totally.
That's
Totally.
bizarre.
Totally.
But
Totally.
what's it called?
Folie à deux.
Folly
Folly,
ado?
yeah, folly ado. Yeah.
Dude, that's crazy. I didn't know there was a name for that, but I've seen it.
Yeah, totally.
And
Totally.
it's like they think it's cool or something to have it.
It seems pretty
Yeah,
common.
it's a primary stage for schizophrenia, I guess. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I think it's being misdiagnosed everywhere.
yeah, I think it's really funny that you're 2 hours and 1 minute in the stream at 3:22, considering the interplay between 201 and 322. 201, the Jesuits, 322, the Skull and Bones. They seem to get along very well, from what I can tell.
Holy shit! There's 41 people watching. Wow, nice.
Well, don't
Nice.
forget
Put a shirt on, Harry. For God's sakes, old man.
Yeah,
Put a shirt on.
Jesus. You don't know.
Oh.
We could have someone nice in the crowd.
Yeah, don't forget to add my I think it was 10 last time I checked over on my side watching. So you got 50 something watching there.
Wow, nice, nice.
There you go.
What
But yeah, open your mind. This scene from Total Recall, dude. Have you watched the new Total Recall?
Yeah,
it's all surrealism.
yeah.
Would you agree that it's kind of
the
like
new Total Recall was totally different.
yeah,
totally
it's kind of like
different.
The Matrix 4, even which I haven't watched either. I haven't watched The Matrix 4 and I haven't watched the new Total Recall, but from what I've heard, they're trying to ruin these fucking classics, man.
Totally.
Well, they're all surrealism. It's like they're brainwashing people through the movies. These concepts. It's like the concepts are what keep people's mind compartmentalized from thinking beyond the concepts. And then at the same time, they've got like subtle hypnotic suggestion through the surrealism of the stories, which are typically imitating ancient what's that called? Deism.
Yeah, to a certain degree. Yeah.
Well, I mean, like after that Wizard of Oz investigation, it's like you can't help but to not look at the movies like that. And then when you do, it's like it seems to be a different story. Whereas, and that the majority of the people that watch it who don't know about this surrealism can't see the story.
Yeah, it's hard. It's a hard road. As Lee and I talked about, it's a hard road to hoe. Yeah.
I mean, that's
It's
why
a hard knock life, Harry.
What's that? What's that?
It's a hard knock life.
Yeah.
Yeah, the yeah, that whole even that one weird movie. Jonah was pointing out how that movie Foul Play had some kind of surrealism in it too, and like that it had
Yeah,
similar.
dude. That was some interesting points he made for sure.
Yeah, the lady was carrying a yellow umbrella, riding around a yellow car, had a yellow room. I don't think that's a coincidence.
Nice.
Fuck.
Nice.
Same way with the Wizard of Oz, the Yellow Brick Road. They did the
Yeah.
same type of surrealism in that British TV show Utopia. That was all about
Yeah,
like,
Utopia was what
Crazy,
I
dude.
loved that movie. I loved it. Yeah. Yeah.
the British one, or
I mean, it totally predicted the COVID-19 bullshit. Yeah.
Utopia was a show though. It was 2 seasons.
Oh,
there was a British one before the American
Well, that's the
one.
one.
Yeah.
That's the one I'm talking about, not the newer one with fucking Rain.
yeah,
Speed of Orwell.
yeah. The British, they totally cut it off on my Prime Video, and so I only got to watch the first season. Yeah.
Oh, it was still there last time I checked, and in fact, I actually have just the final episode. I think it's season 1, 6 episodes, and season 2 is 6 episodes, and I just haven't watched the last episode because I'm like, I do that a lot, man. I don't watch the end fucking of
Yeah.
shit because I don't want to, once it's over, it's over. I can always rewatch the series, but I think I watched 14 out of 15 seasons of Supernatural. When I was younger, I read like 12 out of 13 books of the series of Unfortunate Events series. Like, it's just a fucking thing, man. Once you finish it, it's
Yeah.
over. It's gonna saving
Yeah.
it for a fucking
Well,
saving it for a rainy day.
well,
Yeah,
what's
but don't ruin it for
scary
me.
is you don't know where Charlie Sheen was lurking in the background.
Yeah, Charlie Sheen is lurking in the background. Totally.
Yo, you want to hear
totally.
something crazy about Charlie Sheen, bro? Do you know what he was doing on the day that Charlie? Do you know what Charlie Sheen was doing the day that Charlie Kirk supposedly got deleted?
No.
Podcast with Joe Rogan.
He was
Tiger.
live, dude, live on the podcast with Joe Rogan on the Joe Rogan show. As
Really?
they literally
Wow.
reacted in real time, reacted to the news of Charlie being eliminated
Wow.
live, right?
How did
And
they
so-
react?
Well, they were looking at videos and like, oh my gosh, and Joe's doing that.
Did it seem like they were reacting real, or did it seem like they were
I
playing
don't
it
know.
out or
I mean, it's hard to really because they're such bullshit artists. You know what I mean? Like Joe Rogan. I mean, he's such a good bullshit artist that I mean, it's hard to tell. You know what I mean? But I do think it's
Yeah,
really
totally.
interesting considering all the his name's Charlie Sheen, Charlie Kirk, and then when the movie do you remember the movie Point Break?
Yes.
Yeah.
Keanu
Sure, dude.
Reeves, fucking
the beach one or whatever.
Gary Busey.
Yeah, Gary
Patrick
Busey, of
Swayze,
course.
dude. Yeah,
Patrick
bank robbing
Swayze.
surfers, dude.
Right. So get this, right? You know who was supposedly initially considered for the role that Keanu Reeves, Neo, aka Johnny Mnemonic, and so much more, Bill and Ted, whatever. You know
Yeah.
who got considered for that fucking role initially?
Which role?
No.
The role of Johnny
The Matrix?
Utah, who is the character that Keanu Reeves plays
Oh, in the movie. Yeah, the older movie. Yeah.
Point Break, yeah, where they play the fucking ex-presidents is what they're called.
What was
they
the
wear
original role supposed to be?
It was supposed to be given to. It was initially considered for Charlie Sheen.
Wow.
And so
Wow.
there's a reason why I'm bringing this up, right? Because you think Point Break, right? You think Turning Point. There was an article that came out that literally talked about how this thing with Charlie Kirk, with the news with Charlie Kirk, would break Turning Point, right? Point Break, Turning Point. And so keep that in mind, considering the fact
it's an interesting observation, but
well, consider also that his name was Johnny Utah, right? So Charlie Kirk was supposedly killed in Utah, in Orem,
Yeah.
Utah, which in Orem is a serpent, right? So keep that in mind, considering it was the year of the snake, also, and then all the connections with Snake Eyes, the movie, with Nicolas Cage, with Charlie Kirkland getting shot in the neck at the Tyler the Executioner fight. But Try to follow
in
me
the
here.
Trump
So,
Taj Mahal.
right. At the Trump casino, and the creator of the movie even said that that the casino owner character was based on Trump. But anyway, I digress with the Snake Eyes stuff. The Point Break is interesting because it was Johnny Utah was the main role, and it was supposed to be Charlie Sheen, who was live on Joe Rogan's podcast the day that Charlie Kirk was eliminated, and they reacted live to it. So you get it,
Yeah,
right? And then the girl Lori
Rogan's definitely an
Petty,
occultist, I think, for sure.
huh?
No, I think you're right. I think you're on to something because Rogan's an occultist for sure.
Yeah, so I'm sure Sheen is too, and fucking, and made Charlie Kirk maybe too. I mean, he could be in Valhalla. Who the fuck knows, man? But I mean, the crazy thing, right? Lori Petty, the girl in that movie, you think, who does she look like in regards to related to the Charlie Kirk fiasco? Think of Tyler.
Blonde hair, blue eyes, right?
Think of Tyler, right? You remember who Tyler's partner supposedly was? The trans partner? Larry Twig, or not Larry Twigs, something Twigs, Lance Twigs, right? Which is funny with the Twigs because in Snake Eyes, there's a scene where Nicolas Cage, I think, says to somebody, he refers to them as Twiggy, like randomly he just calls them Twiggy, like a nickname. It really has no like even relevance to why he called them Twiggy, but when you realize Lance Twigs, Tyler Robinson's supposed trans partner, looks to me just like the character that Lori Petty plays in that movie, Point Break, where she plays Keanu Reeves, fling, girl toy, whatever, fuck buddy, if you will. Patrick Swayze's also fuck buddy before she was. But anyway, so yeah, there's that weird connection there, and then of course, her, she's got connections with her her like birthday numerology to like Tyler's or something. There's all these other connections, but yeah, that movie Point Break is clearly weirdly connected to the Charlie Kirk thing, just as much as fucking Snake Eyes. Well, maybe not just as much, but Snake Eyes is crazy, man. Snake Eyes is just wild, dude. Charlie Kirkland shot in the neck. I mean, give me a fucking break, dude.
All right. Yeah, I'm just rolling a joint. Where'd Harry go? He disappeared. I think his phone died.
Get back here, Harold.
You're not allowed to leave, Harry.
Yo, you need a new background. You're gonna make me turn into this guy. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna go to sleep and have dreams of this fucking guy. Open your mind. How many times does he say it in the movie too? It's like 33 times probably.
Well, it's interesting because it's like this character is like the Wizard of Oz in the movie. The face behind the face.
Right. Yeah, I haven't seen any Arnold movies come out in a long time.
He's supposedly making a new Conan movie.
A culinary movie?
Conan.
Oh, Conan. Another Conan the Barbarian?
Yeah, it's supposed to be Conan the King or something. They're making a new Batman movie supposedly about the Clayface dude from the cartoon in the 90s. What else?
Well, speaking of that James Holmes situation, the Batman shooting situation, a lot of folks were saying he was dressed up as a Joker, dude. He was really dressed up as a character from the Killing Joke comic, whatever they call the extended versions of comics, fucking whatever, comic book from like 1985, dude. There's a guy with orange hair, whatever, in the tactical equipment that went and shot up a movie theater in that comic book. The Batman Killing Joke comic book.
Yeah, I forgot so much of what
1988.
Oh man, there's another one, dude. You know what's crazy? There was an interesting video by Brother Dana, Enemy Decodes is his channel, connecting like that scene in Total Recall where he's in the airport dressed as the woman to the blood moon that passed on 3/3. Super interesting, man. And I definitely saw some of what he was trying to like allude to, but admittedly, I kind of forgot what that was, other than that it was in the background you see on the sign Dan Aykroyd. Dude, that's so crazy. Didn't I just bring him up? I just brought him up like 5 minutes ago. There you go.
I always put this picture on it.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
It's
he's
funny.
got his own. He's another one who's got his own, like, one of those shows. But his is more like not so much conspiracy, like angle, but like, I forget the name of the show, but it's like freaks and like freak events that have happened and freak people and shit.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think I like. I think this is the coolest one. Oh, the Charlie.
Yeah, Charlie Day. Another.
It's
There's
all
another.
like this, guys. It's
there's another
all like
Charlie,
this.
man.
Says I'm up to my eyeballs in Pepe. What do you mean there's no Pepe, Sylvia?
That show is pretty good. I gotta hand
Dude, it's one of the most fantastic jokes on his illiteracy. This entire episode is peak Charlie.
Yeah, freaking Danny DeVito somehow busting out good comedy, modern times. That's
He
pretty
really
great.
makes this show, in my opinion. I haven't seen the last couple seasons, but I didn't start watching until season 3, so I went back and watched the first couple seasons, and he definitely brings a whole new element to the show. It is, well, they're obviously they do some good comedy. I mean, he brings a whole new element to elevate the show for sure.
Yeah, it's a
Frank
pretty
Reynolds
good
is such
show.
a great character, dude. That's my favorite character on that show is Frank Reynolds.
Hey, I had some pretty interesting, a couple of interesting like current events, very short. Like one is just under a minute, and one is just over a minute videos. One is a little over 2 minutes, but if you wanted to check any of them out, but I could tell you what they are. So this dozens of men were supposedly arrested in an Ohio human trafficking sting, and then there's also this news of this Orlando pastor busted in an undercover child sex sting. And then I also had some lighter news that wasn't so fucking
Send all the perverts to Idaho. They got the
send them to Utah, man.
Fire up the wood chippers, boys.
Well, I'm
Send 'em
pretty
to
sure
Denver.
Idaho just passed the thing for the execution firing squad, and it's funny because nobody realized they're doing that because the Mormons need the atonement of the blood to touch the ground. It's ritual to them. Damn it, this weed keeps coming out of my joint, going into my fucking throat.
But yeah, supposedly also
Looking
there's
at-
this video of Netanyahu at a 3D printing meat factory stakeholder. I thought it's funny, get it,
Like
stakeholder.
the whole
like-
Charlie Kirk thing. I think the Mormons took out Charlie Kirk.
Oh,
think
it's
that
totally
there was
possible.
some kind of Mormon-
It was clearly linked to the LDS church founder dying like just after. So isn't that
interesting?
Wait, aren't the Mormons? Wait a minute.
Well, I found out his parents were rich recently. I think
No, his parents
JJ
have
said
had
that.
money. He comes from money, dude. His father designed Trump Tower there. He was the architect on Trump Tower. Robert
Right.
W. Kirk.
Yeah, and you can't really find much of any information on him, interestingly enough. But that's funny. His name is Bob Kirk. It makes me think of Bob Odenkirk, who played Nobody and fucking Better Call Saul and
Better Call Saul.
But it is through his father where he was today. I mean, I know the group that built Turning Point USA out of Chicago.
You mean Michael Aquino
So
and Paul fucking
Paul Valle? No,
Paul Valle.
he was on the advisory council. They weren't the folks that built Charlie Kirk. And
I know, but from
you know,
PSYOPs to
I
Mind
don't
Wars
know
is
that-
pretty telling. From PSYOPs to Mind War.
I don't
Mind
know the
Wars
last
is pretty
time
telling.
that I've long assumed Valet, I'm sorry, is him. He himself is a Satanist as well. I presume.
Yeah,
Jacques Valet. Sure.
No, Kino's
Paul
buddy
Valle?
Paul Valet.
Yeah, no, the guy
okay.
who I don't know if you know about
Valle,
it, but
Valle.
he was on the board. He is on the board of TPUSA, and he also helped co-author the book from PSYOPs to Mind Wars with Michael Aquino, the founder of the Temple of Set and the intelligence op. So
Yeah,
obviously,
we've spoken of that at nauseum.
right. Oh, right. This is like old news at this point because I'm just remembering now that it was a couple months ago that you were on You were on Donut Stream with Courtney Turner and some others, a bunch of others. That was a heavy hitter panel, dude. I restreamed.
Super Bowl. So
yeah, I restreamed that. It was a good panel, man.
Yeah, I like that Donut dude. I met him over here a couple times. Your buddy Donut Clint. He's funny dude. He's doing a whole series on toilets now.
Yeah, Illuminati toilets.
We've been back and forth on a couple of messages to link up for a podcast.
Yeah, he's good people, man. But yeah, there's a heavy panel coming.
I like his point of view. It's different. It's definitely different.
Yeah, there's a heavy panel with him and a bunch, like 10 other people coming Tuesday night. Anya Saru, Spiritual Shade Room, Decoding with Cody, Ball Don't Lie, Tommy Truthful. So it's like 10 people. It's a full panel.
I'm trying to get Truth Stream Media in here.
Dude, Truth Stream Media was InfoWars, man.
What channel is this?
You know, that's a.
They said they'd come on sometime.
Yeah.
So did a couple other people that were. KJ Osborne said he would come on, but he still hasn't come on. He does the scariest movie ever thing on YouTube.
Yeah.
He's kind of gone off the deep end though with the religious stuff. No offense to him.
Yeah. You know, I play a lot of Christian content creators, man, on my channel. Like, I really appreciate like Shaking My Head Productions and the compilations he puts together, and Days of Noah and stuff. And like, you know, but sometimes
I feel like I'm on a different interwebs than you are, man. Like, you're naming so many things I've never heard of.
Yeah, well, maybe, you know, remember.
Check out some of this shit.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But I definitely that's definitely where I tend to like the closest I am right now, being able to, you know, I could be comfortable identifying with any type of label is like literally being anti-labelist, which I mean I created on my own, but like the labels are where we fucking, you know what I mean? Like,
I've always been against labels.
Yeah, you know, I mean, the people who seek enlightenment and go towards the left or right hand path, they go into the mystery schools, the secret societies, you know, they don't realize that they're trying themselves to, I think, cling to some label or find some label that they can kind of feel.
Well, I mean, I'm always pro-Constitution. I always believe in the Constitution. That's definitely a dangerous label because the New World Order hates the Constitution.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of who else I wanted to get on this podcast. I was trying to get Ted Nugent to answer because Ted Nugent had a radio episode.
Yeah, that's
great.
crazy.
You got a 16-year-old girl in your basement, dude. He'll probably reply immediately.
I'll tell you a funny story about Ted Nugent. My mom.
I just wanted to. Ted Nugent did a radio broadcast and he interviewed Carl Miller, and I wanted him to give me that broadcast because Carl Miller is like a hardcore law talker, basically.
It's just write him a message, say your song Jailbait's my favorite song ever, and he'll reply immediately.
My mom was an usher when she was younger. I think it was an usher at like a theater, and Ted Nugent one night was playing, and so she actually witnessed this guy, Ted Nugent, fucking flip a platter tray onto like one of the waitresses for getting like one of the things on the platter wrong or some shit, or it's like getting some like minutia detail wrong with the platter, with food platter or some shit that was brought to him, and he flipped the whole fucking thing on her or something.
That sounds like something the Nuge would do. That sick son of a bitch.
Yeah, that's pretty much the only first thing that comes to mind when I think it's Nugent.
It's funny, this comment in the chat, Joe Kent hinted at a foreign power killing Kirk. He definitely did hint at that. But and not to conflate the two, but the screen name here is Charlie Smith. Well,
I wonder if it was Soviets.
Well, it's interesting that Kirk's mother is a Smith, and she had a son named Charlie in her first marriage, but to a guy named Smith before she was married to Kirk's father, and he was 3 years older than Charlie. And I can't find any birth record for Charlie Kirk, so I often wonder if Charlie Kirk is really Charlie Smith.
Oh, that's interesting. Huh.
Yeah, his mother's son from her first marriage.
Smith.
3 years before she married Robert Kirk.
If he's a Smith, then that would be.
There's no public record of Charlie Kirk outside of a few articles his senior year of high school.
Yeah, well, I think Charlie Kirk can literally be translated to like burnt church or burnt church.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because wasn't it the Latter-day Saints church, the founder who was like 100 years old or whatever when he died just like days after. Didn't they burn a church, a Mormon church, like between that time?
There was a bombing at a Mormon church in
There you
Michigan
go.
a couple days after that.
Jesus.
Man, you see the you know.
What you're describing there, sir, is the Twilight language.
Twilight.
Oh yeah.
What's that?
Yeah, I've heard about that.
Fill me in.
Depending on your take on it, and John Keel's take on it, it's basically it's baked into our universe in numerous capacities. Where it's basically where do ideas come from, right? And it's not. We can look back at these events and we can look and see like, oh well, yeah, his name's Kirk, and then there was a church bombing and stuff like that, and it's kind of like this. I think Keel called it the eighth column. It's this universal trickster force, essentially.
Okay, yeah, I can, yeah,
Interesting.
I can, yeah, appreciate that perspective.
Yeah,
And I actually
part of
tend
that
to,
trickster force is it's baked into the language we use, right?
It's an interesting theory.
Well, definitely, yeah. I mean, I tend to, I think, lean towards that.
A more
perspective.
exoteric understanding that is the book Freakonomics, where they
Right.
study the trajectory of individuals and their names. I forget the exact names, but one was being more gangster and hood, the other one not, and seeing what impact that would have. So I mean, there's some. I mean, that's more of an exoteric understanding of that Twilight language concept.
That's interesting.
That's a podcast too, isn't it? But I mean, it's a book by Stephen or something. But it's
Yeah, I think they did a podcast. I'm not sure they still do, but I haven't read that book
that was a
in years.
long time ago. Yeah.
I think Ted Nugent's referenced in the book. That's why it came to my brain hole right now. He must be something was just said that popped that in my brain hole.
Oh yeah,
that book reference.
Yeah. See, I'm stoned. The only way to get through this is to get more stoned.
I'm trying to see what else I had queued up. Oh, there's supposedly a lot of these people talking about this new vaccine that supposedly dissolves into your skin or some shit. But I feel like they've been talking about that for years. Back in even like 2020, they were talking about some.
I've seen articles about them claiming they're going to put it in the food and stuff.
Yeah, which means they probably have been doing it for a long time already. But
I'd like to start a political party for the 2028 election to write in Jeffrey Epstein for president.
I'm sure a lot of people would vote. You know.
Well, he's still alive, so he's probably in Poland somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, you can write him in, right? You can all write him in. If any man can save America in its current condition, it's Jeffrey Epstein. He's the answer to everything, dude. Everything plaguing America right now points to Epstein. And has Epstein connections to
He's got an alien portal in his.
Dude, he might be an alien, dude, for all I know, dude. He might be one of them tall whites that they keep talking about. the Nordics.
Yeah, I've seen a bunch of videos come out like, oh, this is the thing. It's like, oh, geez, this soul rhetoric from the 80s and 90s is coming back. Makes you wonder. Because, I mean, I could see like
it does make you wonder how the two of the people attacked by the quote-unquote Unabomber were in the Epstein, client list, essentially.
Huh. That's bizarre.
Yeah. What did the quote unquote Unabomber know then that we didn't? You know what I mean?
Well, I wonder if back then there was ways to hack phones with dial tone noises or some shit. Was it? I wonder if any of that type of equipment was found on that dude.
I don't know, dude. There's this guy in the Pacific Palisades that's now burned up. That neighborhood is. This is probably like 2014. He told his girlfriend that he was half CIA project, half human, half alien hybrid, and a bunch of other wild tales, and there were some other wild events going on preceding his death. But basically, his fiance and her friend or sister, something like that, were hiding out in the safe house. Like this is in the Los Angeles area. They were up in like the San Francisco Bay Area hiding out, and he sent them up there, and he's found dead in his car like a week later out in front of his Pacific Palisades, wealthy condo. Inside that condo, dude, was literal armies worth of fucking ammo and weapons.
Jesus.
Cash. Yeah, and the whole thing got wrapped up, dude, real fast, quick, fast, in a hurry. I'm not saying the dude was an alien fucking human hybrid, but I'm saying there's a lot more to that fucking story.
Yeah. Were they able to trace any of it, or?
That's a good question, dude. He got wrapped up like it was pretty much just swept under the rug.
Huh. That's interesting.
Let me see if I can find that.
Yeah. Yeah. It'd be cool to get a detective license, but I mean, you can still detect without a license.
Yeah, Jeffrey Allen Lash, dude. Dude, when they searched his home, he had, he had cars and everything else. It was Santa Monica, it says, but I know his home was in Pacific Palisades. Okay. I don't know why I'm saying Santa Monica, but yes, I mean, close enough. But he was Pacific Palisades. AI is wrong here. But it says the stockpile searching his home, they found $5 million cash, 1,200 guns, 6.5 cubic tons of ammunition, bows, arrows.
That's weird. Bows and arrows. That's a lot of money.
Dude, I'm telling you, dude, he had millions of dollars, dude. Millions. And shit. Dead Pacific Palisades man described as secret agent. Secret government spy, human alien hybrid. Yep, there you go, dude. We got human. No one's talking about the human alien hybrids here, dude. This is the real disclosure.
They live, dude.
Dude, this was one of the wildest tales, dude. Like, all of his neighbors knew him. They said he was the nicest guy ever, dude. July 2015, I was close. I said summer 2016, but yeah.
Yeah, it's fucked up. It's people claiming about alien.
Oh shit, dude! How was he getting? He was getting laws. His estate was getting sued in the afterlife.
Wonder who he was working for.
Weird. I wanted to know where he got all the money, guns, and ammo and shit, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Living in a swanky Pacific Palisades townhouse.
What was his name again? I wonder whose family is.
Jeffrey Allen Lash, Lash. Yeah, he had all these women suing his estate, dude. Because again, he was worth money. What they're suing him for is weird. I don't know that. The suit states that this lady's father, this was his fiance or girlfriend or whatever. The suit states that her father was a judge, that her godfather was the late Senator Alan Cranston. I don't know him. And then further is quoted as saying, Lash, knowing her family background in politics, fraudulently claimed to have telephone calls with General Petraeus, President Bush, Condoleezza Rice, and the First Lady Laura Bush. I haven't seen evidence that he didn't, dude. This dude was connected in some capacity to somebody.
Says his father was Jerry Lash, Jerome Lash, full name likely Gerald, profession a microbiologist who owned his own medical laboratory.
That's weird.
LA Times link.
That sounds connected to some government testings of certain varieties.
I wonder if they're related to John Lamb Lash at all.
But he'd known this lady for a long time because he dies in 2015. They've been a couple. They've known each other since '85, and they've been a couple since '98. That's what I'm saying, dude. And she didn't have any background where he got all the shit. I'm not buying that.
Who is this again? This is that you're talking about is who's
some dude. He's some dude who died in Pacific Palisades. They found him like rotting away in his car in July 2015. His decomposing body out in front of his condo when his condo was filled with cash. Basically $5 million worth of shit between cash, guns, and ammo.
Oh, does it have any connection though to like more recent Palisades news, like with the fires and shit, or is it? Because when I hear Palisades, that's obviously the first thing.
The condo's now gone. Yeah, I mean, there's no the evidence of his condo's
We know what's crazy about
the evidence of his
Palisades
conduct
was
has completely been vanquished from this planet now, for sure.
what's crazy about those fires. Well, I don't think it was Palisades. I don't think it was. I think it was more in that city that starts with the A, where they. If you're watching the fucking award shows back there, what was it last year? What the fuck is it called? Man?
Anaheim.
No, it wasn't Anaheim. It was like a city that got super fucking torched by the fires. Oh my bad. The Palisades were a different Cali fire event. The fires I'm talking about though were at more, I think, like last year, and it was last year or the year before. I think it was last year. But this whole like neighborhood area burnt down in this one area. This whole fucking neighborhood area burnt down, right? Everything except for this synagogue, dude. This synagogue that stood right in the middle of this whole community somehow just survived what many were claiming seemed obviously like directed energy weapons, fucking meddling and stuff. But what do you call it? So that synagogue, when that community rebuilds, is going to be the center of that community, right? Which is super interesting because the founder of that synagogue is supposedly tied to this guy who founded, I think it's called, it's like a type of Judaism called like Reformation or reconstructive Zionism or something like that. And it's funny, you think reconstructive, right? Like how ironic is that considering they're going to reconstruct that whole development around that synagogue? And I just find that very interesting, man.
Well, so that last guy, he went by an alias of Bob Smith. His fiance Catherine Nebron, Nebron, claims that she went along with it. That's weird.
So wait, you think there's a connection here with this guy and
the whole thing's weird, man?
And Kirk because of the name? Because you think Kirk is Smith?
No, he's an alien-human hybrid. It's disclosure at its finest.
Okay, so there's no connection because it seems
this is the David Wilcock show.
It just seems like such a coincidence because you were talking about how coincidence, synchronicity, whatever, or there's something more because we were talking about Charlie Kirk and how you thought Charlie Kirk might be Charlie Smith, but I think you were joking because now I'm seeing there's a Charlie Smith in the fucking chat. So now I'm confused. Now I'm confused what's going on.
That is the synchronistic moment because Charlie Smith appears to be Charlie Kirk's mother's son from her first marriage.
So you're not even kidding. So it's a third synchron. So it's just like the synchronicity key right now because the synchronicity key, of course, being a book by David Wilcock, but there's a fucking Charlie Smith in the chat on Clint's side. So now I'm just tripping because I think, did I hit some DMT? Because I'm confused now. What's going on?
Well, we are here to confuse you. No, I'm just joking.
You'll never confuse me more than David Wilcock did during one of his live streams. You can try your hardest.
David Wilcock, the disembodied blue avian spirit.
One of the witnesses that was friends with this Don Vadbunker was property manager. Was with Nebron and Lash. Nebron claimed that the lady was acted like she was where'd it go? Totally brainwashed or something. Yeah, here. She claimed he brainwashed her, reduced her to a robot, restricted her movements. Let's see. Lash. That is weird. He collapsed on July 4th. Oh, they went to Oregon. That's weird. It's only tunes in Oregon. Yeah, maybe the dude was. Do you think it's just some kind of lone? Well, the whole alien thing really makes it weird.
Yeah, everything they're trying to push right now is weird. And with this guy on the news with what looks like a face mask, they're trying to make it so obvious so that they get people like thinking that, there's people on the news. I mean, they want people to start to the false awakening, John Carpenter, like JC, right? Like Jesus Christ. Jesus was a carpenter. John Carpenter, the director, They Live, and so many other fucking cult classics, dystopian cult classics. But, Yeah, it's like, are they trying to manufacture this false awakening? Oh, they want people with the They Live glasses to see that it's the aliens wearing masks on the news. Like, I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
Cooper said that the They Live movie was a metaphor about the aliens, or what were a metaphor for the people that were members of secret societies. That because even the Masons and stuff, they call themselves the Greys, and that ironically the intelligence apparatus, such as the KGB, had a Grey advertising in London, and then I've heard rumors that other intelligence apparatus also use the term Grey as a term for themselves, and so there's a weird I don't know.
What?
It's like, well, like when the Soviet Union pretended to collapse and all those supposed records from the KGB went on the internet, like nobody knows if it was real or not, or if it was all just staged. That they purposely put all those things there for people to find. I don't know. Because in some of the KGB stuff, there was a supposed alien video of them. I think they got it from. I don't know if they was supposed to be an Area 51 video that they somehow nabbed, or if it was a video that they had of an extraterrestrial biological entity supposedly that was being examined or something. It's hard to find on the net. There's a bunch of them out there, but I've only found like one video on BitChute that had a clip of it. Let me see if I can find it again. I mean, the clip's irrelevant, but because it's most likely some kind of monkey that had plastic surgery, and they trained it to like stand there or something. I mean, because that's what Cooper alleged with Area 51 or Roswell. He claimed that one of the reports said that there was monkeys that were like literal chimpanzees that had surgical alterations to their faces and ears and stuff, and that they were like painted green or something and thrown in the wreckage of some stuff. And let's see, what is that? BitChute.
Did you see that the Late Show just ended after 33 years?
The Late Show.
Yeah, with Stephen Colbert. It used to be with David Letterman, but it's been with Colbert for years. But it ran for 33 years. It may be that it was Johnny Carson before David Letterman, but
well, I mean, nobody's actually really funny anymore besides Charlie on the screen there.
I haven't watched Always Sunny in a while.
Here it is. This is supposedly a KGB alien EBE video. Nobody knows if it's real or not. They supposedly found it when the Soviet Union collapsed. I don't know how long this goes for.
Are there any blue avions in this one?
Yeah. Well, we'll have to ask the CIA if the KGB knows. Oh, here's the alien again. Oh, where's back to the UFO? Oh yeah. So there's some supposed alien bodies.
Right. Keyword alleged.
I didn't know the video was this long. I don't know what the fuck's going on with it.
Just speed it up.
Wait, is this the right one? I don't know if this is the right one. Hold on. Oh. Where did it go? Yeah, I think this is the right one. No, it's so choppy. Well, I think the second part. I never seen this second part. It seemed like they mixed two videos together or something. I don't know, but it could be the unintelligence apparatus.
For sure, dude. I saw them autopsy an alien on Fox, dude, back in the 90s.
Yeah, I remember that too. It was.
Yeah, remember that shit, dude? That was fucking ridiculous.
Well, did they play it like the same day that they played or they had X-Files that was about aliens right after that, and then where it was like,
oh, that makes sense. That was also on Fox, sure.
Yeah, there's like a subway train and some supposed alien or something. I'm pretty sure that was episode. But then, like right around that same time, they had an hour special about the meteor from Mars that they supposedly cut into and found life. And then right after it, they had some kind of press conference, and they're like, "We didn't find any life in the meteor." And it's like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, he just said two. I remember watching it. I'm like, what the fuck? They just said two total opposite things.
Yeah, I think anything with space is a magical ritual.
Yeah, space is definitely weird. Who knows if you like leave the atmosphere and you enter into the spirit world, and all of a sudden space lights up with all sorts of weird fucking invisible shit. Space ghost coast to coast. There's quite a few fried Russian monkeys and stuff out there.
Space Ghost Perp. You know him or no? That's a long time ago. That dude used to live down here, South Florida.
Oh, the rapper.
Yeah, I used to know a lot of people Xavier Wolf, who became Ethan Wolf, or Ethan Wolf, who became Xavier Wolf, and Young Simi and Denzel Curry. They all came from
It
down
makes you
here.
wonder though, because he had a song that was called "I'm a Black God."
Yeah,
Or
the
secular
Black
humanism.
God. I like to in my
Secular
hands and the
humanism.
words. Oh my God, I'm no longer a black
Think about it
man.
though.
A
It's
black
secular
God.
humanism. You gotta watch out for people who believe in secular humanism.
Yeah, well, you could tell he was into some dark stuff, man, by his sound, and it kind of had that horrorcore type feel. Like, not horrorcore is not the right genre. That's like Hollywood Undead. But speaking of, dude, I just went to Rockville for the first time, man, which I didn't even realize it's like considered the biggest rock music festival in the country. But dude, that shit was crazy. And then when I saw that Trump was just there I don't know if it was just before or just after the Rockville, because it was like right before or after some shit at Daytona Speedway, which is where it was at with NASCAR, and like Trump was there with the Beast, riding around in the Beast. And so yeah, I don't know if I was there right before him or right after him, but I didn't realize that or remember that until after the fact. But yeah, there's some weird energy out there, man. I gotta admit, there's some weird energy in that area. I mean, then again, Daytona in general.
Well, I would let superstition
lead the way.
Yeah, the secret societies rule people with superstition, and I don't know if this is real. This is supposedly Roswell. I've never seen this before. Yeah, superstition. I mean, that could be just like Cooper says, some kind of chimpanzee that's been surgically altered or something.
Superstition.
I think one of the theories I thought was pretty compelling was the Japanese Nazis, their science division. They were conducting human experimentation, and those were the bodies of like retarded Japanese folk.
Yeah, that's what they allege in the X-Files, where Mulder finds
That's an X-Files plot? Holy shit, okay.
Yeah, it's season 3 or end of second season. There's like, and it's interesting because I found redacted papers that talked about some kind of trains that were buried underground with some kind of disease patients or something. But like in the episode that's he thought he found aliens, but it was really some kind of hybrids or something. Damn, I don't remember if it was a document or if it was somebody talking about it. No, get back to you on that one.
Older Bones said, speaking of California and fires, the recent Garden Grove chemical leak is on the 33rd latitude. Orange equals 33, like the county. It's been in operation since 1933, so the last 33 years. Fucking A. The company
I try to
originally...
stay away from numerology, because numerology can lead to superstition. And
Well, the
it's like,
33 code, man, is pretty undeniable, though. You can't deny that. I mean, I know you remember back in COVID with 33 cases here and there and everywhere, and everything's 33. I mean,
well, it could just be a breadcrumb trail to keep you occupied on something that, you know, isn't relevant to the
magician's distraction.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what about when it is relevant? What would you see? What would you see it as? Like when it does apply, like how would you? What do you see that as?
Like a circumstance.
I'm gonna
Like
use
what-
a cigarette to answer that one.
Like say, like okay, like for the example I brought up, like COVID with 33 cases, like 33 cases here, there, everywhere. There's just somehow 33 cases in every city, fucking every day, like always, like
Yeah, and the
that kind of
Cash
shit.
App, PayPal announced
a word I
found
come
Kyle
up-
Robinson in 33 hours.
Right, you know what I see it as, to come up with a word, I guess, to kind of language it out, is like it's a signpost. You know, it's a signpost that either the dark occult or the universe is conspiring to.
Think about if you were in a room of mirrors, you couldn't see anything. You couldn't see anything. You couldn't trust anything you seen. And that, I think that's what we should do, is pretend like we're in a room full of mirrors, and that, you know, because we can't trust anything we see.
Right.
I mean, we can trust that people believe it, or that.
Whoa, wait. Well, unless it's on
Yeah.
TV, though. I mean, right, is what you mean.
Well, even then, it's like I don't trust anything that the news says.
Oh, come on. The news
We
wouldn't
can,
lie, dude. Give me a break. The
we
government.
can trust that they want us to see it. It's like that's why I would say is what's better, no info or bad info. That's the, because bad info could lead to drastic consequences, but no info would you at least stay blind.
Right.
I mean, it's a complicated thing. I mean, you could use it metaphorically or realistically. Like bad info, you go out in the woods, you don't know there's like a bunch of cougars out there or something.
There's a bunch of ticks out there eating fucking deer and fucking moose, apparently, is what the fuck they're doing. I saw this one video, dude. This dead moose was covered in ticks, dude. Just covered, like fucking head to toe, covered in ticks. And this guy taking a video, he's like getting all up close to this dead moose with ticks all over it. I'm like, dude, I wouldn't be fucking getting close. Like one of those things or a bunch of them things are gonna jump off and fucking jump on me and jump in my ears and nose and shit. Fuck that, dude. Fucking, you know, Bill Gates ticks. I'm good, man. But my buddy on my side said that he thinks the alien side will usher in.
I just want to say, Doctor Inferno's here. I almost said
So
doctor.
luckily we have a doctor in the house. Welcome,
Hey,
Dr.
what's up?
Inferno.
I didn't even notice.
What's going
Doctor,
on? What's
do
going
you
on?
concur, Doctor?
Doctor.
What's going on?
All right, you got to say I concur.
Oh, I don't.
Doctor,
do
give us
anything.
the news. I got a bad
Nobody knows
case
the
of
old joke.
Jesus juice.
I don't have to do anything. But,
Well, no, I say,
well-
Doctor, do you concur? And you say, oh, Doctor,
No,
I
I
concur.
don't
Do you
concur.
concur?
I'm a quack. I'm a quack.
Well, we're
Don't
not
follow
actually
my
concurring
advice.
on anything.
No, I'm a quack. Don't follow my advice. Just follow my podcast and YouTube channel. I won't lead you in the wrong direction when it comes to parapolitics, esoterica, and crime, and
What's your
apocalypse.
position on Pepe Sylvia?
This Pepe Sylvia.
Exactly, dude. It's our dark
Who
overlord
the hell
of
is
this
that?
world.
The one armed
The hell
man.
is that?
No, it's Charlie Kelly's illiteracy and It's Always Sunny and Charlie Day.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I never watched
He
that. shit
develops an
regularly.
entire conspiracy around Pepe Sylvia because he can't read the word Pennsylvania.
I know. The only thing I know, what is it? The Dennis method and the Charlie character. I just know that shit.
Oh yeah, dude. Well, yeah, Clint's got the meme up right now with the Pepe Sylvia meme. It's a great,
Oh,
it's a great joke on Charlie's literacy, but
Yeah.
I think it also speaks to the point Clint was just making about wrong information and what what it'll do to you. This dude's developed an entire conspiracy with Pepe Sylvia's running their corporation.
I mean, I look
'cause
at
he
that
can't
as
read the
most
word
people on
Pennsylvania.
Twitter. Most people on, I mean, honestly, to be truthful with you, most people on Twitter don't really research most of the stuff they put out there. They just follow other people's popular narratives and then put their narrative around that so they can get on other people's podcasts. No shade, but
Well, I think
it's kind of
that
how it
Dennis,
goes.
well, the real conspiracy about It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia is that Dennis has a Range Rover and that somehow he keeps it running.
Right?
Yeah, that's true. Range Rovers are pieces of shit. But I mean, am I wrong about that? Am I wrong that people just sort of just glaze other people and just get on their podcasts and just spout, their own sort
Well,
of
you're not
constructed
wrong.
theories?
I often joke, especially with mainstream podcasts, you listen to something on Spotify or something like that, and you hear these podcasts that are sponsored by like mental health fucking teleconference psychiatrist folks, but like the podcast that's advertising that is really just folks that are podcasting
And they
due to
seem
needing mental health.
also people seem to like kind of poo-poo that whole theory that intelligence agencies don't really want to infiltrate podcasts. I mean, that was a whole like debate, I think, that was started by Jimmy Fallon Gong, was talking about the leftist podcast getting infiltrated by CIA
Like who?
people.
I've seen old school YouTube stuff where the people, they were in a studio.
Well, I'll
tell
give
us
you a
to get set
name.
up.
The name that was put, at least in leftist circles, I don't know about like conservo spears or like other far right type of spaces, but they were saying that TrueAnon was some kind of plant. I don't know if that's true, but that was floated around for a little
I
while.
wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, they're huge, aren't they?
They're
Kinda
big.
came out
Yeah,
of
they make
nowhere.
like 100 and they sort of got their bones on the whole QAnon thing, but yeah.
Actually, put a
I didn't mean to
UFO.
like throw you guys off course. Whatever you guys are talking about, I believe Sean was talking about
We're
something.
talking about
I didn't
trust
mean
in the
to-
plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, what was I talking about that you were touching on? My bad. I was reading a comment in my chat from a
No, I was just saying that I came in here and I didn't want to interrupt, abruptly. You were talking about something before I came in here. Just want to go with the flow of the conversation.
Yeah, we were talking about all kinds of shit, man. I don't remember now.
Get your blue avian cap on, sir. We're talking
All
about
right,
avians.
Well, what I was interjecting is that you guys were talking about truth and I guess conspiracy culture, and I am of the belief. This is not really my own theory. I'm kind of stealing this from somebody. I know I'm a bad person for
Plagiarism.
stealing other people's concepts that I came up with that they stole from me that they incorporated in their podcast. I'm not saying any names, but there's a person that does that. I'm not going to say any
Damn it,
names.
wrong one.
There is a person who does that. Not me. I am.
Yeah, I
100%
just take it as a badge of
Oh,
honor,
cool.
Doc. I would just take it as a badge because folks be
But,
copying a lot of my shit I see, and
but what
I
I'm
hear things.
saying
Like,
is
wait a
that
second. What do you mean it's
weaponization
gonna be
of
a real barn
conspiracy.
burner?
I mean, believe it or not, subliminal jihad says that stuff now. I mean, I guess they must listen to your pod. So
Nice, I like it. See, that's what I mean. I'm happy to set a new trend.
I guess so. I try not to. I try to just innovate on my own. But I mean, it's like you can't help but like I guess to take some of these concepts because they're universal sort of psyops. But the thing about it is, I think conspiracy culture is being weaponized right now. We're seeing
Well, I think
it right now before our
it's
eyes.
been like that for quite some time. When
It
I got,
has,
like 12 or
it
13
has.
years ago, when I got Mark Passio to admit that he was never a Satanist or a Luciferian, he like flipped out and fucking, he's never once said anything. I counted like a million times on his, damn it, I picked the wrong weed.
Dude, if you ever go to his website, his certificate is being a certified fucking Satanist preacher dude from Anton LaVey. Looks like it was written by, the signature looks like it was written by a kindergartner, and the whole thing looks like it came from like Microsoft Paint.
Yeah, he admitted it. Then he edited the audio and archived it, and you can see the cut marks in the audio if you put it on a wave file, and you put it on a wave program. My Navy SEAL friend, he was there when I made the phone call and witnessed the whole thing. I can bring him on the podcast if I ever have to. when Mark Passio gets balls to come on the podcast.
Yeah, good
I
luck
don't
with
think
that.
that's going to happen anytime soon.
I don't think it's gonna happen, bro.
Yeah, it's definitely not gonna.
I wouldn't hold your breath for Mark Passio
I
showing
mean,
up, dude. He obviously knows he's full of shit. You know what I mean?
I keep I keep seeing you tagging these people, Clint. I'm like, why is he tagging these people? These people are not going to respond. But I mean,
Wow,
hey, you're
I try to
determined.
get all sorts of random people to come on.
Yeah,
No,
you
I'm
never
talking
know.
about like famous. I'm talking about famous people, like famous people, and
Dude,
that's
Corey
not a
Feldman's
slide.
just a man of the people, dude. Corey Feldman's a people's person.
Yeah, he's already
Isn't Corey
made a
Feldman washed though? Isn't he?
he made a
washed?
comment
Kinda washed.
contract on if I get the funding for the Cthulhu movie, he would be in it.
Well, how you doing? How you doing with that money?
I don't know how to get the funding. I'm thinking about gambling.
Yeah, there you go. Hit the casinos up. They still take money for blood?
The like that Let It Ride movie. Dude's
That's a
giving
great
blood to
movie.
him. That movie's
mean,
inspirational.
Have
Where's
you
the nearest
considered
horse
dressing
track?
up in a Sasquatch uniform, like a Sasquatch costume, and just playing the saxophone on like a live stream?
I think I'd rather take my risk at gambling.
You
Okay.
know who played a
Did you just say
meme?
Bigfoot saxophone, dude? That's one of my favorite YouTube channels, dude. I love that YouTube channel.
Yeah,
What are you
dude's
talking
awesome.
like? Yeah, you're talking about the
That dude's awesome.
Was it Saxquatch? Saxquatch?
Oh,
Yep.
dude, I put that on all the time, dude. Just in the background noise when I'm working on stuff, dude. Sasquatch, yeah.
That's the man, dude.
I fucking love a Sasquatch, dude.
I don't know
literally-
if you can bite his, his aura, but maybe you can like play the clarinet or something. I don't know.
Right.
You can-
I literally
you can
watched
hit
that
the
guy and
drum.
was inspired to pick up my sax that had been sitting in a case for fucking like years. I think
Oh, he's
I think
super
that's what
talented,
did it.
dude. Yeah, dude.
It was like a
He
couple
does like
months
careless
back.
whisper and shit. It's fucking hilarious.
I think I played it once and then just put it for fucking 10 minutes and just put it back in the case and then didn't play it again since. But
Oh, well, you could sell it.
I started following this dude like a couple years ago, dude. He's actually started touring since then.
yeah, you know who plays a mean sax is Bubba. I mean Bill Clinton, whatever. Well, which one was Bubba? Was
yeah.
Trump Bubba? I guess Bubba was Trump, right? Bubba was
No,
that's Bill
Bubba was
Clinton.
Bill Clinton.
Bubba was Bill Clinton, right? But they were saying that Trump might have actually been Bubba because apparently Trump was sucking off Bill. Dude, they come out with so many of these, as you said, flooding the zone as.
Well, in the era of clickbait, expect a bunch of false
Yeah.
taglines. Expect just inventions of new conspiracies. It's almost like an art
For
form
sure.
now.
Trust nothing.
Yeah.
It is an art form, and that Ashley St. Clair girl, I think, is exercising that art form right now with these perpetrating all these tales about Elon Musk.
What's she saying? I'm not up
She
on
claims
it.
to be the baby mama of her. He's supposedly the father of her child, and she's
I mean, it might
using
be
that as a
true. I mean,
weaponized
doesn't he just use?
conspiracy culture
Doesn't he use like
situation.
just? Doesn't he turkey base most of his harem?
Well,
His
I'm willing
Silicon
to
Valley
believe that
harem?
the man who's already got, like, the African man has got 9 kids, is going to have a 10th. I'm willing to believe all of that, but she's provided no evidence of it. And she claimed,
Yeah.
the news stories cite a court case that doesn't exist.
Hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of tomfoolery going on.
Oh, for
Yeah,
sure. Well, she
speaking of-
just came out the other day saying that he used space lasers to cause Joe Biden to lose the election, whatever the fuck that means.
Space lasers.
But it's a great clickbait title, right? It has no substance or even meaning, but it's a great clickbait title.
Oh yeah. Well, it's like
I would say TikTok is proliferating all this stuff too, because the stuff on TikTok is a lot of it is slop.
yeah,
Real
TikTok
bad
is CCP, Chinese Communist Party.
Yeah, but I mean, on top of that, some of it's slop. Like it's
It's called
all the
AI
cult
brain
stuff.
rot TikTok goy slop.
Not
is what
even
it
just AI stuff. Just some of the people on there, like they say all kinds of cringy shit and like false information and unresearched stuff.
Like
You know,
that
just-
that fittest flat earther guy on TikTok who's everyone is everybody and no one's dead.
Yeah. It's like theories like that.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely. There are definitely people who
Joel.
were bigger, as far as I know, that were bigger into that material than he was until more recently, like Conscious X or something, and so a lot of people think
Oh,
that
I've been
he.
following these. I've had a whole theory for years on these fake dead celebrities turned truthers, like Charlie Sheen. Charlie Sheen jumped on the element. He didn't die, but he jumped on the same element with these fake Hollywood former actors turned
Oh, good
truthers
old
under
Charlie
new
Sheen
identity.
going on the Hodge twins and getting into Nick
He went on the Hodge twins. That's
Oh my
a weird
God,
environment.
that's hilarious.
Yeah, he did.
Wait, what did Charlie Sheen say about dead celebrities being?
No, like right at the same time, I think where we got these former celebrities that were allegedly dead and turned these new truthers at the early 2000s.
Like
at the
who?
same time, Charlie Sheen and Alex Jones became best friends. And then they went on The View together years later, talking about being 9/11 truthers. This is like 2008 or 2009, I think. But I think, what's his name? Big quote unquote truther out of the truther movement with Alex Jones came, what's that guy's name? I think it's River Phoenix,
Right.
Mark Dice.
Right.
He used to call into the View as a truther in the mid 2000s under the name John Connor, LARPing as in this Terminator character.
Who did? Mark Dice did?
Yeah, Mark Dice. Then that's when he came on the scene as Mark Dice, springboarding off of that John Connor bit. He did it for like months. He would call like, "Oh, we got a call from our conspiracy." This would be Barbara Walters. We got a call from our conspiracy theory friend John Connor. Like the Terminator.
Yeah, we have a totally non-scripted, non-manufactured fucking call to coming in here. Totally. Definitely not pre-scripted for sure.
Exactly, dude. And Mark Dice will joke around that he's got the same mole and appearance as River Phoenix, but he'll be like, but I'm like 5 inches taller.
Huh. Is he though? Has anyone checked his height?
Weird. And Brandon Lee had a very mysterious death there on the Crow, but there was another one of these individuals that was a truther. He looks exactly like Brandon Lee. His name's something Green. I can't think of it at the moment.
Adam Green?
Then there was another quote unquote truther out of the same movement.
Adam Green sure as hell doesn't look like Brandon Lee.
Yeah, you're right.
No. This guy was one of the failed truthers in the 2000s. It was a movement, and Charlie Sheen jumped right into it with all these folks, and they all appear to
Tiger
be
blood.
quote unquote dead celebrities. The other one would be Jonathan Brandis. He looks exactly like this dude named Adam Kokesh.
Oh, I know who Adam Kokesh is. Yeah, libertarian guy.
And he was huge in the 2000s, and he was a failed project. But you have numerous ponies in the race, so to speak. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean it's not far out to hypothesize or even
Adam Kokesh, man, how do you know that guy, JJ? Goddamn.
Because I have a whole noided fucking theories about these dead fucking celebrities, man. Because it started with Bill Hicks and Alex Jones, and again, Bill Hicks, Charlie Sheen and him were doing a lot of coke together in the 2000s.
I haven't heard that name in a long time.
Fuck yeah, Jonathan Brandis would prefer you didn't. It was a failed character of his.
Yeah, I think Tesmosis, I think, is the channel that did an interesting video on Brandis, I think, that I watched some time back. He covers a lot of the celebrity news stuff, the Rob Reiner shit,
Thank God I don't watch those failed truthers. I like underground stuff.
Well, according to the entertainment lawyer Crazy Day and Night's blog, Brandis witnessed a lot of weird shit with Bruce Willis, George Clooney, was it, and who's that Hearts War movie? They were filming that Hearts War movie over there, and I guess the studio the other actors in that film had basically raped all the women and children, and the studio had to pay off the entire village. Apparently, so the story goes.
Yeah. That's fucked up.
That
was the last movie he did before he died, Brandis, allegedly.
Where were they filming that?
Somewhere in northern Italy. Somewhere, I think it was northern Italy, or maybe Romania. Maybe it was Romania.
Wasn't that a World War II movie? Was it called Millennium Man or something? Millennium Man.
It's been a long time.
Oh yeah. Phew, I'm pretty stoned.
Definitely.
Yeah, nah. I forgot what I was gonna
Well, when
say.
I did a show years back, I did a show that Alex Jones and Bill Hicks were the same dude, and I got an email from a dude who I was able to confirm was in fact family of Sam Kinison. He was Sam Kinison's second cousin. His father and Sam Kinison's father were first cousins, and he said that him and his father didn't think Sam Kinison died. They thought Sam Kinison was this truther dude who came out of the same movement as the rest of these characters. So that's really what got me looking down that whole narrative, was like, are there more of these? Because like this dude, I communicated back and forth with this dude, written various emails. They were sir. I'd never even heard of this truther guy until this email, dude. His name's
What was his name?
He's still around, but he was kind of a failed project too. He looks just like Sam Kinison, just creepy. I'll think of it in a second. He hasn't been relevant in conspiracy culture for like 10 years, but he's currently suing, or he has been suing. If you're familiar with that guy, Nick from like Lyle, and this dude sued him.
Yeah, it's the whole Nick Rekieta Kiwi Farms thing. Yeah.
I think he might be a member of the French chapter of the Society of Cincinnati.
You told me that.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I did his family.
When
I
I
did his
brought
family
up,
tree. He's a
when I
trust
brought up
fund
Chris
kid
Chan
He's a trust fund kid out of New Orleans, by way of Houston. You know.
when I brought up Nick Rekieta and like Chris Chan, you told me that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I never heard the name Chris Chan before until you told me about Kiwi Farms and Chris Chan. Dude.
Yeah,
That's a
Nick
wild
Rekieta
territory of the
is like
interwebs.
connected to that whole entire sphere, that Ralph Retort, that whole like alt rights locale sphere.
Oh, I'm familiar with it now after you told me about it, and then a couple years after you told me about it, Dana Doodah told me about the Dabbleverse, and I was like, and I saw these were like weird intersections of the interwebs, dude. It's a creepy.
What's the Dabbleverse? I haven't heard of that one. What's that one? What's that?
It took me a while. I don't know what it is exactly. I just know Dana was connected to it, and she would never, or formerly connected to it in some capacity, would never explain it to me. But it seems to be a loosely interconnected network of of YouTube shows, of failed stand-up comedians, failed radio hosts.
Oh yeah, you mean okay.
They all beef with one another, but they all have this one beef, and they all make fun of
So it's kind of
Stuttering
like the
John from the
Rogan.
Howard Stern
It's like
show.
it's like the whole Rogan sphere of failed LA comedians.
Oh, it's way worse than that, dude. It's way worse than that. It's some sort of I'm convinced there's some sort of money laundering associated with it, but
I mean, yeah,
they don't have the most subscribed to YouTube shows, but like this one dude, Kevin Brennan, failed comedian, used to be on Saturday Night Live years ago and stuff like that. His brother's Neil Brennan, Dave Chappelle's production partner. Anyhow, Kevin Brennan has like 20,000 some odd subscribers, but is like number 2.
Yeah.
He's like top 10 in YouTube super chats, dude. I'm like, what is going on? This has got to be money laundering, right?
Yeah, that's strange.
Yeah, the Chappelle show's always been fishy, I thought.
I mean, if you look at some of these other like more fringe podcasts, these like extremist podcasts, people that are
stay away from the
neo-Nazis,
Dabbleverse.
I would stay away from these like really fringe podcasts. But somebody's giving money to these neo-Nazi podcasters, quite a bit of money to them, and I'm wondering like who the fuck is funding these people?
Dude, look, you
Right.
literally had fucking Andrew Tate, Clavicular, Sneeko, Nick Fuentes, like all these like dudes, same fucking
I'm
like
talking like
exactly who
people
you're
like
talking.
Gypsy Crusader. There's a guy named Gypsy Crusader. He's like even more hardcore than those people, and he gets like tons of money. Gets funneled through.
You had all
his
these
stuff.
guys like Haitian packed into this like party bus going to this club like months ago, and they're all just popping champagne bottles once they get to the club and stuff. And it's like you just got to see this, and we're like, what are the chances that Nick Fuentes, Andrew Tate, you know what I mean, Clavicular, Sneeko? I mean, if
Myron
I didn't know
Gaines
any
as
better,
well
I
from the
would
Fresh
think maybe
Fit.
their daddies were CIA or something.
Like
'cause-
Myron Gaines as well.
and I'm being
was
facetious.
in that crew.
Yeah, right.
That
What do
guy
you call
from
it?
Fresh and Fit.
Yeah, Fresh and Fit. Yep. I mean, I'm being facetious when I say because it's obviously what the fuck's going on. I mean, their daddies are obviously all CIA, so it's like, you know.
Doc, you're gonna recall this name I can't think of because I know you and I have talked about another character, this guy that is allegedly Sam Kinison. Is linked up with that Defengo character.
Okay. Oh, Defango. You're talking about Lestat?
No, but this dude in Defengo definitely years ago when I was looking into this character.
Yes, Michael Schoenberger. Yes.
No, well, he's an interesting mother.
Oh
but
fuck! It's not Michael Schoen. It's not Michael
no,
Schoenberger.
this is an older guy,
God
dude.
damn.
This is an older guy. He goes by like a weird name, like one name though, But
Oh, you got me stumped there, man.
yeah, you'll recognize him just because I know that you're familiar with the characters that they used to orbit around this character.
Yes. Probably Cicada or QAnon adjacent.
It was I think he was somehow adjacent to Cicada. Yeah, it was that long ago.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Cicada allegedly was game jacked by Michael Schoenberger, and Michael Schoenberger took
And he's
that.
part of IM, right, or something like that, right?
I don't know. What's IM?
The Cold Out of Mount Shasta, the Theosophical Cold
Oh,
Out of
yes,
Mount
I
Shasta.
am. Yeah, allegedly. That's what Recluse thinks.
Yeah.
He's the author of Apocalypse Never. Former progressive activist who changed his tune publicly on nuclear energy, homelessness, and a bunch of other. Okay. Yeah, this guy looks familiar. I know the name, super familiar.
Where did
name.
you post that, JJ?
Oh, what happened?
Oh, and he was just on Joe Rogan like a couple months ago.
Who are you talking about?
Schellenberger.
Oh, Schoenberger, yeah.
I'm just
He's a
looking
weird one.
looking him up right now. Yeah.
Oh shit! No, not Schellenberger. Schoenberger. Schoen.
Yeah, Schoenberger was
SHOEN.
I think it's SCHOEN.
SCH. My bad. Okay.
Yeah, he's a weird one.
He's
Interviewed
not-
like Michael
Monograph,
Keaton.
dude. Monograph. That's his name.
Oh,
Monograph. Okay.
Oh man, what
That's
about
the guy? That's the guy that Sam Kinnison's cousin said is Sam Kinnison.
Interesting.
Well, he's definitely got some
Monograph.
super interesting fucking optics around him, man, with just his October Rains other channel too. He posts some weird stuff sometimes, man. It really makes me wonder what that guy, a lot of black and white checkerboard symbolism kind of shit. And this,
Oh yeah, this guy looks like he's into ARGs.
What is ARG?
Alternate reality games.
Yeah, he intersected with that Cicada stuff and I think Defengo because I started
do
looking at
recognize
Defengo more because
this guy.
Defengo started getting involved in all the Seth Rich lawsuits. It was a weird environment back then.
Really, Seth Rich. Yeah.
Yeah, Defengo got involved in the Seth Rich lawsuits, dude. That was a real weird dynamic.
There's a whole weird lore behind all those people.
Well,
The
he
guy
seems to
that
be an
knows about a
interwebs
lot of it
YouTube
is,
assassin kind of,
The guy that knows a lot about it is a guy named Lestat that used to go on the farm a whole bunch.
Yeah, I remember
Like,
Lestat. I'd seen him on that Nathan something show. The guy from the John Waters films. Nathan something. Anyhow,
Yeah, he's
I'm
sort of
familiar with
keeps all
Lestat.
that lore. He keeps all that lore about what was going on the internet with all those ARGs and all that sort of machinations behind the Cicada 3301.
Right.
Pretty interesting rabbit hole, but it's very hard to trace.
Yeah, of course, you just had the Cicada variant as well. The Cicada variant news. The Cicada variant kind of just came and went, and now you got the ticks and
Well,
you
the
got the.
Cicada variant was QAnon, but that was probably just grafted onto Cicada, or it became like a new operation. I don't know.
Oh no, I'm
then
not
you got,
talking about. I'm not talking about Cicada 3301. I'm talking about the COVID-19 variant that they were calling Cicada
Oh,
recently.
Oh,
I don't know if you heard about that, but it was
no,
pretty.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, it was like a couple months ago maybe, and there was this new variant. Not even a couple, maybe a month ago, and they had this new variant, Cicada variant.
Trust the plan. JFK's still alive.
Yeah, dude. RFK is gonna save us all.
It was an interesting character with
Kramer's
the.
actually JFK Jr. according to
Oh, there
Grimes.
you go.
What the fuck?
Well, gents, I appreciate the convo and Clint and the invite. Doc, I'll see you tomorrow night on Operation
Yeah, see you
GCB
tomorrow,
Live.
man. Yeah.
All right, take it easy.
See you
All
now.
right.
Thank you now. Right
All
now.
right, Blue
See you
Avian.
now.
It's a great name, dude. It's fucking
Whoa, excuse me.
God damn, you okay over there?
dude, I know exactly what he
think I
means. I know what you mean, bro.
Inhaled the weed. Like pieces of weed came out of the joint.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Oh, that's horrible.
You ever get like your dab cart like clogged and you try to keep pulling on it, but it's like clogged, and so you just keep pulling on it, trying to take a drag from it, and then what you end up doing is you cook all the fucking oil in it, and then when you finally clear the hole and you can hit it again, it just makes you cough like a bitch because you like torched all the oil in it, and now it's all dark, like yellow, like yellow brown.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's ever happened, but that
Yeah,
happened to me.
I don't smoke the pens anymore, but
That's good.
I've experienced that.
Yeah, the yellow liquid's pretty fucked up, man.
Oh man.
Oh yeah, you know who's an interesting character to look in with all the Q shits? This guy John Mappin. He was front row and center.
John Mappin.
Well, excuse me.
Yeah, you looked into him at all?
No.
So he was front row and center for the Charlie Kirk Memorial, right? He was like in the front row, right? He literally is followed by on Instagram by Candace Owens, and recently I think Megan Kelly even fucking followed this guy on Instagram, right?
Is this the right guy? It says John Mappin is an international real estate, hospitality, construction, and media entrepreneur.
Yeah,
Is that him?
yeah. You should just share your fucking screen. If he wants to, but he owns the Camelot Hotel, dude, and you know that giant like castle fucking in
Vegas?
No, it's out in like where is it, Scotland or something, or yeah, and he's got all these ties to Q and Charlie Kirk, and I don't know, I think he is definitely someone worth looking into deeper. I mean, it's like you go to his like Instagram, and I mean it's not like that big or anything. He's got like 5,000 maybe followers and shit, 5,000 something but I mean, you got only 5,000 something followers, and some of them are Candace Owens and Megan Kelly. I mean, you definitely probably somebody to look into a little deeper. But
yeah,
it's kind of like when the CIA follows like Ben Affleck. It's like, and not many others. It's like it makes you wonder what's this guy really. And it's funny,
I don't know if you remember, but there was go ahead.
With Argo, but yeah.
I don't know if you remember. This is kind of been memory hold, but there was like some kind of Antifa shooter out there that was pro-Ukrainian, and there was a CIA guy following him. This happened a couple of years ago before the Thomas Crooks thing,
right?
And it's just been memory hold. Nobody remembers who this guy was, but he did have a CIA agent following him.
Of course he did.
So
I'd be surprised.
Yeah,
be surprised if he didn't, right?
He was like some Antifa guy. He looked like he was kind of a unk, though. Like he was too old to be, part of Antifa. He looked kind of out of place too. I can't think of this guy.
Like
But I
some
know
kind of
that
age limit or something.
Yeah, I mean, not an age limit, but he looked like he was too old to be really dabbling in those type of politics.
Yeah, at this point, I would be surprised if like any of these seemingly scripted ops, these psyops, these Manchurians that they put out, these patsies are. I'd be surprised if any of them are fucking organic at this point. I mean, it's the complete opposite of the the normie status quo perspective and paradigm and purview, but they would be surprised. Wait, you're saying the shooter was made in a laboratory? Like what? In a deep underground military base? Friggin' splicing gene clonade? Fucking, they'd be like, what are you saying? But at this point, I mean, that's the narrative I tend to lean towards. So it's like with the overwhelming majority, if not all, it's like we were saying earlier. Now you got Osama bin Christ at shooting at Secret Service. I mean, what is going on here? It's clown world disorder.
Well, I think. Well, you gotta understand the secular humanism is the tool that the internationalists use to brainwash people with literally hypnosis, and they become a blank slate, and that they become a tool to these secret societies that are, probably in league with the MI6 and stuff. Who knows? I mean, all those weird connections with Jonestown we were talking about last night. It's crazy.
Yeah, Jim
I mean,
Jones
like,
juice.
well, I mean, hypnosis doesn't involve any electronics. There's no technology involved, and that I think these cults utilize hypnosis. These anti-American cults that are trying to push world government, and that they have like crazy, insane murderers that are in their groups that are dangerous. That it's like it's just fucked up.
Isn't there a book called How to Create a Perfect Mind-Controlled Assassin by Fritz Springmeier?
There's a lot of books like that. I mean,
Hey, the Illuminati formula.
The same guy who wrote The Bloodlines of the Illuminati. Yeah, I think if I'm not mistaken, it was him who also wrote How to Create a Perfectly Mind-Controlled Assassin or something like that. But yeah, I mean, they don't
like,
put out these movies for
the
no reason.
Illuminati back in the 1700s was dabbling in mesmerism and that they called the hypnosis the magnetic sleep, and that they were using group hypnosis techniques on people and demonstrating it like parlor tricks, and that they I believe they mastered the art of hypnosis, and that some of these cults and stuff I think are products of these Illuminists that occupied the French Revolution, that and went to the OTO, that seemed to be most likely still in the Grand Orient French temple masonry of France, possibly even like even further. I mean, it's just a fucked up shit show, basically.
It's a circus shit show, as I like to call it. A circus shit show.
It's like they're playing games with people's minds, and that they want people to believe stuff. They're getting people to exercise human nature, that they're controlling human nature, and the people who are led by their emotions are easily controlled, and that these scenarios are engineered through human nature because some of these occultists don't believe in God or anything. They only believe in human nature, and that's what their whole religion's all about. It's human nature, consciousness, all this stuff.
Yeah, what do you get when you add the
They
Brave
think
New
God is
World?
consciousness.
When you mix the Brave New World with the New World Order and the New Normal, what do you get?
California.
The whole fucking world. Yeah, the brave new abnormal world disorder, as I like to call it.
You got China.
Pretty much. You get the fucking world at this point, dude. It's 2026. I mean, we're counting down the months at this point to 2030, fruition of Agenda 2030. I mean, it's like first we were Agenda 21, you know what I mean? We're so far past that. We're right in the muck. We're right in the middle of it. So I mean, we made it this far, man. I mean, might as well trek it out for the rest. Then again, you could argue that it's
I
just
mean, it does bring up the International Monetary Fund, and the governor of the fund is also the Secretary of the Treasury, who's the whatchamacallit of the debt, and that it's like there's so many. The New World Order is in such a huge, complex scale of things where it's like they've got everything compartmentalized, where everybody thinks the world runs a certain way, but it seems to run a totally different way. It's very difficult to explain all the ins and outs of all the different charters and all this stuff, where it's like they basically, they basically brought in international law into the United States, and that through compelled performance of contract down to the letter of the contract, that they can make you perform the contract or have criminal liabilities attached, and that there's no way to argue it in court. There's no nothing, and that there is no remedy. Even when 40 something judges tried to sue the government for back in like 1970 for the their monetary amount going down from the inflation, and the monetary amounts that they ruled in cases for people to pay in civil court, that they were suing for that 49 judges, and a lot of them were they were all Supreme Court judges and stuff, and like that they lost in court. 49 judges lost against the United States. It's not because they were wrong, it's because they set up a court where they can do whatever they want, and that that's why the whole constitutionality thing is so important, because the constitution is like a metaphorical fence, and that it's supposed to have the government have limited powers. It could only exercise limited powers, and that anything outside of the powers listed were, not part of the contract, and that that's where the whole thing about de jure and de facto, the
Dual jurisdictions, right?
Well, it's like, damn, my fucking allergies are going crazy. Fucking must be that like fog outside.
It's the mist.
Well, I mean, to break it down into modern terms, it's like you can get a traffic ticket, and that you cannot pay it, you go to jail, and you can say, well, this is debtor's prison. They'll say, well, you're in contempt of court, and it's like the language that they have fit. It doesn't matter how you argue it. It's like people are zombies of procedure, and that they can't think beyond their procedure, like an NPC or something. And like, so we're living in this compartmentalized idiot land where like nobody can write a letter and have a letter get to the proper person and like ask about laws or anything, because like there's all these middle people everywhere. And so it's the same way with like any like business runs. There's always somebody at the top that has no idea what's happening at the bottom, and like so there's all this dilly dallying and all this bullshit, people just screwing off and fucking it's just a real slop show. It's like nobody's running a tight ship, like fucking nobody's keeping stuff together. It's like this internationalism is like turned America into a giant port for fucking imports of international merchandise, so other countries can make large amounts of capital, and that America's base population sits in squabble. It's like it's like they've attached a hidden tax with the inflation, that you can have all the money you want, but unless it's in assets or like property or gold or silver or something, like that, every time that they make more money, the value of your money goes down, and that this is usury, and that the founding fathers did use paper money momentarily just to get us out of the clutches of England, but like it's like the British had made civil war in the United States, and that they had fomented it to take control, make America get money from England and stuff, from London, so they could control us and fucking it's like even in modern times, it's like in the General Assembly of the UN, people were bitching about England getting more votes than America, and that there's like an overflow of evidence of many groups, just like Cecil Rhodes, that were world British imperialists that wanted to make it so England was the seat of the world, and that it's like this battle between them and world imperialists of Rome, and then the socialist anarchists of France is another power. It's like it's like all the beneficiaries of America. It's us. We're the posterity, and that there's many of us who don't understand what the being a beneficiary of such a constitutional law would grant them, basically, and that there's it's this huge situation where it's, I mean, in the words of the greatest philosopher ever, Jesus, whether he's real or not, said, my people perish for lack of knowledge. And I think that's definitely a huge criteria. There's definitely a huge what the fuck is that? Yeah, that's.
I like how a buddy of mine put it earlier. I think it was him on his stream. He said that like gnosis is feeling truth. It's got again.
It's like figuring out a math problem. I mean, you could have any gnosis of. You'd be like, well, I'd stay away from New Age stuff.
No, I'm saying it's more than a feeling, and again, I don't claim to be a Gnostic. I don't even really
Wait, isn't
read
that a
many.
song? This is where Todd would jump in and be like, more than a feeling.
Yeah, I was saying, Doc, because you guys were saying when he first came on, what was the song you guys were fucking? You were like humming when he came on.
I don't know.
Not me. Not me.
Sweet I bought from the
Oh, maybe it was just me in my own head. I was, saying, I was saying, doctor, give me the news. I got Jesus shooting at the Secret Service Jews.
Yeah,
whatever the fuck I said, but yeah, I think this is definitely a sign of something in the Middle East that's about to pop off with this guy claiming to be Jesus and also claiming to be the real Bin Laden. I think it's funny they're assuming that he is another Manchurian patsy. That it's kind of like the way I see it, they're kind of like telling you like that Obama was a fucking Osama. I always do this. Osama, Laden, Biden. But anyway,
did you do a background check on the dude? Did you look up his voting record? Did you look up?
I was trying to see if he had any social media on the stream. I was looking up if he had a Facebook or an Instagram. I couldn't find anything, but I haven't gotten the chance to really, I was looking at his date numerology in connection with the, some numerological connections in gematria and stuff.
Well,
but I haven't really gotten to look too much into his background and stuff as far as but he's 21. He's 21. I mean, give me a break, dude.
21.
I mean, you're 21 years old and you think you're Jesus,
youngster,
and Bin Laden.
Well, he probably had too much internet and went all crazy and fucking. I mean, Occam's razor would suggest that he was some Looney Tune that.
Yeah, maybe he had a little bit too much force-fed microdose LSD for the last year that he's been on this program, and who knows, or not? Who knows?
No, I mean, people are rabidly insane these days. That
ain't that the truth?
I mean, the fact that like road rage is up like 1,000,000%. It's like these people can't just be civilized. Like, what the fuck? It's like I believe in peace. I believe in civilization and like understanding and morals and ethics, and it's like these people that just go around trying to hurt people are insane. they're it's dark and evil, and that, I mean, according to a lot of stuff that, I mean, we were talking about a bunch of stuff last night with that whole, all the Satanists and all that stuff. It's like, they're, their possible connections with intelligentsia and stuff. I mean, it's very bizarre. It's very bizarre. I mean, like, but then the whole time though, you gotta understand, it's like there's also communist China propaganda being flooded into people's brains. There's Soviet propaganda. There's UN propaganda. There's British imperialist propaganda. There's
And many of their propagandized narratives often, seem to intersect and be, be parallel to each other, if you will, perpendicular.
Well, that's why you want to use like a really, you want to pretend like you're a lawyer, and when you look at stuff, you got to think about it like, could it be argued in court as like a fact? And that's where, because like somebody could win at a debate, easily win at a debate, even if they're right or wrong. But like, to show that something's a fact, like 100%, it's like that there's so much stuff that could just be torn apart by lawyers and stuff, where people's arguments and stuff. It's like it's like for us to be researchers, it's like we have to like really get down to the brass tacks and like have all the facts straight, and like, because if we're off in the research one little bit, then things that we could say could affect people in negative ways.
I'm not sure people are that thorough though.
Well, I mean, like, there's a lot of well, I mean, like, William Cooper's research is like, he was always very upset that people would just spew rumors nonstop, and like, he'd be like, well, where'd you hear it? And they'd be like, oh, I don't know. And it's like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's like, one time I was kicked off a podcast because this Christ consciousness lady was on, and all I asked her was one question. I asked her, where did you read about this subject or learn it? Who did you learn it from? And she refused to answer the question, and I kept asking her very politely, and then eventually she like flipped out or something. But like, she didn't have an answer. She couldn't say one book or one person that she heard this Christ consciousness stuff from. I've been worrying about these secular humanists for quite some time, like 15 years, about how they're all wacko, and how it's like an epidemic. It's there needs to be like, I'm against socialized sanitariums and stuff, but there definitely needs to be socialized sanitariums for these fucking wackos.
Oh, don't worry about that, because Trump
That's the only
supposedly
answer.
they're going to build a bunch of them. So allegedly, yeah, they're going to build a bunch of them supposedly. So
They're gonna make them all eat Kellogg's.
oh man, well, that'll take care of their the sterility issue as well. So
The whole doctor thing is like, there's a bunch of educated idiots with, just because they have a diploma doesn't mean they're actually knowledgeable. That seems to be the scenario, and that it's like America is like, I don't know. It's,
cornflakes was originally created. You know why they were originally created?
Sex stuff or something.
Yeah, it was to depopulate. It was to sterilize men and bring down that little overpopulation problem a little bit. Allegedly, cornflakes are eugenics. So yeah, you might as well call them eugenics flakes. Depop flakes.
Well, it's like the Aztecs used to burn the corn. They didn't really eat it except for like tortillas for an edible napkin. they'd burn it.
It deleted my comment. Come on, YouTube. I mean, come on, it's ridiculous.
Well, if you had a link in the comment,
Nah, I
mean,
just said
some people
hashtag Obama and Biden took out hashtag Osama bin Laden. Right.
Well, it's like there's this thing that Terrence kind of talks about. It's interesting where he says like he said he talks about seasonal plants versus like weeds or something, and like how it's like corn, for example, would be like a weed basically, but like a seasonal plant would be like an apple tree or something that continues to grow. You don't have to replant it, and like the population has like moved from like food sources of seasonal plants like fruit trees and stuff, and evolved into eating like corn and wheats and excuse me, asparagus and stuff that's just like weeds basically. And like I think the movement from the two foods like has changed our like mind chemistry or something. It's like one of my friends thinks that the Roman Empire used bread to make their people docile, and that the bread was somehow inhibiting the people, and that I don't know. It's interesting. I mean, because I mean, think about how much food, all the food is all grains and shit, and like, I mean, it's really tough to not eat grains. I mean,
Yeah, it's extremely difficult. It's probably harder than argue just as hard maybe as sugar. Maybe not as hard as sugar, but I don't know. It's around as like never eating any bread, crackers, chips. I mean, you'd be surprised. It's hard, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Pastries, cookies, nothing. Like, dude, it's almost.
I'm part native, so I
half
try to
food.
stay away from sugar and like carbohydrates.
Yeah,
'cause they
processed.
didn't eat carbohydrates.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was this National Geographic about some Aborigine dude that he's suffering from all these illnesses, and then he just went to an Aborigine diet in Australia, and then all his illnesses went away and stuff, like diabetes and stuff.
Right. Yeah, it's crazy how many things can be cured with a simply, kind of moving towards a more or majorly whole food plant-based diet, or whole food in general. Emphasis on whole food, maybe even arguably more than just as much, if not more than plant-based. Because I don't want to say oh he's a vegan, he's a vegetarian, because I'm actually not. But I have been
Well, it's
many
weird
times.
though. Both the Illuminati and the Skull and Bones have an oath about eating rooted vegetables, and the stories about Satanists and the Brotherhood of Cain, and Cain being a vegan. Cooper predicted that the Illuminati would try to destroy the meat industry, and that
What do we see happening right now? The alpha gal fucking tick bullshit. They're trying to,
oh yeah. Well, plus during the whole pandemic, there was a bunch of meat factories and stuff getting burned down and stuff.
Yeah, and even with the ticks, before ticks, you heard a lot about prions. Prions disease was a big one, and like you don't really hear about prions anymore, but that was pretty big,
Reminds
man.
me
At
of
one
that
point.
King of the Hill episode where like Luann joined some cult. She didn't eat no meat, and then Hank. I mean, that show's retarded, but it's still funny. But he made some food on a grill, and like he's like, oh, and then he gets her to eat a hamburger, and she like wakes up, and she's like, oh, I don't want to be in a cult anymore, because it's like the brain needs the complex amino acids and stuff in the meat. Like I don't know. I mean,
Yeah,
depending on if there's like a culture that was somehow main staple foods was all vegetables and stuff. Like there's incidents of like people from Africa that were suffering from certain diseases, and that they just had to add a bunch of bananas to their diet to fix their illness. Like certain, I mean, like that's what's interesting, because it's like the cultures stick to the certain foods because it's like in some ways the foods are like their genetics are somehow,
Yeah, yeah. They've been eating so long
having
that
to
it's
do with the food.
right.
And like I
That's
mean,
why
it's interesting.
bio-individuality is such an under addressed like aspect of this whole diet obsession and blood type obviously factors into but when I say diet I just mean all these different, not just fad diets, but whether it's more broadly obviously vegetarianism and veganism versus carnivorism and then of course the majority obviously of the world would probably fall under the omnivore, just general omnivore category of eating plants and meats and plants. And I would say for the majority of my life, that's where I've been. I've gone vegan, I've gone vegetarian. I've never actually gone carnivore. I've never really had a.
One of my friends does that.
Yeah, I don't know if I can imagine being carnivore, man. But
I used to do it, but inadvertently because I was lazy and I just buy a big bag of smoked meat and a gallon of fucking chocolate milk. That's all I would buy every day.
That's crazy. Steak and chocolate milk. That's wild.
It was like smoked meat that was like dry. It was cooked meat. It's supposed to be beef jerky, but it wasn't.
Yeah, and another thing too is like how the majority of people are eating, like even carnivores. So many carnivores out there, and they're not even eating organs, man. They're not even eating organ meats. They're just eating like chicken and steak and shit all the time. It's like the organs are where, of course, you gotta source quality organs. Otherwise, you're talking about a lot of trouble. Talking about potentially animals that were processed now, heavy metals.
Well, my
and all
friend like
kinds of
lives
shit.
off like beef liver and lamb and shit.
Yeah, I mean some of the
he's
less.
healthy, but you got to worry about scurvy though. I mean, you need vitamin C.
It just seems like the less popular things are a lot of the time. It's like oftentimes the more beneficial and in this regard, in this we're talking about meat and stuff, but I mean like yeah, you really got to watch out what you buy with meat, because I mean with organ meats especially, the organs are what the kidneys and liver and shit are what filter out a lot of the toxins. So it's like if you're not getting properly sourced stuff, then you're potentially doing more harm than good. So that goes with anything.
Fast a lot.
Yeah, that goes with anything. That's why they taint the produce so much, because the most popular produce is seemingly the most sprayed. It's like, well, why do you think that is? Because they're spraying more so the stuff that people are eating more, because they're not going to spray the fucking jabuticaba and the pomegranates and shit and fucking random stuff that most people aren't buying, star fruit and just then again, if it doesn't have a hard shell, I think that's even if it is more rare, they'll probably spray that shit too. But the dirty dozen is a good metric to go by. It's like the list of the 12 produce items that are sprayed the most every year, and it seems like every year it's always the most popular shit. It's strawberries and grapes and plums and nectarines and cherries and peaches.
Well, I basically live off spicy deep fried chicken, so
holy shit, man. But yeah, like what you were saying with the tradition diet, like there's obviously something there. When we eat what our ancestors ate, then we're more likely to.
It's kind of like think about eggs and bacon or something. Like bacon has like a high acidity. Eggs have like a alkaline. When you mix the two together, it's like a neutral food.
You could say, yeah, you could say that.
Some weird stuff like that.
You could say that mixing, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about mixing vinegar and baking soda, but it does have multi purposes. But a lot of people will tell you that there's no point in doing that because it cancels itself out. But it's good for cleaning. It's good for.
I don't know.
It's good for recipes.
I don't know. Yeah. I guess there's two kinds of. One of the there's like a naturally derived baking soda that like if so I used to brush my teeth with baking soda and like peroxide and like, which I wouldn't suggest that, because if you do it too much peroxide, it can like make your teeth sensitive.
Right, but
But
people say that about baking soda, and baking soda actually supposedly, there's
when I was like
no proof
when I was
that.
like 26, I had like a wisdom tooth that had a really bad cavity, and I just started using peroxide and baking soda, and it like made it all go away, and it didn't smell funky or anything. And then I eventually got to a dentist and had it yanked out, but like it really like stopped any cavity progression when I started using peroxide with baking soda. I was like amazed. I still have the tooth in case I need to get cloned. No.
Yeah, well, what's really big now is, especially in the community of obviously all these people now growing aware of fluoride and stuff, is this hydroxyapatite, and hydroxyapatite kind of being pushed. And I mean, I don't have a like concrete, opinion on it, but I mean, I do use it. I don't use fluoride. I haven't for years, but for years and years and years. But it's not to say I don't have issues, though. I do have dental issues, but I mean,
Oh, you should try the peroxide with the baking soda like every 3 days or something.
yeah, peroxide. You mean hydrogen peroxide? Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I hear
It'll neutralize the
calcium.
cavity.
I don't know if it's calcium peroxide or
Oh, yeah. Well,
something like
usually you
that.
can talk the dentist into basically like doing the tooth and then just paying it in payments,
Right.
That's what I always, I mean, I
Pretty
don't usually
crazy.
have
They make,
cavities.
I think we're one of the only countries where, they tend to want to get you to take out your wisdom teeth. I could be wrong on that, but it is pretty interesting how they
Oh,
call
yeah.
them wisdom teeth, and it's a huge thing to get them pulled as soon as possible. I mean, they yank children's wisdom teeth, dude. So it's like before they even hurt. It's like a program that they try to push
Well, it's weird.
seemingly
Some
pretty
people are
heavily.
born without them. Some people are born without canine teeth too.
Right.
I've noticed that. I don't know if it's like different species of human or something, or like what about the teeth? I think it's like dog species, kind of where like there's all these different kinds of dogs. They can all mix together and make different dogs, but like it's I don't know. It's just a big. I don't know. To like mash it out, you'd have to look at all the genetics, and it'd take like a fucking year. I'm sure there's some scientists somewhere doing that right now. So everybody's DNA. They've got huge like like data comparisons, trying to figure out what the oldest genetics is and all this stuff. I don't know.
It's crazy. I'm just going through all these different banners I have on StreamYard, and I just so happen to already have a fucking Obama and Biden took out Osama bin Laden hashtag. Banner. Like, how you can make all these different banners. I must have like 50 fucking banners here. This is insane. It makes sense to definitely delete them. I'd highly recommend you delete some of them. Otherwise, your shit will look like mine. I have banners from like 3 years ago. What in the world? But you ever?
I noticed the AI. The AI seems to be good at like because I found this picture of some Nazi thing in a book that I was trying to confirm if it was part of a UFO or something, like a Nazi UFO, and like the AI was able to unblur the image or whatever, and like you could actually read the numbers and stuff on it. I thought that was pretty interesting because sometimes in history it's like you can only find like blurry images of stuff, like from World War II or like World War One or 1800s type of stuff. Well, I mean, it's I guess it's really only relevant for UFOs and possible like people witness identification or something. Like there's a picture of that they claim is Lee Harvey Oswald standing at the book depository door at ground level. Then they claim the picture was taken while JFK was murked, and that I mean Cooper claimed that in the 70s that the Navy taught him how to do a ratio comparison of face measurements and stuff, and that that he did ratio comparisons of the face, and it seemed like the faces matched up. Which is interesting. If Lee Harvey Oswald was actually at the door, then that would place him as innocent. But like, I've got the picture somewhere. But I mean, Cooper shows the picture in his video that's really blurry. The JFK unmasked or whatever.
Was that a documentary?
Yeah, it's like some video that Cooper made.
Right.
He believed that. Well, he claimed that when he was in the Navy, that he read that the UN had taken JFK out, because he claimed that the Navy documents said that JFK was some kind of security threat against the UN, and that the Cooper believed that the driver was the actual assailant. That and that the it's interesting because that same driver was right there with JFK's brother, like 10 years later or whatever. Or was it 10 years? Maybe it was like 5 years later. Greer was his name.
Not to be
I don't know.
confused with Stephen Greer, of course.
Yeah, I don't know if it's true or not, but it's a very interesting theory.
Some funny comments in your chat. Just
What does it
looking at.
say? Oh,
I'm
they're
just
probably
like-
wondering where Harry is. Transylvania. No, I'm just joking. What was what's Doc up to? Oh, I think Doc fell asleep.
Yeah, I'm trying to fall asleep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you know the human.
I'm gonna probably get off here though.
You mean to sing a
thanks for the
lullaby?
invite.
No.
Thanks
Oh,
for
yeah.
the invite. Good night, everybody.
Oh yeah. Well,
Deuces,
take
bro.
it easy. Peace
Yeah.
out.
Deuces, brother.
Yeah. How was I gonna say?
You were gonna say,
Yeah.
doctor, get the fuck back here. Gotta hit you
Like
with
one
some more
more
fucking
joint
truth.
before I go.
Yeah, but the Human Genome Project is part and parcel, in my opinion, to the Earth Biogenome Project, which, if I remember from my research, is
Talking about that Switzerland thing, or no, the Greenland. Or wait, is that Greenland? Are you talking about that depository of all the DNA of everything in the world?
Yep. Earth Biogenome Project. Yep.
Yeah, they made some movie about that. Return to Greenland or something. No, I forget what it's called. But it had the military base Thule in the movie.
Huh.
Yeah, me and the German lady were discussing that one time. It was just a strange anomaly that the place is called Thule.
It was called Thule.
Yeah, like the
Thule
Nazis.
Society. Yeah. That's
It
funny.
was in Greenland. It was then it was shown in that movie Greenland 2 Migration or something. That's what it's called. There's a lot of weird movies that seem like they're. You see that? What is that new stupid movie with the dude that finds the alien or something in space? And it's some kind of rock creature with 5 legs or something.
It's not Disclosure.
No, it's that. I think the dude's name is Ghislaine or something. Ryan
shitting me.
Ghislaine.
Oh my gosh.
I'm pretty sure that's his name.
What a
He's
fucking
some
name.
kind of Hollywood weirdo, but
No relation to Ghislaine Maxwell, I'm sure. But
well, I watched the movie and like the I don't know, I didn't really see any like surrealism or anything, but like I don't know, it seemed like it was so mainstream. I don't know.
yeah, this Disclosure movie is coming out in about a little over a couple weeks, and that's going to be a big one, man. I have a feeling it's going to be like pretty big box office, probably one of the biggest box office we've seen recently. Because I don't know, I feel like people don't really go to the movies that much anymore, but I could be wrong. I haven't been in fucking ages, but Yeah, in regards to the, I probably brought it up before when we were talking on the Wilcox stuff a couple weeks ago, but yeah, it's so obvious all the ties to all this stuff going on now with the missing scientist narrative and then with
Well,
Wilcox gone and
I
53.
do.
Yeah,
I
the
do
whole
sometimes.
53.
Some of these scientists seem more like scientists,
Right. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, of course.
like they're wackos or something.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of the whole
But like
narrative other than that they want
David
people to think
Wilcock.
that, people are getting taken out because they know about aliens. They want people to know to think
I
that.
mean, like I've seen. I've been observing all this stuff for like with all eyes since like 2007 or so, and like all these alien people and all this stuff, these big podcasters and all this, the conspiracy realm, and I've never really discussed any of it openly until the last 2 years. And that it's like it seems as though there's all these distraction from I don't know. It's like there's all this. There's so many people that are just spewing rumors and like making stuff up and like that it's like this ocean of people saying stuff, but nobody knows what's real, and that trying to figure out what the real reality is of all these different models of reality that are created with words. It's like we have to steer weary of models of reality that distort the words and that can be used to manipulate people's mind and their ideologies and their beliefs, who they think is the enemy and stuff. Because I mean, really, we don't have any enemies. There's just a whole bunch of people that are all really dumb. I
Yeah,
mean,
well,
it's very
sometimes
sad, but
I get
we
jealous, dude. I get
we
jealous.
just gotta drown it out with a bunch of weed.
I get jealous of the dumb people sometimes because I'm like, my schizophrenia. I'm like, well, why am I noticing that there's 33 watching you right now, and I'm 33, and it's 5:25 on
No, I
5:25,
wouldn't
and I'm
worry
5 hours into my stream right now. Like, why is that so weird to me?
That's a compulsive behavior. You'd
Is
want to
that
try to
is that
just
pareidolia, as they call it, or is that alphanumeric synchromystic schizophrenia? Maybe rather, as I just
it's
created
just
on the spot.
you're overthinking stuff. I think that's what it is.
It seems to be an art form though these days, with content. It's like that's an art, and I'm not saying I'm doing that because I mean, just to add to the five code there, 5 people watching too. 5 people watching 5 hours on 5:25 at 5:25. What the fuck? 33
Yeah, I
watching
mean,
your
you
stream
want
and
to.
I'm 33. What the fuck is going on? And I
Well,
was just talking about the 33
I don't
code
really
earlier.
believe in numerology, but
It's not a
yeah.
belief. It's more schizophrenic. See, I'm gonna help you out here. I'm gonna take your side here. I think it's more schizophrenia. I think I'm schizophrenic. I think I'm like David Wilcock. I'm schizophrenic and
Well, I mean, some of the stuff that goes on, like it's like Cooper points out how the JFK. He claims that JFK was taken out right when the sun was perpendicular.
oh yeah.
But like, there is weird anomalies, but like,
I mean, come on, dude. They said that the second tower. They said that World Trade Center Tower number 2, because that plane supposedly the quote unquote plane, right? Hit Tower 1 and then hit Tower 2. And then of course Tower 7 came down all on its own without a plane, right? But Tower 2, they said Tower 2, you know what time they said Tower 2 was hit?
well, I know what you're saying, but
It was
like,
hit, they say it was hit at
talking about.
10:27, bro.
That's
10:27 a.m.
well,
like towers 1, 2, and 7. Come on.
Well, that's what I was saying though. It's like, yeah, you got to look at things like a lawyer or something. Like, it's like people see stuff and they want to see stuff, and like, it's like, imagine if you're trying to prove that in a courtroom or something, some kind of argument.
Admittedly,
Or
like
something,
where I have a hard
metaphorically,
time
like,
is limiting where it's hard for me to, well, like most people in the decoding community,
let me
to
give you an
limit where you're
example.
at, to limit where you
There's
stop
all
yourself.
sorts of stories on the news that are just, you look into them and there's way more to it, and they're trying to play sides, and it's just all this gross manipulation through people's simple inability to dive into something a little bit more. like fucking like I mean, I don't know. It's like
Did you ever hear
it's
what
hard to
Bill
explain.
Cooper said about whatever? What Bill Cooper said about gematria, though.
Well, I mean, the secret societies do use it, but
Right.
like, and they are obsessed with calendars and time, but like,
Correct.
you don't want to have it be the base of your whole argument type of thing. It's like,
Right.
it's
Sure.
they're good side points to point out and stuff, but like the because it's like to see the box, we can't be in the box. And
I think
and
that
like
saying gematria or like something like that as a good side piece, though, is like saying, you know, alchemy or you know,
I mean, alchemy just seems to be symbolic surrealism. It's like to the Illuminati, they think that when the person is perfected, they're turned from lead to gold, and like so they're a person who thinks that they're a god. That is the Christ consciousness according to them, and like these people that claim to have this Christ consciousness and this that say that they're God and stuff are like totally whacked out of their mind, and that they're like indoctrinated into some sort of Hindu slash Egyptian mystery school of using people's beliefs and transmutating them into the goals of the order. Like, and that it's like consult page 793 of Morals and Dogma, where he says the perfection of the self is but a deceit, and that the real great work is something much more. And so, or no, he says the great work part first, but the but so all these people that join these mystery schools and stuff, they think that they're perfecting themselves, and that that they're often taught secular humanist beliefs, and then they become under like a spell where it's like this consciousness thought form that, according to like Alice Bailey, is directed by some sort of invisible G0Y cool on the star Sirius and all this stuff. I mean, I'm not making this shit up. This is 100. You can crack the shit out of that and fucking. I'm telling you, like the it's like they don't have. It's like this belief that you're a god is like the illuminist way of making someone into an atheist, but it's because they think that their own emotions and their own thought is somehow God, and like but so they see it in this weird scientific perspective, and that it's like the Illuminati practices in all their books. They say they practice soul science. They're manipulating the person's spirit, their mind, what they believe. They're conditioning the human natures. Look at Scientology when they sit and hold those things, and they're yelled at until they don't react. They're conditioning their human natures. The hoodwink jokes of the French Masons, conditioning human natures through practical jokes, and that the you know, they're playing weird games. You know, the best way I can explain it is like it's like there's weird mechanisms of the brain where like when I used to live on the farm and stuff, we had a bunch of chickens. You could take a chicken and hold it down in the sand and have its nose point at the sand, you know, and then take your finger and poke it in the sand right in front of the chicken's nose, and then draw a line either wherever you want it to go. And then when you let the chicken go, it'll follow the line that you drew in the sand because you hypnotized it. And the you know, it's like some Crocodile Dundee type shit, but like to the extreme of like people believing they're God and like thinking that they're changing the world or some kind of crazy shit. you know, there's a whole weird psychological fun box that's been opened up on the masses where they're prescribing and you know, absorbing these beliefs and dialects of con artistry that uses people for evil and internationalism to further enslave America. That it's like you know, I mean, the world government's in full swing right now against America, and like they've got a barrage of people that are all spewing anti-American rhetoric, all spewing anti-constitutional rhetoric, all spewing, all proclaiming that for some reason we should pay for everything in the whole world. You know, it's like that. There's no dialogue in that. You know, it's like we need to start making like councils of people where we can have dialogue and discussions, and where, you know, like instead of these stupid debates of people and all this stuff that's so popular, it's like we need round table discussions of people with real serious minds that can bring forth information to help further humanity. It's not fucking, you know, dilly dally on all this bullshit that's fucking keeping us back, you know, like fucking I mean, that's I mean, I don't know. If we don't have any, you know, it's like if we don't have any rights, then we don't have any humanity, and that's fact. And like all these socialists and communists, New World Order, and all this stuff, Nazis and all this stuff, they don't have any rights like the Constitution, where the rights are supposed to be supreme and upheld and all this stuff. But you know, it's like I don't know. It's like no, I believe in simply promoting knowledge, and you know, good knowledge will get to people. You know, it'll eventually get to people. Knowledge of, you know, like how, what does that say? Chicken or the egg? Well, it's obvious the lizard came first.
I'm gonna drop your link to your stream in my chat. I meant to do that earlier, so y'all could go over there and sub up if you guys aren't subbed up already to Mr. Clint. But
Oh yeah.
but yeah, I mean, huh?
Sorry, what you're saying?
No, just the promulgation, that the you know, the manufacturing of these never-ending. I mean, it's like one of the comments said earlier in your chat. Oh, my bad. I'm on my side. I think it was on your chat. They said Zia Bonanza 999 said the elites, you know, quote unquote, as they would like to themselves to be called. I'll call them the deletes, but the deletes pulling out all the stops to try to distract we the people from the technocratic dystopia. Oh no, that's not the right comment. My bad.
Well, I thought China Uncensored put out some really good videos recently. They're always putting out good videos.
Yeah, I know I'm guilty of you know, I don't want to say falling victim to, but like falling for a lot of these manufactured psyops, dude, that are like, you know, they're giving, because they know that, you know, even that normie fucking soccer mom Susans are looking into, you know, listening to Candace now, and you know, they're looking into, you know, frazzle drip and bullshit, you know. So yeah.
Well, I think that Candace lady is definitely mentally fucking insane.
Ah, she's an op, dude. I mean,
it's like a majority of the public is mentally insane. Like, it seems like that they all cling to all sorts of crazy stuff. Like, you know, I mean, it's just crazy because who knows how many things. I mean, we already know about a bunch of rock bands and stuff being part of mind wars and stuff, but like how many TV shows, how many like advertisements, who knows, you know? It's like, you know, there's stuff that goes on where it's like, you know, take the like toilet paper shortage for example. Guess who owns Scott toilet paper?
Oh, dude, I'm sure. Well, I mean, dude, Trump has connections to Unilever.
No, no, no.
Unilever was a
Guess who?
huge toilet paper.
No, no, the military owns Scott toilet paper.
Oh, I mean, I'm sure. Yeah,
No,
they own
literally.
fucking.
Literally, Scott's toilet paper is made by the military.
You could argue the military thinks they own the world. You know what I mean? The media, the fucking pharmaceutical, and you know every industrial
Well,
complex.
there's if you
There's a
there's
wing up.
over 40 states of national emergency right now that's been going on for like 100 years. I mean, not all of them at once, but there's still like 45 or 46 of them that like have never been lifted or have been put into place. And that, you know, if you read a bunch of them, it's like they give unlimited power, and that, you know, that there's some kind of situation I think that's happening on a huge level in that uh I mean this relates to the Disclosure movie, like uh you know, is it a giant, you know, is Jordan Maxwell, did he lie when was he just joking when he said that he thought that Steven Spielberg worked for Nazis? You know, will the Spielberg movie be a cover up of aliens to make people believe in extraterrestrial life, to then make people not believe that humans are capable of such technology? It's like, because you know, I've seen 3 of the crafts like 100%, like on you know, I don't know what it was, but if it was man-made, that you know, that means that they've been way farther than what they say they've been. You know, that if those crafts are man-made, then I'd say they've been as far as you can see in the sky, anywheres. And that you know, the possibility of like them searching the whole universe and not finding any life anywheres, I think that's, you know, I think that could be a possibility. And that you know, I mean, it makes you wonder. I mean,
You have to consider all possibilities, just about. So yeah, I mean, I've pondered on that before too. I mean, I
you've
used
heard
to.
of the WoW signal, have you?
Yeah, well, the WoW signal, you know, it like came about
Well,
right after Elvis died. Like
well,
that.
there
Like
was a couple of them. There was another one in like the 90s. There was one in like 2004 or something, I think. There's quite a few of them. And like, it's very bizarre. They create propaganda TV shows like the Pluribus TV show where everybody
right.
gets some kind of mind virus from their planet.
Yep.
And they all, you know, Stephen Hawking predicted that there'd be a virus from outer space, which is very bizarre.
And we all know he's, you know, a legitimate source of information. So Stephen
Well, I
Hawking.
mean, there's this book by Walleen James that's extremely hard to get. I think you can find the book on. It might be a limited copy, but the whole Cooper has 3 episodes with some guy reading a bunch of excerpts from that book, and that, you know, according to the research in that book, that the viruses mutate according to the environment, and that it's ironic because they make tests that test the environment of your body, but like this idea that virus is mutating, you know, it's like, you know, if some asteroid, even if it was just a tiny asteroid, and it was full of ice or something, and somehow there was some kind of space virus inside of the asteroid, and it went into the atmosphere, and like somehow somebody caught it or something, and, you know, I mean, there's so much fucked up possibilities of like the whole like I don't know. I mean, for all we know, there could be like huge otherworldly threats, or there could be nothing. For all we know, that the whole intelligence thing could be ran by Nazis, and then other intelligence thing ran by communists, and then and that America is really just floating by. They're letting us think that we're sailing our own ship type of thing, but we're really just one giant state of the world government. And we're, like being leached dry for some sort of people in London or some shit.
London, Vatican, and DC are the unholy trinity. But yeah, I think I tend to
Well,
be 50-50, dude, on so many different potential scenarios,
well, I mean,
like
Cooper
life
says
on
that.
life in the cosmos versus we're it, like we're it.
Right.
But it is kind of a crazy thought to think like there
Well, I do
wouldn't
believe in
be.
ghost stuff. Ghosts that could be non-human ghosts. Some kind of like, I
Yeah,
don't know.
maybe there's just way more truth to interdimensionality and intra-dimensionality and extra dimensionality than there is to extraterrestrial and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the
Well,
way
like
that they've sold it and packaged it and kind of
some of the old
programmed.
alchemy is that the spirit and the matter combined, and that it's like the key to some of the mysteries. Interestingly enough, Da Vinci and the what is that called? The Vitruvian Man,
Right.
the
The measure
dude
of
that
man.
stands,
Yeah.
the dude that stands on a square in a circle.
Yeah, the
The
measure of
square
man.
is the symbol of the material plane. The circle is the symbol of the spiritual plane, and that it's like we live in two worlds: the seen and the unseen world. The unseen world is the realm of spirits, and that the it's like some people, I think that they go mad and they can see it or something, but like eh, I don't know, I think the two worlds exist simultaneously, and that the one world can affect the other world, vice versa, and that it's pretty spooky because if makes you wonder, because people say that the supposed aliens and stuff can walk through walls and make them float through the ceiling and all sorts of weird shit. But like, these people are most likely having some kind of out of body experience, and that you know, mo- most likely spiritual. But on the other hand, though, it's like they could be hypnotized or self hypnotized into believing they had some kind of alien experience or something. Like, I mean, because like self hypnosis is definitely possible, that somebody could like read enough mumbo jumbo to like brainwash themselves into thinking some kind of crazy shit. Like fucking, that's where people need to like base themselves in clear objectivism and reality, and to try to just look at everything and say, I don't know, I have to see evidence to believe anything type of thing. Like,
Right.
where like,
Bill Cooper said it great, read everything, listen to everyone, and believe nothing that you can't prove in your own right,
yeah,
or believe only what you can prove in your own right with your own doing, essentially, something like that.
yeah.
Yeah,
So like,
that's what I do.
well, I mean, there's like, there's this huge problem with like industry in China, and like how, like China, like China Uncensored, he points out how like China is able to send stuff back and forth from China to America cheaper than somebody sending something from LA to uh San Francisco or some shit. And like they were allowed all sorts of circumstances where they made tons and tons of money, and like it's like the Chinese are such a dangerous threat. Like they're you know, it's just there's a fucked up situation going on, because it's like there could be World War III about to happen, and like China and Russia could literally decide they want to invade America or something. We don't know. Like we have no idea what's going on. Like there's all sorts of, you know, like it's like those territories in the Philippines and Taiwan and all that stuff in Japan. It's like China wants those territories, and that America's running those territories, and that if China controls the trade in the China Sea, then you know, it's like there's gonna be like a shitstorm of like I mean, it's hard to explain, but it's like it's like nobody knows if China's gonna stop. Nobody knows if China's gonna say, "Oh, I've had enough." And like China and their fucking Chinese communist spies, fucking like literally being in offices in, what was it, California or uh, New Mexico or something. I don't remember which, Colorado or something. Uh, it's like the Chinese communist propaganda is so high that like it's insane. Like I've been studying the communist China for like 20 years, and like
I'm shutting down my stream. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but peace and pineal power to the people as always.